projects in your ministry that are marginal in terms of their timelines? And I'm referring to the storage, the batteries tenders mainly. Will we have them ready until August 26? Are you concerned about that? And what's your thought? Thank you for the invitation. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to start with a broader comment. As you know, the RRF for our ministry has a series of ex-economo projects for the energy upgrade for residential houses. Also, it has some other projects, hydrogen, water tanks, and also it has a series of reforms. So we have a lot of exercises in front of us. We have to keep our plan, which is really long and really deep, and we want to be able to meet our targets until the summer of 2026. If we believe that we run a risk that something cannot be implemented within the RRF timeline, we need to be able to have a plan B. Now, regarding storage that you asked, I asked this because it is relevant to the conference. Now, in the RRF, we have several targets. We have several objectives and outcomes to be reached. So we see which are our commitments, which are not always the 100% of an action, but anyway, we have to evaluate, to assess the target and evaluate its outcome. In relation to the discussion that we had last spring, when I started with my office, I believe that storage is a bit better than we were last summer. So I see that we're making progress. Of course, there are some projects that have specific challenges, but I don't see any systemic delay or inertia. The projects are being implemented. Among them, we do have some issues, the tenders being some of these issues. Question, we have a very specific topic here. What about the third tender for batteries? The RRF says that they will be included in the upgraded plan only if they can be implemented until August 26. All others will be out of the fund. So they won't get any assistance, no matter whether they are entitled. Will they lose their funding? That's the question. I do understand the question, and I'm saying that we have the same exercise that regards many types of programs in our ministry under the RRF. It is very well understood that all programs have their timeline, and if you don't keep it, you won't have the RRF financing. So we always have a plan B with alternative financing tools. At the moment, I do not have an answer to what you ask. What will happen for the projects that will not keep the timeline? Our aim is that they all keep the timeline so that we reach the best storage that we can. Another question, please. There are some completed programs for the joint connection point. Why don't they go ahead? We're speaking about batteries, but this is not a matter of ideology. It's a practical matter. Curtailments and decreased prices of the RES is huge. So the time to implement some kind of a design for batteries is not just for those who will who already have started working on the batteries industry, but for all the others also. Of course, storage is beneficial for the whole system. I believe that we have 5 or 6 different channels for storage, tenders, co-locations, joint connection points. We have various solutions, and we try to include them all in this plan of accelerated implementation that I mentioned. Of course, I hear what you say. I just repeat that it's a very difficult exercise, and we try to run all these parallel systems the fastest possible. Question. I hear that there are some programs that are already completed. So can they go ahead? Yes, I hear your question. My answer is that we try to do our best. Is there any case of an extension of the timeline in the tenders, in the case of the tenders? We gave an extension for the merchant batteries. This came from the demand of the market to change some of the terms and include them in the ministerial decision. After the decision, we had a lot of questions. This MD was published when the leadership changed in the ministry, so we needed some time in order to answer, and that's why we extended the program. On this specific part that you mentioned, we don't need any further extension. As regards the other issues, we go back to the question of Mr. Findikakis, how we will collect the monies from the RRF. It depends on the RRF whether extensions are impossible in all sectors. I'm going to repeat a question that we had also in the June conference, Mr. Minister. What about a mechanism for capacity balancing? As you said in the summer, we already have done the work, and we want to see the implementation. Yes, we will go forward. I would say that we are now drafting a very complex ministerial decision. It has formulas inside. It has a lot of provisions and a lot of clauses. Can you be more specific about that? I hope that before the end of this year we will be ready. We don't know whether we can cover previous periods. I do understand that there is a major damage in the market. I do understand there are requests. We'll see what we can do. I do not have an accurate answer to your question. We speak with the market. We know that there are problems. Okay, let's hope that until the end of this year we'll have a solution. Another issue, we have discussed about it for long. What about the connection terms? What about the access to the grid? At some point, we had seen that it was a political decision, of course, based on the technical documentation, to enhance, to support other forms of RES technologies in relation to the PVs. What about that? Will it be transformed into some policy? Will we have a decision on connection terms? Let's go a bit back here, since we speak about access to the grid. This morning I read my figures, and I'm going to say the following. The PV is 61.5 megawatts, gigawatts. So considering all the remaining projects, it's 80 gigawatts currently. The wind energy is 16 to 17 gigawatts plus 10 or something more under production's guarantee. So if we have a consumption average of 5.5 gigawatts, the prospects to access the grid, the desires to access the grid is not realistic. Second, the grid is already not exactly saturated, but we have given too many connection terms for the future. So we all hope that they will get some connection terms when their own terms might lead to a congestion to the system. At this point, I believe that we have to open a more detailed and more technical discussion. In a market where we don't have any zones or nodal pricing models, the way to manage local congestion is not clear, because if we have local congestion, you will have the question from the local producers: who is going to produce? Who is going to give this energy to the grid? And then we cannot allocate the costs to all consumers. We will never have a cheap energy this way. In other words, both in terms of and investment prospects, the storage is interesting, and it is logical to enhance to support wind parks to this end, but the translation of this prospect to the reality in the grid is a different matter. Sometimes we speak about investments, but we forget to see demand and offer. Since last summer, I have a single question: will you stop the connection terms? I understand your question. The answer is not a single yes or single no. We are not following anymore the logic that we have 100% guaranteed grid access. Europe says that we need to have flexible terms. So the conditions of this flexibility are not general or political matters, are technical matters. How much time I can be connected, on what specifications, etc. These are technical issues. But of course, whenever you have a certain demand, you cannot say that everyone has access to the grid 24/7. We understand that, but on the other hand, you're here because you already were a consultant of the minister, so you know these issues for long and you have experience. How soon will you be in the position to take decisions? We need an architecture for the market. I do agree with you. And I am saying that the basic question here is to have a framework for flexible contracts and see what will be their visibility to the future. Because I can't give just terms saying that I cannot guarantee that you can infuse the grid with your energy. Yes, we do give these papers to some people, but some companies will say that this thing that you give me doesn't guarantee anything. So I cannot give a concrete answer. Okay, this is obvious what you say. It's a technical matter, but nevertheless, the flexible when will we see these flexible terms context? I do understand your question. I do understand that everything should be already running since yesterday, but I repeat that it is a difficult issue, both in terms of technicalities and in terms of the daily life of the grid. Sometimes we do not protect the grid from you, without giving you access. It's not a train which is congested and we can put more people inside. It's a different thing, the grid. I do insist in my question because it's an answer. We wait for an answer for long. Nevertheless, let's go to another issue. ELAPE. There is a special levy, which is called ELAPE. This levy was 250 million negative in the summer. Who is going to pay for this? The producers? Will we have also a fiscal deficit? Excuse me, a cash deficit? Because if we translate these terms to cash notions, then this is going to be a problem. As you see, we gave the green fee, the green levy, to the special levy, the special levy, which is going to be called ELAPE forward, as if in order to solve the short-term capacity issue that we had at the time. Also, last August, we had very low prices for the PVs. Unfortunately for the country, and with consequences for ELAPE, we are not at this position now. We have 118 euros the megawatt hour now in October. So we can't speak about ELAPE in August. This is not indicative for the whole year. It was just a number. We do have the green levy now. And of course, we see other ways to enhance it, to support it rather. But as regards how we cover ELAPE, you're going to ask me how we are going to cover the industry, how we're going to cover this and that. I understand this because you're a journalist, but you have to understand that policymaking considers balancing all these special funds, because the allocation doesn't follow any magical recipe. We do understand what you say, but if you mean, to paraphrase what you say, that you do have the tools so that ELAPE will not have any deficit that will lead to problems in payments. Yes, of course. We want to support ELAPE. We did that with the green levy. It is our aim not to endanger ELAPE. Will you have any other increases for any other instruments, rather? We have some other structural instruments in the long term, but in the short terms, as you speak about the special duty for reduction of gas emissions, the ELAVI, so-called, I am saying to you that we'll find the best mix in order to cover all needs. Self-production, self-consumption. This is a major chapter. In my opinion, I don't see any reason why not to proceed. It's a win-win for everyone, for the system, for the consumers, for the producers, and for the energy balance also. I believe that the proposals, the recommendations that we have in the sector are very realistic and practical. Why don't we proceed with them so that we can see these type of projects being implemented? This is an important part of the general policy making in our ministry. I agree with you, and we want to focus especially on clarifying specific notions, practical notions, not strategic, at the level of high oversight. The Association of Photovoltaics have submitted very concrete and specific recommendations. I know we are studying these recommendations. We do understand that it might be useful for the grid, for the system. What about the spatial allocation, configuration of the RES? The reality is that in the country, we have a static situation. We have many thousands of PVs already established, and RES works. So one cannot reconfigure this geography. So instead of speaking theoretically, the ministry could get the map with the existing licenses, with existing permits. They know where they are, how they are deployed, etc., etc., and they could plan and the allocation of the pipelines. Could this be an option? The minister says that I do not understand why you're saying that we're speaking theoretically. Let me start from what I was saying before. At the moment, we have 60 gigawatts photovoltaics with the permits and 15 or 16 wind parks licensed. A licensed project is not in the logic of the spatial configuration planning, because this configuration will regard the newcomers in the area. So the whole concept of structuring the geography regards those works, those projects that have a guarantee of the producer, but they don't have a license yet. And here we have clearly a different approach in between PVs and winds. PVs are much more, many more than the winds. They are not so smoothly allocated in Greece. We have an over-concentration in 6-7 areas in Greece. But in theory, we have everywhere, while the wind parks are in clusters, 5-6 points in the country, with all the projects together. Those with the guarantee of the producer, those with the license, and those that are still pending. So we don't want to alter the existing system, but we want to see how we can improve it. In the PV's case, my major concern is that someone can very well look at the map and say that we are full of photovoltaics, we don't need any more. But that's not true. We are speaking about polygons of projects that sometimes they are inexistent. If we reach the 60 gigawatts with 35 SEC, then the whole country will be full of PVs in all the lands. But that's not the case. So we have to see how we can restrict the photovoltaics so as to say that there is a margin for some more in relation to how many they are already in, and there is no need to proceed to investments in general, but only whenever we see that there are economies of scale. This is the exercise. Of course, this government has set some restrictions for mountains, etc. This is another type of exercise. Okay, thank you. We are going to close this interview, this discussion rather, with a question that concerns most of us people here. We are not all experts, but we want to know what happens. We see renewables, we see batteries, we see storage, we see the energy transition strategy. The question is, when will the consumers be benefited from these energy transition policies? And which is the central strategy of Europe to provide environmentally friendly policies, good for the environment, good for the consumers. Thank you for this question because it's a good opportunity to discuss this matter. Sometimes in our daily discussions, we lose the big picture. And the big picture for me is the following. In 2019, we had the price of 64 euros, 70% higher than Germany, 35% higher than Bulgaria. So it was red. We had the highest price throughout Europe, and we imported 18% of our consumption. Production was down, and we imported. Today, we have higher prices. And let me remind you, because the natural gas is higher, and the gas is at higher prices because yet we do not have enough production to cover the Russian gap in 22-23. Let me remind you that if you see high prices in Greece and in Europe, you have to remember that the problem is natural gas in this mix. And we're saying this, though in Greece we do not use so much high gas mixes, while as in other European countries. So, of course, we see the absolute figures, but we also see the connection of our country, of Greece, with other countries. 35% higher to Bulgaria, but now we are lower than Bulgaria after 5-6 years. 10-15 euros lower than Romania and Bulgaria. This is a success, and we export today. Last year we were marginally exportive. Now we export even more. 9 out of 10 days we can export. This means that we have reactions. Why we export while the prices are high? But this is a success for the country. We have 500 million more just because we can export energy now. So this change from importers to become exporters, from the highest wholesale price in Europe, higher than our neighbors, to have the lowest price in the neighborhood, to be an exporter, to have a positive investment and trade balance. This means that we have a lot of investing prospect. We try to find ways to sell our energy, and this is a major success. Question. So you say that we have seen the positive consequences. Of course we have. Comparing 2025 with 2019, the success is huge. Okay, just one final question. The Prime Minister many times has said that renewable energy are many and cheap, but they don't. These cheap prices don't go to the price to the consumers. What is the problem here? I answer in this way. Already the consumer have been benefited. If we had the system of 2019 nowadays, and we were more expensive than Bulgaria, we wouldn't have a dam of 100, but 120. So this is important. Why can't we pay less? Because the natural gas is expensive. That's the reality. We have better conditions in the renewables, but we have expensive natural gas. This creates a mix with a higher price. So you say that if the natural gas drops internationally, this whole chain is going to be impacted, right? Yeah, I'm saying two things. One, our country is in a better condition than it was 6 years ago. If we see that on the map we are lower than Austria, and you remember last year Austria was half price from us, and we were so concerned about that. Last month we were at the same levels with Austria. Now we are lower than Austria. This is a success. But also we are inside the connected grid. We are in the European grid, and our price is connected to the sub-markets in the European area. We also see that the new production of natural gas for 27, 28, 29, when we'll have much higher volumes in the market, this will have an even further positive impact for the consumers. And at that point, the renewables will not undermine the positive consequent impact of the gas, but it's going to complement this positive image. So we'll have a better price for gas and a good price for the renewables. Thank you, dear Minister, that you came here and that you gave us the valuable information. We are going to invite you, of course, to follow the conference, the proceedings of the conference online, if you may, because I believe that it's going to we are going to share useful information. Thank you. I always, of course, follow the discussion throughout the day.
In life, there are many paths to cross, many lines you can take. The path of the creator, the one who strives every day for a new idea, the path of the scientist, and the path of the artist, for the one is incomplete without the other. The striding path, where the longest steps will take you there, everywhere. The path of responsibility, leading to the common good, and the humble path that illuminates the past and embraces the future. And most of all, the always evolving path, the one that knows no stop and can only take you forward. Many paths, many lines, but if you can unite all these to one and make it something bigger and make it your path, your road, then you can really make a difference. Then you are Metlin. Forging a better, safer, and more resilient world by powering economies, creating opportunities, and investing in critical raw materials. Always ahead of the global trends, leading the global energy transition. Transforming industries in more than 40 countries across the 5 continents with a commitment that goes beyond business, driving progress, shaping tomorrow. Always made of metal and full of energy. Metlin, energy and metals.
Well, let's thank Deputy Minister Tsafos. He has always been present in our conferences. I would like to welcome Professor Antonis Metaxas, who will be moderating the very interesting panel. He will moderate a panel. Thank you, Mr. Metaxas. He will be joined by Mr. Karidas, CEO, as you know, of the Renewables and Energy Storage at Kopelouzos Group, Mr. Keramidas from Metlin, Mr. Aslanoglu, who is known to you, Mr. Aslanoglu, Javier Revuelta, Senior Principal at AFRI. You all know AFRI and the market analysis, and online joined Victoria Kerelska from Wind Europe. Mr. Metaxas, you have the floor, and would like to thank you for the moderation. Time is running. Thank you. Good morning. Following the very important photos, let's move into the subject matter. A panel that addresses all fundamental issues that are going to be discussed today and tomorrow. First of all, whether the EU has shifted its energy transition strategy in terms of national and regional and EU strategy. And then you have a triangle in terms of interconnections, penetration, best penetration, and of course storage. Consequently, I am very happy to be discussing with distinguished speakers that will set the tone for this discussion in terms of energy, both in Greece as well as in Europe.
What I see here as the prioritization that has been decided. So I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Karelska, which is the Director of Advocacy and Messaging at Wind Europe. And we're very much looking forward to listening to what she has to say about the prospects of wind energy in Europe. Of course, also to the extent that this is also a focus of her, let's say, work and observations, remarks concerning more specifically the Greek market. So you have the floor, and we're, as I said, very much looking forward to listening to what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone, dear colleagues. Apologies for not being able to be physically with you at the event, but many thanks for giving me the opportunity to share a few thoughts on energy policy in the European Union, the impact on wind, and what we're seeing on different markets, including for Greece. So I thought that maybe I would start with very brief thoughts around the big picture of where Europe stands today and how do we see the energy transition moving from where we sit here in Brussels. And I think the most important for all of us to keep in mind is that Europe is going to keep its course on decarbonization, on the European Green Deal, on industrial decarbonization as well. And that was made very, very clear by the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, already in September, when she was describing in her annual State of the Union speech where Europe stands today. And she was very clear, Europe is in a very different geopolitical situation than 2 or 5 years ago, a geopolitical situation in which our vulnerabilities, our dependencies are not going to be helpful to us. So we need to make sure that our European Union is resilient. And part of the answer to us being resilient is having more of our own electricity production here in Europe, because that is what brings energy costs down for everybody, for citizens, for businesses. And for that, Europe is going to put an even increased focus on how we move forward with digitalization, but also with clean technologies. And we're going to invest massively in these technologies. So I think this is a very positive message and signal from the Commission that we're going to keep the course, because again, renewables are seen more and more by the European Union, by national governments, as a way to keep our European energy security on the move forward. It's for certain reasons that wind is here prioritized as well, because everybody understands from the political spectrum that it can bring costs very significantly down. And we all know that energy costs are particularly a concern for businesses, but also for our citizens. It's also a homegrown energy source. So basically it is allowing us to cut dependencies that we have on importing fossil fuels from elsewhere around the world. And by that, it's increasing our resilience. And critically, it's also bringing jobs and growth to the European Union. In our sector, wind energy, we have around 400,000 people who are already working. And every single new turbine that we are putting on the ground somewhere in Europe, onshore or offshore, is bringing on average 16 million euros to the European economy. Now, having said that, there are of course some challenges. And I think the biggest challenge that we are still experiencing is that we are not building wind energy as fast as we should be. according to the targets that the European Union has set. We are not permitting fast enough, we are not building them fast enough, and that is one of the reasons why we are going to be building less in 2025 than we originally expected. We, as Wind Europe, thought at the beginning of the year that the European Union will be able to install 70 gigawatts of wind energy by the year's end. Now we have decreased this expectation to 14.5, and it is mainly due to 3 or maybe 4 challenges that we see across the board in all member states, and where we think that national governments really need to act as a matter of priority. The first one is that we need to continue solving permitting challenges. The European Union has excellent rules for the simplification of permitting for renewable energy technologies, so we are cutting the deadlines. You need to permit them in 2 years, you need to think about overriding public interest, but the implementation of these rules is stagnating. The digitalization of permitting processes is also stagnating, and this ultimately is not helping us get the volumes out of the pipeline. The second thing is that Europe is also lagging behind electrification of its economy, especially direct electrification, at the difference of many other economies, which are now moving faster than us, and which are using electrification as a key competitive advantage. So we also think national governments need to think across these lines as well. And we also see a very big need for Europe to work on stabilizing the business case for renewables. And by this, I mean, we need to continue having clear visibility on the volumes that each government wants to install in terms of wind energy going forward, but also have the right revenue stabilization mechanisms. So two-sided contracts for difference or PPAs, anything that make the business case work would be most welcome. And last but not least, in many countries in Europe, we also need to think about the grids. How do we optimize them? How do we build new connections? Because ultimately, the electricity needs to reach out the end consumers. In all of this picture, Greece, as you know, and we think, always a frontrunner on wind electricity and wind energy in the region, also, in my opinion, needs to work in priority on 3 things when it comes to wind energy. And I would summarize them as follows. I think that we need in Greece to think about restarting auctions, CFD auctions for onshore wind in particular. Although I didn't catch in Greek the previous remarks from high-level speakers, I think it's important, of course, for the Greek government to reach its objectives of having a balanced mix on technologies on the grid, and having more onshore wind will help in this direction. On permitting, I also think it would be a priority, and it would be nice if Greece can also continue with the implementation of the renewable energy rules in national legislation. One thing which is still missing is the transcription of the principle of overriding public interest in national legislation, and how can this also help to unlock the pipeline for wind energy. We have seen countries like Germany who have implemented this principle, and they have unlocked the pipeline. Germany in 2024, just by implementing the rules, has managed to install and unlock 7 times more wind energy than in the last 5 years together. So this is very significant and will greatly help to move the case forward for wind energy. And last but not least, Greece has also taken important steps on offshore wind. You have a national program which is still not approved in Parliament, so we would expect and we would think it would be nice for you to move forward on the approval, and then of course continue to clarifying the regime for offshore wind, notably by providing visibility to interested investors on the technical feasibility studies, on the permitting regime, but also on when do you plan to have auctions for offshore wind starting in Greece. This would be also one of those things which can greatly support you in your way of moving forward on the energy transition. So in terms of opening remarks, I will leave it here, and of course looking forward to contribute further.
Thank you very much for this concise overview of the trends regarding the European wind energy market and energy market in general, and of course as regards your more concrete remarks as regards the prioritization and that should be undertaking regarding the Greek market. So if I wanted to summarize, and correct me if I'm wrong, the 3 points that you have raised concerning the Greek energy market refer to the, let's say, rethinking of the concept of auctions, okay, as a path for reviving the respective markets as regards wind energy. The second one is the permitting and licensing obstacles that, according to your perception, is wind energy facing. And indeed, I will provide you with my, let's say, perception as a lawyer with a specification that sees every day the problems before Greek courts for the licensing process of wind energy. And I think we have a long way to go in order to somehow meet the standards according to the German law that you referred to. Perhaps I would wish that this would not be the case, but I have to provide you with a very realistic, let's say, approach as regards how a Greek judge, and especially the Council of State, approaches these issues. And the third one, and indeed with that, I would like also perhaps to give the floor to the other distinguished speakers, and then if we have time, we can get back to you. The issue of offshore wind, which indeed is in a phase which is rather problematic here in Greece, but not only in Greece, I would say. So you gave us very important input that would help us also proceed to the analysis to be provided by the other speakers. So by saying that, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Revuelta, who is a senior principal at AFRI. You have the floor, and we are looking forward to your presentation.
Yeah, I think I'll...
You want to present something? Okay.
Kalimera. Good morning, everyone. I don't speak Greek. I'll go with English. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks for inviting AFRI to present. We do a lot of studies on power market modeling, regulation. We like to anticipate regulations that are required to get where we want to get, which is a decarbonized power system. I come from the Madrid office in Spain. I worked for almost a decade in the Spanish TSO, so I'm very familiar with all the technical issues around the blackout. I'll leave a few minutes to speak about how to not have blackouts with very high renewable penetrations. So I'll give a few ideas about renewable energies, where we are, what we see in the next few years, the challenges for renewables. Same for storage, the role for storage in the next few years to integrate all the solar and wind energy that we can develop throughout Europe and definitely in Spain and Greece. Interestingly, Spain and Greece, I think we have very similar challenges and very similar figures in relative terms. The Spanish power system is about 4 times larger than the Greek. So any numbers I mention on Spain, divide by 4, and you get roughly the figures, the similar figures for Greece. I'll say a few words about the blackout, the main ideas of what happened and what needs to be done to keep integrating more renewables in safe conditions, which is possible. It's mostly a matter of technology and doing quite some studies for grid engineers, with some role also for regulators. Regulators need to do things so TSOs can do things, so investors can do some things that bring the right technologies. And if I have time, a few ideas about the discussion around synthetic fuels and biofuels, which Europe needs to address also to try replace all the energy consumption that today is not electric. About 75 to 80% of the energy Europe consumes is not electricity, it's oil and gas, and a lot of things need to be done to decarbonize those too. So I'll start. This is just showing how electricity is what you see in the blue area. We are in Spain with similar figures as Greece, with a bit more, between 50 and 60% renewables over the blue, which is electricity. But we have a long way to decarbonize the brown, which is oil, and the brown, which is gas, and the green, which is mostly oil. And where exactly we want to land in terms of renewable penetration depends on, for different countries, on the use of nuclear, the use of carbon capture and sequestration. But I'd say that the sky is blue for renewables in the long term. Lots of renewables will be deployed. I'll speak about the challenges of the timings. Ideally, we want the timings right with demand coming at the same time as renewables, or else we can have some economic issues. This is just showing that we expect electricity systems will roughly double. What you see in the left is historic evolution of electricity demand. What you see on the right is an indicative evolution with basically power systems doubling in the next 3 decades. So again, blue sky for renewables. A lot of this energy growth, or most of this energy growth, will come from renewables, and these figures are pretty similar throughout Europe. Well, volatile commodities are an issue. I'll skip many of these. Now, I want to show, most people are very likely familiar with curtailments and low prices. What you see here in the yellow line is the typical solar production in a standard day in 2023, 2024. And this is about the limits where in some periods, typically in spring, the market does not need more energy and prices collapse because we have a surplus of, it's not solar that's in a surplus, it's the addition of nuclear, in the case of Spain, nuclear plus run-of-river hydro plus wind plus solar. When all of that exceeds demand, something needs to be curtailed, and actually it doesn't really matter what gets curtailed because everyone is in a position of very low revenues. And what we show here is, well, some curtailments appear, and if we keep increasing solar at the pace at which we are developing it in Spain, which is, again, in relative terms, very similar to Greece. Spain is developing about, this year we'll possibly develop around 8 gigawatts of solar, 8 utility scale plus 1 self-consumption, slightly less than previous years, but a really strong pace. And in the next 3-4 years, as you see, we will have massive curtailments with 10-15 gigawatts of surplus renewables that the system cannot digest. There's a big role for interconnectors. I think interconnectors are a no-brainer that they are cost-effective in general. There are projects that take 8 to 15 years, but the more interconnectors we can build in Europe to use surpluses of wind in the north or surpluses of solar in the south, they tend to be cost-effective. But as you see, one message here is we are going into a situation with frequent low prices and with high curtailments, which means there is a space for integrating a lot of storage. Now, storage, what I'm showing here with this purple square is how much energy, if you think of all the energy in between the yellow and the orange line, this is basically surplus energy. It's massive. It's 10-15 gigawatts surplus energy in a day in spring for almost all the solar hours. And if we develop 2 or 3 or 4 gigawatts of storage with batteries of 2 to 4 hours, which is the standard, this is how much of the curtailment storage can absorb. As you see, it's fairly small, which means power systems in general, we're going to need a lot of storage. Not 1 or 2 gigawatts, but more in Spain, we would need something like 15 or 20 gigawatts. Now, this is what we would like to have to integrate renewables and get rid of gas, both the high prices and the emissions that come with it. But I'll show how the economics of storage are not so clear. I mean, here what I'm showing is the speed. What you see on the left is the solar capture rates in Spain, monthly figures, and the last dots are the annual figures. So in the last 3-4 years, we've gone from almost 100% capture rate 5 years ago to today we are at 50% capture rate, which means that if the Spanish market trades at 70 euros per megawatt hour, PV is collecting half of that. And as you see, the capture rates keep decreasing. So importance of market modeling and price projections to make informed decisions, whether they work on a merchant basis, which is the case for some time, or whether investors seek PPAs or they wait for auctions from governments that write CFDs, which is basically a PPA with the government, But these issues need to be understood to make proper investment decisions. Now, this is just showing how well the market can sometimes overpay, meaning that the market can pay more than the LCOE of projects. So we've been 2 years ago, we've been in a situation where the market has paid enormous amounts of money. But it's not at all impossible to go into the red zone when the market overinvests eventually, and we go into prices that are below LCOE. And this is where PPAs or CFDs with the government are important. So don't be too optimistic about investing when prices are very high, because it takes eventually 2 or 3 years. If markets are not developed properly with renewables and demand and flexibility elements coming at the right pace, we can shift very quickly from very high prices, attractive returns, to problems. Okay, red zone. Spain, I think it is now known to many investors that the Spanish system is going into a situation of low solar prices, which is likely to last a few years until all this flexibility comes. Flexibility meaning electric vehicles, heat pumps, interconnectors with France, pump storage, and of course a lot of batteries. So storage, the question is, we do a lot of fancy modeling of storage, and we model the whole breakdown of revenue streams, not only price arbitrage, which is charging cheap and discharging expensive, but also we put a lot of effort in modeling the revenues for providing services to the TSO, frequency control and voltage control. We do expect that, same as what's happening in Germany or the UK, there are very big revenues to be made providing some of these services to TSOs. The question is, how quickly do those cannibalize? Because typically there are high premiums but small volumes. So the first batteries that come to power systems, they will make a lot of money. We expect really short paybacks. But the question is, in 2, 3, 4 years' time, when power systems have lots of batteries and the TSO services are fully provided by batteries, revenues can cannibalize pretty quickly. And this is just illustrating how we model the charging and discharging of batteries. We're showing how revenues cannibalize pretty quick. The high prices can disappear quickly in a matter of few years. So this is, again, to be understood properly with proper market modeling of those revenues for storage. Another important issue is understanding what drives capacity markets, which is security of supply. And security of supply means that TSOs, they need to monitor that what we call the critical hours are fully covered. The critical hours are typically in Europe after the sunset. What you see on the right graph is basically the demand of the 4 seasons and the 24 hours of the critical days of the 4 seasons. And we show how the loss of load probability, which is those hours when power systems might not have enough energy, they are always going to be after the sunset. And if we keep closing nuclear and coal and even some CCGTs in Spain, we can have issues after the sunset. And this is what's driving TSOs to tell governments, we need some backup for these hours, these many megawatts in these given years. And this is what's going to drive a lot of the investments in storage. When some additional revenue streams are provided by TSOs because they are needed to, those revenue streams are needed to make storage happen and basically keep the lights on after the sunset. So a slide here showing on the right the the breakdown of revenues. What you see in the darker blue is day-ahead price arbitrage. On top of that, there are revenues to be made by providing services to the TSO. And if you put this in a financial model, despite the capex of batteries coming down a lot in the last few years, you don't necessarily get the returns you expected. There are many situations here, so storage is really a case-by-case study, I would say. And what we find in general is that you need the orange bars. The orange bars is the revenues from capacity markets. Now, that's going to happen in Spain. It's going to happen in many countries. There have been capacity auctions in different places. There's, in the case of Italy, I guess the Max 8 is also providing some revenues for different flexibility and grid control issues. The issue is that these orange revenue streams from capacity markets, they will not be for everyone, but just for as many megawatts as the TSO needs to keep the lights on, basically for backup purposes. So again, lots of studies to be done on how many megawatts of storage will be needed and how many will get this payment, which makes the economics work. And we've done lots of studies on how to provide ideas for regulators to attract as much storage as we would like. Because what we find in Spain, I think this is possibly a conclusion in other countries, is we would like lots of storage to integrate all those renewables that are coming, but the market doesn't necessarily deliver that much. So either storage stops at a smaller amount, or we need to be creative with regulations that provide incentives to make that storage happen, and this can be in the form of capacity markets. There's a lot of discussion around flexibility markets. We expect for next year TSOs to come up with a number and some analysis on what the flexibility requirements are for different for each power system. But we need to be cautious with providing just grants and money or some revenue streams to storage because we have all these regulations around state aid preventing countries from just giving money to any amount of storage. So Greece and Spain cannot say we want 2 or 10 gigawatts of storage. We need to prove they are cost effective. So very interesting work for regulators also. I'm just showing here how those blue lines you see are situations where there is a shortage of energy and we go into loss of load probability, and we have those typically, as I said, after the sunset in winter. But then we have lots of hours. What you see negative in those gray bars, this is renewable curtailments. So basically we need 2 or 3 or 4 gigawatts of storage as backup to prevent loss of load. But we need 20 gigawatts, almost 10 times more storage to try and integrate renewables. So when I'm asked, in Spain, how much storage do you need? I ask back, what do you mean? Do you mean storage to prevent blackouts? That's very little. Or do you mean storage to integrate the last megawatt hour of renewable energies? And the answer is completely different. I think the right question is how much is cost effective for a system, because neither curtailing a lot nor trying to curtail zero makes sense, and we're doing quite some studies on try to tell regulators what makes economic sense. So I think this is a bit the situation we've had in Spain, and I think countries are likely to face, where renewables come extremely quick, and if electric vehicles and batteries and green hydrogen don't come at the same speed, we can have some economic issues. So ideally, we want to develop systems where regulations and economics and flexibility all comes at the right pace, so we get both the low prices, but not negative or not ugly returns for investors. And just a few words on what happened with the blackout. Basically I compare the blackout a bit with. Don't be too scared with the Titanic. No. Although yes, the blackout can be compared somewhat to a ship sinking. But you can see the Titanic as either it was going too fast for the control elements it had. It didn't have enough sensors and enough motors to maneuver in between the icebergs. Or you can say, well, it can. For those elements, it should have gone a bit slower. Or if it really wants to go at 30 knots in between icebergs, then it needs lots of technology, okay? And it is possible to navigate with the Titanic in between icebergs. You just need sensors and motors, lots of things. And some of these elements, Spain will develop, and I think power systems need to develop. They look like this. It's been mostly an issue with voltage control rather than inertia. Inertia was fine. But voltage control, which is very local, you can send lots of energy 1,000 or 10,000 kilometers away with some losses, but you cannot control voltage 100 kilometers away. So voltage control needs to be very local. And a lot of these devices, a synchronous compensator, which you see on the top left, or a shunt reactor, or a STATCOM, which is basically power electronics doing the same thing as a synchronous compensator, All of these elements, we don't have any of those in the Spanish grid, and TSOs will, I think they'll have fun in the next few years studying how many of these we need and where they need to be located. But basically, this is the technology that can provide some of the services that renewables today do not provide. So renewables, I think, again, it is possible to keep deploying a lot. We can go into 80, 90% renewables. We just need some of these devices, and we also need the technology to provide some of those. And some people here may be familiar with the concept of grid following and grid forming inverters. I compare a grid following inverter of a PV or a storage plant as violins that follow the orchestra. They just, at some point, if we have 90% violins that do not hear the drums, they may lose synchronism. So a violin starts going off a bit, and then the next violin, which is the next PV plant, it starts doing some weird things. And grid forming inverters, and I'll stop here. Grid forming, I compare them to a violin that has a little drum inside, so it can play the music, and it can control it can produce its own frequency and its own voltage. So again, I think TSOs will have lots of fun in the next few years studying how many grid-forming batteries we need to develop in power systems. This is 5-year studies. So I recommend you start with these issues. The sooner, the better. I'll leave it here. I think I went a bit over time. Happy to take questions now or after in the coffee breaks.
Thank you very much, because we have to be also very cautious of time, because thank you very much for the comprehensive analysis, Mr. Revuelta. Just a question, you have referred to curtailments as a problem also of the Spanish market. Is there a compensation mechanism in place in Spain? Sorry, compensation mechanism in Spain for those who suffer under curtailments?
You mean standard curtailments of...
For any kind of curtailments.
So there are different types of curtailments. Market curtailments, no, which is basically a generation that bids at whatever price, 0 or -1.
Okay, non-market?
And for technical curtailments, part of those are, depending on whether they are produced at day-ahead stage or real-time, but part of those curtailments, they are...
because this is an obligation under EU law.
As
regards the technical ones.
Part of them are, but we are having, let's say, 1, 2, 3 percentage points of energy suffering curtailments, which today are not compensated. Yes, we think they should, depending really on what is promised at time of investment by the regulation. But I'd say the problem is not so much curtailments, it's the low prices which are an issue. So I think interconnectors, batteries, and other flexibility elements will be key to make those curtailments, those non-compensated curtailments, disappear.
Okay, thank you very much.
Like to turn the floor to Mr. Asraloglu, based on his experience and the all-round knowledge of the market, will be able to share his input. Thank you, Antonis. I would like to be brief, to leave time to other speakers as well. Let me just take a step back and talk about European politics and whether European policy has changed. Let me start by saying that the development of the internal energy market has been the top priority of the European market, one of the top priorities. It began with complex processes, with liberalization, with attracting investors, with decarbonization, with the establishment of the internal market. All these aspects take time and take capacity. Since 1995, when this process started, many developments have taken place, many things have happened. The economic crisis has raised concerns over the performance of the ITS, and then there was the energy crisis that raised concerns and reflections, and then you had COVID, etc. What I'm trying to say here is that, in principle, The policies have not changed and should not change either. After many years, they do adapt themselves to the current status. They try to incorporate new technologies. In the past, technology had advanced at a faster pace, as well as the appetite for investments and the ambition for investments based on state aid. And it was faster paced than the regulatory framework and the capacity of the countries. This has taken us to a point where integrating all those policies so far is key. What has been generated out of this process, so the output of this process should be the input of the next step. Technology is at a faster pacing, regulatory frameworks are being developed at a slower pace. This means in turn that another type of effort needs to be done over the coming years. What we lack is not investment. What we lack is putting all those aspects into working in an economically efficient way. Having said that, we find, and let me just take a naive approach here, we experienced a time where you had a little kid and you would buy a 1,000-piece Lego with your little kid, and you go home and he's very happy looking at that. But once you have all the pieces on the table, you yell, "Help, I need someone to help." And this is where we're currently standing. Let me illustrate that using an example on how storage is being managed in Spain and the problems that we might be faced with in Greece as well. We know that similar problems will lie ahead in Greece as well. Take, for example, the storage cannibalization. Is it linked to the fact that storage sells flexibility rather than energy? If storage tries to compete in the energy market, it won't be successful. Perhaps the underlying product that is being shaped changes traits and starts shifting its value to other attributes. And these are things that will progress. It is key that we understand this progression, and it is key that the policies being developed are forward-looking in order to be able to anticipate what will happen over the next 15 years instead of solving problems of the past.
Thank you, Mr. Aslanoglou. It is important to discuss these things because the oversight he has in the historical evolution of the Greek market is important. So he knows how to summarize the important issues. So I congratulate you for this skill for a summary. Now I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Karidas from Kopelouzos Group in the Renewables and Storage Department. We would like you to give us your views on connections, on couplings. I have a presentation, says the speaker, so I will stand. Indeed, we are speaking about interconnections and storage. The market shows that interconnections are much more important so that they can support the renewables in the grid. As much as this is important, because this way we can reach a green transition faster in Greece and in Europe. We will reach sustainable green transition at a lower cost, and of course, energy design. In the question whether Europe has changed its policy, I would say yes. Of course, it has changed in the sense that now they pay even more efforts to achieve the green energy targets. We do not produce fossil fuels, so we have to be competitive, which is a question, an issue for today, as Draghi mentioned in his report. And of course, it is recognized that interconnections are integrated in the significance of the policy-making tools, like, for example, Action Plan for Grid, the recent tool that foresees investments 600 billion euros for interconnections, not only between the EU member states, but also third countries, and the recent action plan for affordable energy, which is a problem for all European countries today. This shows that interconnections are much more significant even. So in Greece, apart from the sun and wind that we also have a very significant geographical position, very close to Egypt, the European country which is closest to Europe, which has vast lands which are free, an excellent wind dynamics and solar dynamics. And of course, it is supported by a significant extrovert policy nowadays. Our main challenges that we have as a European Union, and we also experience it as investors, is the escalating deficit of land, of space for renewables in order to reach the targets of green transition. In recognizing the problems of the EU, it has been said that one of the most important was the deficit of space in terms of capacity, so as to justify the investment, and due to the many restrictions of space, environment, etc., which limit the availability of land. So the strength of Greece at this point is that it can enhance interconnection to Egypt, exactly in order to carry green energy in a competitive cost, the way we design it, in a profile that will be similar to base flow. I believe that Europe understands how significant interconnections are. I'm not going to share with you the technicalities of GRECI. It regards the interconnection of Greece. It is an IPMI program, and I'm going to focus on the global gateway critical infrastructures. 3,000 megawatts of clean energy will offer multiple benefits to the country and to the European Union. And these wins are not just the obvious environmental. 3,000 megawatts of clean energy can decrease annually the pollutants by 10 millions CO2 emissions, and can increase by 3.5 billion BCM of natural gas, which is the target of Greece and Europe, not to be dependent on gas anymore. Obviously, we have in energy a differentiation of the mixes, so this increases the safety in supply chain. The most important for Greece is that this interconnection, uniting these two markets, offers green energy at low cost, meaning that this answers to the need of the industry, because we know that all industrialists need lower cost. So this is a good survival method for the Greek industry, and at the same time that they become exportive. And at the same time, this will be beneficial for the consumers, because green energy will be at lower prices. Obviously, an investment of 4.4 billion euros offers significant investment opportunities for the development of businesses and services to implement the necessary projects. And of course, it will contribute to the Greek GDP, thus making Greece an important exporter of green energy. A green energy hub in the southern, eastern Europe and Mediterranean area. This is multiply beneficial because it then supports, it strengthens our economy and empowers our role in this very sensitive area, in this very sensitive geography. And the geopolitical dimension is even more important. Greki will be the foundation for the creation of green energy avenues from north to south. I should also say that this will trigger more new investments in our country. For example, AI-powered data centers. AI needs loads of energy to function, so the existence of this tool will be important, an important attractor for investments. Also green methanols, green hydrogen, and many others. So we have many things to gain from the Greek implementation. And moreover, we empower our economy and well-being. In time, we have seen that the market grows and Europe accelerates. This is why we accelerate the Greek implementation. A complementary project will ensure green energy to Egypt with wind parks and some PV parks to maximize the cable capacity. I will finish here. Thank you very much. We would like to thank you, Mr. Karidas, for your presentation. You showed how important Greki is to complement the electrical grid of the country. And of course, you showed the challenging geopolitical dimension of the matter. Last but not least, Mr. Keramidas now, General Manager for European Affairs. He's going to speak about the subjects of the conference. He's going also to connect the discussion here with the European policies. Maybe you can speak about the support to the consumers in terms of giving solutions to the problems that exist in terms of energy cost. Thank you, Energy Press, for the invitation. Let me say that we can greet Dionysis Savopoulos, who died yesterday. I'm going to speak in English to facilitate our foreign guests.
Short answer is yes. So we have a shift in energy policy in Europe. It's not like we see in the United States, it's not a U-turn. So we're still determined, and I think Victoria alluded to it earlier, we're still determined to keep working towards the long-term goal for decarbonization of the economy, and that should eventually also lead to economic growth. And solar, wind, and storage and grids also will definitely play an important role, but a reality check was long overdue. And I think we all read our Prime Minister's letter, or op-ed, on the Financial Times yesterday, and it mentioned a lot of the stuff that I'm probably going to mention too. Now, one of the key sponsors of this shift has been Draghi. Now, Draghi's report has been quoted by thousands of people, and I think maybe a handful has read it, actually. And a lot of people in Brussels actually hate it because it says a lot of inconvenient truths, if I may say. One of those, as far as the energy is concerned, is that out of the 3 pillars that define our transition, we only focused on reducing emissions. And we forgot or dismissed security of supply and resilience. We forgot affordability and competitiveness. Draghi points out that we shouldn't look at LCOE to make educated policy decisions, so levelized cost of electricity. And he's right, because it's firm power that society and the economy need. And I think Mr. Caridas also mentioned baseload earlier. Thank you for that. And Draghi also says that the transition will deliver competitive energy costs, that's the phrase that he uses, once all needed investments in generation, grid, and flexibility are completed and amortized. That's not a very optimistic view. It's probably not in my lifetime. And I think that unless we change the pace and the tools of our transition, we're not going to see globally competitive energy costs anytime soon in Europe. As far as grid investments go, for every euro we spend, and that was not just Draghi, it was, I think, Fatih Birol as well that mentioned that. For every euro that we spend, we're going to need almost 1 more for grids. Now, this is an unquestionable necessity, right? And this is because we're moving from a concentrated and dispatchable generation model to a more stochastic and scattered generation model. This is much necessary, but at the same time, we somehow need energy costs to drop as soon as possible. That's squaring the cycle, basically. And so we need to find ways for the constantly rising grid costs to not be borne by consumers, particularly those exposed to international competition. And for this, we might want to use some tools provided already in the directive, which is partnerships and collaboration between the private sector and the TSO in build-out of grids. It hasn't been done so far. Storage will also play a significant role in this transition. It's not a silver bullet. I think Javier mentioned that earlier as well. So it's a great ally sort of just to cope with, daily and maybe even weekly fluctuations. Not going to do much for seasonal, but we should do it. That's what Metlen believes, and we all stand by it. We should do that in a market-based way rather than, and capacity markets are market, by the way, just for the record. We should do that in a market-based way rather than repeat the mistakes of the past. Now, when we discuss storage and renewables, we also need to factor in something that we have forgotten in Europe, which is strategic autonomy and resilience, right? Independence. So I think Victoria mentioned the word homegrown electricity. Well, I mean, Europe is, I think, 95% dependent on China for storage and PVs. And I think as far as wind is concerned, that percentage is growing by the minute because they have improved considerably in technology and their price is basically unbeatable. So let's not repeat, again, the mistakes of the past. And by that, I mean, we've seen what happened with gas. We've seen what happened with magnesium, gallium, germanium, masks, gloves, you name it, rare earths right now. So let's, kind of fix that. And I think, again, our Prime Minister, in his op-ed on the Financial Times, he mentioned some of the ways out of this. So to sum up, as far as headlines and communications go, yes, we have a change. But the reality and the elephant in the room is demand. And Eurelectric's Power Barometer, published a couple of weeks ago, states clearly that electrification in Europe is lagging behind. And there's a reason for that. It's power costs. Power costs are way too high. And if you want to start electrifying and incentivize more industries to electrify, then you might want to start with the electrified sectors who are dying one after the other. So we've seen 50% of aluminum production shut down. We've seen 50% of silicon production shut down in Europe. Same goes for copper, steel, EAF, and so on and so forth. So the sooner we make some radical changes there to accommodate those sectors, the sooner we will present a successful example. What I'm trying to say is that we can't insist constantly and repeat failed strategies of the past. We can't double down on recipes, just like we did with Repower back in 2022, where we just replaced megawatt hours coming from gas, so dispatchable electricity with solar. It doesn't work like that. Electricity has qualities as well. So if we put cost competitiveness, security of supply, and resilience at the core of our energy planning, then our long-term green goals might become achievable. And then we can also reclaim what we've lost, which is society's buy-in. That's very important for the transition to work. Otherwise, we're just going to fail miserably. So the pragmatic transition that I'm talking about, yeah, that will work so long as we change some of our tools and the pace. Thanks.
Θα ήθελα να σας ευχαριστήσω. Θέσατε...
Thank you. You mentioned various dimensions in your speech, and we will have the pleasure in the remaining of the day to speak on these matters even more. What about the energy cost of the energy, heavily consuming energies, industries? And what about the strategic themes of dependence and autonomy? I believe that Europe is losing the game on that. We have to conclude our session here because we don't have much time. Only if you have something urgent to share with us, you can speak. No? So, okay, the moderator says that we have to stop. So thank you all for being on this panel.
Συνεχίζουμε, αγαπητές φίλες, αγαπητοί φίλοι, συνεχίζουμε.
Dear guests, dear friends, we move on. I will be standing here because we have a strong panel. And as to the core of the issues that are of concern to the industry, this is summarized in the title of this panel, Waiting for Storage, in the sense, in the meaning that we are awaiting it as a tool, as a medium to resolve the renewable energy source issues and to address the hard reality of curtailments, negative prices and lack of grid access. Considering also that this is high time decisions were taken. I think the title says it all. Our guests are really experienced in the subject matter. Despina Pagliaruta, Secretary General at the Ministry of Energy, is a fresh Sec-Gen. We'd like to welcome her in the industry, welcome her to the panel as well. Welcome, Ms. Pagliaruta. And your presence also is breaking the dynamics of panels being captured by men. I would like to welcome also Pandelis Kapros. You all know him. He's a professor at the National Technical University of Athens. Stavros Papanathanasiou, equally professor at the NTUA. Mr. Panagiotis Lavakakos, president of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association. Panagiotis Mourtopoulas, who is the president of the Hellenic Association of Photovoltaic Companies, HELAPCO. Stelios Loumakis, president of SPEF, the Hellenic Association of Photovoltaic Energy Producers, as well as Evangelos Kourakis, who is head of energy and infrastructure at Koutallidis Law Firm. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'd suggest we start with Ms. Pagliaruta, or would you like to listen to the gentlemen and their input, and then perhaps you would like to comment later on, or perhaps both. Let's give the floor to Ms. Pagliaruta for an initial input on the issues that we have been discussing this morning, considering curtailments and whether a compensation mechanism will be in place soon. Well, let me start off by thanking you for the invitation. I'm very pleased to join a panel of experts with long-standing experience in the energy sector. This is an honor to me. And the very issue we are discussing, combining energy production with storage, is also very important. This is the future. Greece, in fact, in terms of renewable energy sources, has taken many steps forward. More than 50% of electricity produced in Greece comes from renewable energy sources. There are also times where the whole demand is covered by renewable energy sources. Nevertheless, this transition has taken us at crossroads where challenges need to be tackled. Curtailments, negative prices, access to the grid, and thus managing those challenges and balancing the system is a one-way road. At the Ministry of Energy, projects are being established concerning storage solutions. We have been discussing 3 tenders tendered by the regulatory authority, more than 500 megawatt, more than 200 millions in budget. These projects are being implemented, will finish and will be put into operation in the near future. We will have less curtailment in the injection of RES into the grid and will balance the situation. This is part of a broader strategy in terms of the national energy and climate policy until 2030. We need to double the installed RES capacity and also increase storage, 5 gigawatts of storage infrastructure, enhance interconnection, and this is the only way to achieve energy security, independence of the system, lower prices as well as lower curtailment. You asked about a balancing mechanism. We have finished the consultation. We have a ministerial decision draft being prepared, and the ministerial decision will be published in the near future with the aim to have a balanced reduction of curtailments across producers. This is top priority to the ministry. If there is a disproportionate burden on producers, we will look into that, and also reciprocal effect will also be considered over in the coming time. The ministerial decision will be published. Thank you very much. Since you have already addressed the initial questions, are we expecting answers in terms of the connection terms to the IPTO? We have this question being asked many times, and to be honest, over the past 2.5 months that I'm at the ministry, most of those visiting me ask me about priority in terms of the IPTO connection terms. Currently, truth be told, no decision has been taken that would reprioritize connection terms. And this is a very difficult exercise. We are here to talk whether potentially and collectively priorities can change. No decisions have been taken so far. We are obliged to incorporate into the Greek law what the union law envisages in terms of flexible connection terms. In this sense, IPTO, ADMIE, can provide flexible connection terms. And this will be up to the stakeholder to whether a project will be constructed or not. Those projects under flexible condition terms will be prioritized, but it will be up to the project builder whether they need to take the investment decisions necessary. Thank you for your initial input. Dear Professor, Mr. Kapros, I would like to ask everyone to be to the point and be brief as well, with one eye on the time. Thank you once again. I wish good luck to the proceedings of this conference that has become a tradition. This question, the question raised in this panel, is characteristic of a failed strategic approach. All representatives of stakeholders, we all standing here today, are agonizing in terms of how they will regain their money in a wholesale market that is not built for that purpose. Storage equally. Let me start off by saying that investments currently completed, those in the pipeline, storage investments, these are capital-intensive investments. They invest once and they look forward to a revenue stream to have return on their investment. You are well aware that the cheaper return on investment is a steady revenue stream without uncertainties. The spot market, in the very way it is designed, has many uncertainties and fluctuations which necessarily leads to high risk premiums and, of course, discourages investors and also poses difficulties to investors already investors that have already invested in Greece. And I wish all success to the new SecGen, but I have to be clear, the basic approach is wrong. Since 2023, when the European Union has ratified the new EU directive on electricity, has identified this issue and has therefore prioritized the contracts for difference. PPAs need to be prioritized. Flexibility mechanisms and balancing market mechanisms need to be promoted. Interconnections need to be promoted. The European Union has set the frame. Greece, nevertheless, has taken no legislative initiatives to transpose this directive into Greek law and change the main structure that would lead to returns on the returns on investments. Take storage, for example. We are running mathematical models and simulation models for many countries, for the European Union, other clients as well. Our models show constantly that storage as an investment is standing amidst great uncertainties, both in terms of the prices at the time they earn of the revenue, as well as in terms of the cost when they pay to get power out of the system, as well as to the ancillary services to the system. Who would invest? Who is crazy enough to invest, knowing that all successive investments will decrease return on investment? This goes for the future investments as well as for the previous investments of the same investor. This is cannibalization. This boils down to a different approach being necessary. And to summarize, we need to build on PPAs. State aid has changed. The European Union has been clear about that. We need to build on the PPAs. We need to revisit the contracts that are in the hands of the RES operator, the APEP. They have to turn to CFDs. We have to look into the merchant investments, which are suffering and will suffer going forward. We need to secure them. We need to secure storage through government support and government frame for the market, not in the market, because is not in alignment with green technologies. This CFD scheme has in turn to be pulled into a renewable storage pool that will secure the lowest prices for the industry. That is also a key aspect. Unless a strategic reform takes place, we will be mangling around. Mr. Kapros, you put it very aptly, and you strongly support that the radical transform of the model is very important. Can we take radical steps? Well, we had other steps being taken in the making before. Miltos is here. Miltos, if we knew that the mandatory pool built in 2003 and set into operation in 2005, if we knew that it would impose such a burden, we would never have done that. And as of 2003, we would have introduced the PPAs as Hedno suggested at the time. As you said, the PPC suggested that PPAs should be introduced at the time. And let's turn to the second professor on the panel, Mr. Papathanasiou, for his comments and for his input on the comprehensive resolution of this issue. Well, thank you, Mr. Panagoulis, for the invitation. Good morning to all, and I really like the title, Waiting for Storage, which is lagging behind. By the end of 2025, we have been expecting 1,000 megawatts. We're looking forward to securing that in 2026 through tendering or other merchant procedures. And why we are lagging behind? Because we need to step up the implementation of projects. This has not been done on the side of the industry or the government. In terms of merchant projects, the pathway and the flexibility that building terms are being granted are lagging behind. And third, last but not least, the way we understand storage is very monolithic. We have grid storage that provides services to the market. We're leaving aside other pathways that are ancillary and compulsory, which are behind the meter in RES and self-consumers, as well as colocation. This is a way to have a storage volume that is dispatchable and dispatched, and will enable us to resolve energy congestion and free up grid space through synergies. Storage will come within 2026. But the main issue is that in the main way we are currently implementing storage through merchant projects, this will not cover our needs, will not meet our needs in the way we understand them nowadays. The NECP volume being envisaged is that high that sustainability will not be covered by the market itself. This is a given fact. And it is also associated with what Mr. Capro said in terms of state aid. State aid is indispensable in order to resolve the investment gap. And if you have tendering procedures, competitive procedures being introduced, this is for the best of the consumer. When it comes to storage, we have not taken the first step. We should nevertheless not do away with, we should not cancel state aid. We should not leave that aside. State aid, one of the instruments being guarantees that Mr. Capros described. The direct state aid pathway are CFDs, full stop. This has been identified as the means of the lowest cost in terms of competition procedures. When the support schemes are well structured and incentives are there, you have projects that are cost effective and performing in the market at the lowest cost for the consumer. I think there's no doubt about that. What we will be facing going forward is merchant projects which, once we reintroduce state aid projects, the volumes will be low that sustainability cannot be ensured. And this should make us worry about how the volume of merchant projects can be supplemented. There are other ways in the grid, but you need regulatory action and a lot of work for that. Do you suggest that such an outlook would make investors who are reluctant to be investors who are willing to be reluctant to invest? Mr. Capros has already suggested that, and I do agree. In a market setting which is changing, and considering the uncertainties when revenues are made on the market, this is a rather insecure way of investing. We're talking about investing activities that are open to a few, and at a cost bidding that will be borne by the consumers at the end of the day. And I would like to touch on the grid access issues, perhaps later on. And I guess Mr. Lavrakakos will also address the access to grid, because there is the issue whether wind projects, whether wind will be favored compared to solar. Mr. Lavrakakos, in terms of the current investments in renewables and future investments, how is the landscape? Do you have any idea how the investor landscape will look going forward. Well, thank you. I will start with your question, and I will like to touch on another aspect that is facing a harsh reality. Let me start off by 3 introductory remarks. In renewables, there are no easy tasks to do. We have to take harsh decisions. Every decision is crucial and is tied to potential costs for some and may also pose problems to others, but will be beneficial to the sector. The goods and the bads for the sector are bygone. And the message I want to convey to the public and to the government is that you are already late. There are pressing issues, and there is no time left for consultation, final drafts, for thoughts, etc. We need to act on the issues. We are at risk of entering stagnating waters. And, you know, stagnating water is really smelly. And this brings me to the third part of my thought. What actions can be boosted, because they're already ready in terms of regulatory approaches. There are a series of issues that have been consulted upon with the market. You are very well aware of them. Take legislative measures. Let me just summarize them. Curtailments, profit redistribution mechanism. I really do not understand why this is not going forward. I said, and then the reference the base load calculation scheme, in order to know who will be compensated, to what extent, we need to be able to measure the compensation first. This consultation has already taken place. 50% of the grid costs by the investors needs to be compensated and needs to be paid by IPTO. You have codices being prepared, measures being taken, and then there are storage issues linked to storage. Point of common connection with renewables. This has already been legislated. Nevertheless, there are applications being accumulated with IPTO, invoking the necessity of a ministerial decision to be taken, which is unnecessary, is actually just a pretext. It's pretextual, because we will have numerous applications of gigawatts being piled up, and then you will be looking for a solution. And then you have offshore wind farms, a national plan that, I guess, it's been 1.5 years since its presentation and has not been ratified yet. SPVs in terms of wind farms, offshore wind farms, that will, a special purpose vehicle for wind farms that will carry out the studies. We are awaiting that as well. Spatial planning for renewable energy sources, no comment here. We have been waiting that for years. Restructuring of the payment of a special 3% special levy to consumers. A lot of discussion has taken place to raise this levy in favor of the residents and to the detriment of the municipalities. We need to proceed with that as well. I will stop here, but there are numerous other issues to mention over the next 2 months. If we take action on these, a lot of pressure will be taken off the issue, and investors will be happy. I think the message you convey by pointing to the very issues is a matter of urgency. And indeed, Ms. Pagliaruta, I think the message given is not understood by the political leadership. The market is boiling. They are awaiting action. And there is no recipient of such a wish, of such a claim for a faster pacing. Let me just barge in by saying that Ms. Pagliaruta is freshly appointed as a SecGen, and it won't be fair to place the burden on her. Anyway, but fresh startings start with fresh initiatives and with unlocking many issues. Mr. Murtopoulos, would you like to share your perspective on the side of the Hellenic Association of Photovoltaic Companies? Thank you for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be here today. I would like to start by reminding that energy transition is not a luxury. It is a necessity, an utmost necessity, and we are halfway there. We're halfway in the pathway, the transition pathway. In Greece, we have PVs as the leader in this run-up, and this is not by chance. PVs are the cheapest technology, are flexible in terms of implementation, and is also the technology that can secure a simple licensing scheme compared to other technologies. Let me touch on the energy mix. Do we need all technologies? Yes, we do. It's not a matter of PVs, it's a matter of resolving the issues that other technologies are faced with. At the capacity level, although PVs are doing well compared to the wind energies, you have a 50-50 participation in the energy mix, and this is also the essence, talking about the participation in the energy mix and the rate, participation rate. Are we faced with problems? Of course we are. Delays have brought us to dead ends. You have many problems in the system. You have curtailments and negative prices that bring the investment schemes to their limit. What we need to do is step up through regulatory action and through a regulatory framework. We need to step up in terms of the dispatch mechanism and enforce a more fair curtailment scheme. 4 years after the establishment of the competent committee on storage, we do not have one connected storage plant. And then there is a scheme on behind the meter, which is very important because dispatchable storage, be it in existing plants or behind the load, is crucial to the system's stability. As is the case with every process and dead end and action, we need to consider that jobs are at risk, are at stake, and a whole sector has been developed. We need to take that into consideration. We're talking about FTEs, high specialty jobs, experts on energy transition. Based on the data of our association, 27,000 FTEs are working in the sector. This year alone, 2,000 jobs have been lost in the industry. These are 2025 figures, and we will be able to identify them accurately going forward in the coming days. And this is illustrative of the delays. I think everything is done by people, for people, and we need to take these delays into consideration when deciding, do we need to go on towards the energy transition? Of course, we're halfway there. The 2050 objectives are clear. The European Union is also clarifying objectives for 2040. Which means that the coming issues are are already ahead of us. You have large projects that have been granted the connection terms. They have right, they're entitled to participating in the NICs, and then there are self-consumption projects that have captured 2 gigawatt of grid space. Considering the advancement, the enhancement in the grid, the capacity will reach 3.5 gigawatts by 2030. Our association, HELAPCO, put the focus on self-consumption. Large projects are on the way, they will be implemented, and storage needs to be implemented in order to resolve issues as well. Whereas self-consumption, let me just close by that, self-consumption, unluckily, although being a priority of the European Union and has been identified and described clearly in REPowerEU and in other directives, it stands before a vacuum here in Greece from shifting from net metering to net billing. And let me close by saying that it all boils down to political will and to the speed of decisions to be taken. There are many things at risk, but the higher stake is the competitiveness of the Greek economy, the cost of power for households, and thousands of jobs that are at risk because of delays in taking decisions. I think this is a very important aspect, and it is not your personal idea. It is also you're also representing the Hellenic Association of Photovoltaic Companies, and if from what I take from our discussions with the market is that inertia does not cause a disruption that is analogous to all sectors. And since you raised the self-consumption issue, let me turn to Ms. Pagliaruta. The association, HELAPCO, and other stakeholders have put forward proposals. Do you have any suggestions how one could differentiate?
I would say that self-production is decentralization for energy and very important for green transition. It is very important that we can introduce it to the model, and the market indeed seems that shows some fatigue, but I'm going to agree with this. But nevertheless, the consumers have their demands regarding the energy cost, but it is very important any self-production system could be complemented by storage, because if you have a surplus in energy and want to infuse it in the grid, if you can't do this during the night or during the times with higher prices, this will not be efficient for the producer either. Nevertheless, since I want to be very transparent, whenever there are decisions, and unfortunately there is mistrust around, but nevertheless I'm going to assure you that there is nothing that regards self-producers that hasn't been disclosed, but we are here because I want to discuss with you whether you would need to see any models that with further support for production and storage. But there is nothing mature at the moment, and on a personal note, I am open 24 hours if you like, to speak about anything that you would like. A very quick comment, please. I'm very happy that you are transparent and sincere. When we speak about self-production, the biggest asset is consumption of the consumer. because this is what self-production needs. The investor has certain consumption and wishes to lower it down. As regards the market, allow me to correct something. It's not fatigue. Fatigue is not the correct word. It's like a bending in the market because we have demand. The consumers ask for a clear self-consumption scheme, residential or industrial customers, and this is a difference. Indeed, this exists because the energy cost of industries changes. Mr. Loumakis now. You have been called Cassandra for the area, for the space, for the industry, because Cassandra conveys bad news. But usually she was right in the Greek mythology. So where do we stand, Mr. Loumakis? Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations. Cassandra runs specific models. She was not just looking at the signs of the birds flying in the sky. She was running economic models, and that's why she gave us the bad news. What is going on today, though? Let me give you some figures from models. Based on the reference year, during last 12 months, where we had many issues and many challenges. For every 1,000 megawatts additional to the 12 months entering the system, the average midday OTC will drop by 10 euros per megawatt hour. With storage, 1,000 megawatts, we amortize only half of it. So we are at -5. If we have 5 megawatts wind parks, because the model takes 10% of the established power, so we are at -7.5. 2% higher demand, so we are at -5. But nevertheless, I believe that these numbers will not continue, while we expect more systems in the future, plus self-production. And this way, we are going to change our scheme with negative values as usually at midday, because the projects will have a vertical shape. So we will be at -500. This model is very risky for those who don't have verticalized their business. As regards the future PVs, before I delve into that, let me speak about the industry. The best thing that the industry could do now is not to invest in PVs and the levelized cost of venue of technology to be burdened with it. It's important that in midday it should charge the batteries at almost zero price, because this can give a solution and use this energy during the night hours. Now, the battery PVs. Many ask me, what is cheap now is going to be expensive in a few months. We speak about Project IRAP for the total system, PV plus battery. 4-hour battery has a double capex related to 2-hour battery, but in a 20-year horizon, it's a safer selection, because a 2-hour battery and your PV gives you 7 or 8 hours. The aggregator should enter you into the market. So the aggregator should know which are the best times for you not to have any production, so that you can charge your battery. As for the remaining hours, you will not know, and you will just have negative yields. So the forecast is important. You want to know when you charge the battery and when you give the energy to the grid, to the market, without negative prices. Curtailment will give you a benefit to only unlimited benefit. So what should we do then? I'll tell you. As a Cassandra, I need to give all the negative dimensions of anything that happens. There is a rumor around saying that major players, not verticalized though, they say that the values are negative, but now we have the balancing market, which allows for negative values. So we'll enter the negative and we'll take it from the balancing value or the balancing market. But this is a market which is very tiny in relation to the core business. So if you beat the market with -5, we have to ensure that you should vertically balance so that you find the -50. But however, this presupposes that we will need systematic need for verticalized balance. And it is the producers that determine this. So this is a challenge for RAE, so that we won't reach a position where the market will be over the real values. So this would create a surplus that will be credited to the well-known major verticalized players that will take the -50 also. So practically, this means that a newcomer with -5 gets 45 euros per megawatt hour for his infusion on negative values in order to reach the -50. In 2020, we had a similar phenomenon. Excuse me, 2020, says the speaker. We had another balancing trap. So we don't want to create such a trap again today with RES projects that would attract this premium price. Thank you. Let's not be too technical because we won't have the time to enter into all details that are needed. Mr. Kourakis, he's heading energy and infrastructure of Koutalides law firm. And also he's consulting a new association of foreign and investors council. This represents international investors that invest in Greece so that the country becomes more attractive investing field. This whole discussion is related to what I do. Indeed, we see many changes, and this is very positive because the RES, as Mr. Keramidas said, and after the Ukraine issues, is not an issue of green transition. It is down the road, if it is combined with storage, it is also a matter of energy safety and stability. So the focus is not only on we want them because we want to decrease the emissions, but because down the road we will have more means for autonomy. So we have seen huge development, huge growth. We see in the foreign investors, many have left, or others are majorly concerned. Indeed, in many cases, we have to accelerate because the industry is galloping, and sometimes months of delay might lead to frustration. The framework might be delayed, etc. So it is important to keep the basic principles of an investing destination. The framework has to be stable. You have to think well when you design the framework to publish it and then not change it. If you prioritize, then you keep the priorities and you implement this. If every now and then you change priorities or other parameters of the framework, then the investors cannot stay because every now and then they have to start from scratch. So this leads to frustration. Another thing is transparency. Transparency, of course, should be the way to draft all the institutional texts. We are good in drafting texts in Greece, but the point is that we need to provide a stable reflection of these texts in the market. So if the conditions change, then we need to have the change in institutional terms as well. Recently, the state has made many good steps towards the appropriate direction, and we see a change of the climate for the foreign investors as well. They were frustrated, but now we see them coming back. The climate is a bit better. We also have a new context for storage, batteries. This is important because it is focused in the best way, in the correct way. First of all, we deal with the fact that we have many requests for connections. Too many. So some criteria were set so that we can know that the investors are serious. Letters of guarantee, letters from bank, and the decision in September says that we find ways to solve the problems. This means that those who enter the tender, as my colleague said, will have the capitals necessary for such important projects. At the same time, we had care for counter-concentration measures. So we won't see situations where two players have the whole market. And this is good for the consumer. Oligopolies are something that we want to avoid. So that's a good approach. And also, we have very strict requirements for the completion of projects. So we'll see an acceleration to implementation, and this is important. Now, as regards the details, there is something very important. Examining the requests, the applications should be very fast. If we lose many months to see all the applications and deal with the appeals and deal with everything that happens after a tender, then we'll lose the investors. The tendering process itself gives the opportunity to everyone to see the specifications of the others, of the rivals, and appeal if they like. If the ministry sees a major interest beyond the limits, instead of starting an endless cycle of appeals, to just increase the limit. Because if all these projects are implemented, it will be good for the country. Let me now ask from each one of you one last sentence, and we close with this panel. I wanted to make clear the following. In 2023, we had the European directive. At the same time, the Greek government, under Mr. Skylakakis as minister, changed the basic doctrine of its policy. Mr. Skylakakis directly in the parliament and elsewhere said that no more support to the RS. Now the money will come from the market. At that time, we had the high prices of 2022, and this was relevant. Mr. Lumakis and others were there and said that we might have problems, but nevertheless, this happened. We expected the natural gas prices to fall, to drop. This cannibalism creates concerns, turbulences, and over-regulation, over-legislation, over-intervention of the state. We don't want that. The simplest solution is that contracts, economic differences, a true market, a flexible market, which are all inside the European directive. All the other discussions are how to gain more. This is a small market. We don't want to dry it. This was a very good message. Mr. Papathanasiou, three things regarding access to the grid. This is sustainability of the investments is one thing. The access to grid, the right to implement the project is the other thing. The last challenge there is the access to the grid. We have three things there. First, grid capacity. Two, how we give this capacity. And three, what we do when this capacity is over. What alternatives do we have? Are our grids enough? If we evaluate them in hosting capacity, yes, this is enough for the targets until 2035. So in total, at a grid level, we don't need to massively congest the system. Of course, this doesn't mean that we'll stop expanding the network, because we want to have alternatives to some local congestions and for safety reasons, etc. Number two, we have the hosting capacity. We are very determined, very well determined. The model that this product is entered in the market is based on time criteria or regulatory criteria, is an obsolete model. It has to be reformed with more targeted evaluation modes in terms of technology mix, geographic allocation, electricity allocation, and mainly capacity and adequacy to implement the systems. This can happen in many ways. So the major issue is the efficient queue management. Number three, congestion. We don't have congestion now. With the connection terms that we have, if the projects are implemented, we will have some congestion, but it will be minor. The point is, do we want to give overbooking access to everyone? This will create inflation, more inflation. So why do we do that? Congestion management is an easy word to say, but a difficult thing to do. So we haven't given efficient solutions yet. We need to be prudent. When we answer these issues, these challenges, then we'll be in a position to give, no matter what the challenges, regulatory, political, and technical. The grid is not congested everywhere. We have to see the local fluctuations, and we want to set some criteria as to who has access. And there is the question of the reserved spaces, the reserved capacities, rather. So we need to see how we can free them up. We can recall some connection terms, or we can create a mechanism that would demand storage with infusion restrictions. We've been discussing these things for 3 years now. If we had these measures, then the state could set some regulations, static regulations, not dynamic, because we cannot manage any dynamic restriction whatsoever. Thank you. Mr. Valiaroutas, you are going to be the last. I'm going to speak about access to grid. There is a problem. We've said that before. I didn't say it today because I repeat myself. But I heard that we are 50-50 in energy, so we're good. No, it's not that. It's not balanced. We have to see tomorrow as well. 2 gigawatts are going to enter the system. So we're not well. We have too many players, asymmetrical allocations. So if we have major challenges today, imagine what will happen in the next 2 years, when we'll have the further PVs that have been licensed. Of course, we need to have tenders, governmental CSVs, so change the previous model of the ministry. We need, after the end of 25, we have to see technology-specific tenders. And the last thing, for Vangelis Kourakis. Vangelis, you spoke about good legislation for the batteries. I say that, no, that's not correct. This is just one more example of bad legislation, because it was a ministerial decision which was so bad, with so many obscure points, and we had to spend so much time to discuss and find the problems in order to solve them. However, we could have a simple framework instead of this complex ministerial decision that we had. Mr. Mitropoulos. Just one comment because I have to close. I will repeat that we need all technologies. They are all important for the energy mix.
Δεν πρέπει όμως να προσανατολίζουμε τη συζήτηση, αν μου επιτρέπετε. Θα πρέπει να δούμε κατάματα ότι...
We need to proceed drastically to storage. There is no clashing between wind and PVs, wind and solar. We need to combine them and find ways to store them, to store the energy. As regards self-production, I will summarize that thousands of workers wait for an MD to set the net billing basis, but even more to solve practical problems of the economic model that has already been established. This MD, we expect this ministerial decision for 13 months now. So the ministry has to prioritize this decision because it determines the future of the industry. Thank you. Your message is heard. In conclusion, we need to implement major projects storage, easy structure so that the consumers can add production and storage. We have several models for the competitiveness of the Greek industry, like the Italian model, for example, or ways to decrease the prices. But we should not forget self-production, which is a main directive, European directive. Last comment. We do not have any solutions. We have to change our agenda. I believe that we don't need any more PVs in the system. We need storage. But one way or another, we'll see even more PVs. So the storage will not be enough. So the exposed producers should enter with batteries. Battery PVs are the only solution, because even if we increase the load, we cannot reverse the problem. Neither storage will be enough. Computations have to be very strict, have to be very cautious, and the producers have to take the responsibility to be able to store their energy. And let's conclude with Ms. Pagliaruta for the last comment. I heard a lot today. I heard about the Italian model, support, PPA, self-production, supporting RES with storage, wind, offshore wind parks. So we heard a lot of things, special urban planning. Everything is a priority. When I went to this ministry, I have a volume of priorities. I haven't found any advisor to say that from all these priorities, these are more important. No, I hear that everything is a priority. You've done everything wrong. Your laws have been totally wrong, totally bad, and you don't focus. We never focus on a solution. How can we set priorities here? As a national strategy, if I speak to everyone of you, everyone will say that they have one priority, but actually the priorities are dozens. So we need to see the national priorities, because each party has their different interests. Unfortunately, there are delays. When administration changes, you know very well that we have delays. You are experts in your market, in your industry. I'm here to discuss with you to set priorities for the energy sector in total. Laws, provisions, we're here to make them. But we have to set realistic and manageable priorities. If we say that we have too many issues that are all very significant, this doesn't give us a way to work. Along with the minister and deputy minister, we need to work together. I know very well the know-how of the ministry and the willing of the ministry, and I'm committed to promise that we are going to accelerate. On the other hand, we ask from the market and from you to help us set priorities in total for the energy sector. That's not easy to do, mind you. Usually, when we draft laws and provision, we act on recommendations and on requests for money. We have limited funds, but unlimited requests. The RRF monies are not endless. The Commission comes and says, "Have you completed these tenders? If not, then we cut the budget down by 50%. We strive to convince them that we are going to delay a bit in some of the projects. We can decrease the targets, but let us keep the monies, because until the end of the RRF, we need to have the monies of the RRF for these mature projects. For the other projects, we'll find money elsewhere. For example, the appropriation of the ministry or other financial instruments, which are not abundant in the market. I do understand what you're saying. I do understand that bureaucracy is heavy, that the management is tricky. We want to accelerate. We want your help so as to set priorities, and at the same time, you need to know that we do a very hard work to find money and to be able, in total, to perform by supporting in a rational way for the benefit of the society. And that's what we do every day. I heard a lot of negative things. I don't care. These negative things are motives for me to proceed. And I hope that I will work with you harder than before, for a better solution. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. One last word, Mr. Kourakis. I am positive. I am optimistic. Indeed, the initial draft was problematic. I am optimistic, though, now that the September text is much better and solves a lot of problems that existed in the beginning. Of course, we're not perfect, but we are better. Thank you, everyone. We heard a lot, we discussed a lot. Thank you very much, everyone.
Εμείς όσο μπορούμε μέσα στον χρόνο.
Έλα, μπαμπά.
Έλα, αγάπη μου, τι αποφάσισες τελικά?
Βρήκα ήδη δουλειά. Εδώ στο Παρίσι.
Το μέλλον σου δεν το σκέφτεσαι.
Τι να σκεφτώ δηλαδή?
Να σκεφτείς
Και ο κύριος Καβαδίας να ανεβαίνει.
Μάστερ στα καλύτερα πανεπιστήμια του κόσμου. Και εξασφαλισμένη δουλειά στην Ελλάδα για 5 χρόνια. Μιλάμε για μεγάλο όνομα. 3 χρόνια τώρα ανεβαίνει διαρκώς. Έργα, νούμερα, κύκλος εργασιών 1,3 δις. Ανεκτέλεστο 4,3 δις. Και έπειτα 150 εκατομμύρια.
Για την άκτορ λες.
Σπίρτο μου εσύ, που να πάρεις και την υποτροφία.
Εντάξει, μπαμπά, θα κάνω αίτηση.
Άλλαξα γνώμη στην κόρη μας.
Ναι, αλλά ποιος βρήκε την υποτροφία? Θα σέβεσαι.
Την άκτορ εννοείς.
Ωραία, όποτε μου πείτε.
Για την πίεση, τώρα εντάξει, δεν ξέρω αν βγήκε κάτι. Εντάξει. Λοιπόν, θα παρακαλέσω, θα κάνουμε μια... Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Θα κάνουμε μια μικρή αλλαγή στο πρόγραμμα.
Thank you. There will be a small change in the program. Instead of Mr. Kavadias' presentation, we're going to have first the discussion with Mr. Konstantinos Mavros, the CEO of PPC Renewables, because there is a time constraint here. So, Mr. Mavros, please come to the podium.
Λοιπόν, δώστε μας ήχο κανονικά στα μικρόφωνα.
Okay, we have sound on our microphones. Please take your seats so we can start the discussion.
Λοιπόν, θα μας δώσετε 12 λεπτά στο...
So, 12 minutes on the clock. We will do this right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mavros, for being with us for one more time. I think now, well, knowing the history of all our forums so far, we, as journalists, have followed your journey, not only on a personal level, but on a professional one, your corporate journey, because the fact is that what you were claiming as intentions and objectives when you took over as CEO of PPC Renewables did not really seem realistic. But the fact is that you have exceeded what you have claimed and therefore have raised the expectations. Well, let me tell you one thing. Last year we had the same type of discussion about the PPC group, and I'm saying PPC group because now we have more countries in our that were in our group. We are working hard, and it's paying up. We said that we were going to proceed with some things, and we have now our power increase is 10 times more. The similar situation in Romania. Just yesterday, we've announced the start of building the 5th battery, and I will give you some details about that. So we work within a frame that is exactly as we have methodically created over the last years. Now, aside from a large fleet of wind parks that we have in Romania, the wind parks and large PV units in Greece, we are already building things in Italy and Bulgaria. We're proceeding. We are completing now 2 large battery arrays and we're now starting a 50 battery 4 hours. And we also have the project in Bulgaria, solar plus storage, and we are continuing. So the way you are describing things, it's now the time for storage is that where your focus lies for at PPC. Of course, but it's not just for the PPC, not just for PPC. In total, in the market and the neighboring countries, in Eastern Europe, it's the time for batteries. There's a lot of penetration by RES, and what is the cliche right now is that renewables, stochasticity. Now we have the use of batteries or other systems that will continue to be part of the mix to balance the system so it can perform. Now, based on what we heard from the previous panel as well, I assume that you are dealing in a practical manner with this matter. Are these investments sustainable just from the revenue from the market? Of course, you can say that you are a vertically integrated group, so you have more flexibility in managing your portfolio. But in total, are battery storage investments sustainable without any kind of subsidy? Well, in my mind, this question brings back 2016. A banker that is now retired, we had a discussion about PVs and energy stuff, and he was saying, you're crazy, all that can never happen. But we saw over time, the day after, right after the subsidy, it's a day that works. And it's the same with storage systems. Right now, in our country as well, to start from Greece, there are operational subsidies which are giving their way, with the open call that is now concluding, to batteries that will find a merchant. My view is that as the equipment costs declines and the penetration of technology, it will happen as it happened with any other new technology, which always, at the start, requires some subsidy, but then with the economies of scale and decline of cost, they become more competitive. And the more batteries are being part of the equation and we are becoming more trained with them, we can get all the revenue stack, all the different things that, aside from the battery, systems for balancing, the hedging, etc., a number of different income flows. So my view and our stand as a group is that this technology is going to be successful in the long run. Now, looking at the renewables and storage bucket as a whole, what is at stake here with the energy transition? What would you say are the challenges also for PPC in particular? Well, in general, the challenges for the system, and let's open the discussion here, if we have energy clusters in Europe that are going to be integrated shortly, each cluster is going to have its particularities. In France, they have nuclear plants. It's different in Northern Europe. But always the biggest challenge is to have penetration in storage. And of course, I'm not talking about batteries alone. I'm talking about other things for pump storage, for example, that are going to give a longer duration to storage. So these are the general challenges, but more specifically, the problem is how fast can we include this, can we integrate those in the grid? I would say that we need to look with the open call how fast we can get these permits for connection, because it's a different situation if we talk about the system and if we see those in the system in the 27 or in the 28, things will be different. Other than that, another challenge is to have things that might appear small but are important, the integration either IT systems or other smaller systems in the grid. And of course, how the revenue stack is going to work, how you're going to get other income aside from the operational subsidy. These are the things that are the challenges for anyone interested in investing or in this area. And let me add something for the people who are interested in investing. Again, we have some new challenges come with any new technology. How you can convince, when you are not vertically integrated, the banks to finance those projects. Right now, we don't have a problem with that, not only because we are vertically integrated, but let me be frank, I think we've been working very hard in the field, have studied the field, and the bankers, the banks will support us not just because we are PPC, because we have a good understanding of the market, we know the situation, we know how things will work. To conclude, let me ask you, now that you have experience from so many different markets, more or less on the same object, can you compare, quote unquote, the Greek market, the green market, with the other markets where you are active in? The large countries we are active in are Romania, Bulgaria, Italy, and Greece. And of course, we have activity in other countries that are starting to develop. To start from Italy. Italy is a mature market that has a different system, the zoning system for connections. Right now, it gives us the opportunity to have better prices. There are interconnections, but Italy and Bulgaria and Romania are below the European directive. So we're talking about target model, about interconnection, similar characteristics. Bulgaria is a little bit behind and is now developing, so there is room. That's why we are making now a second PV unit. We already have a wind farm. In Romania, we have a lot of activity, many wind farms, many PV plants, and we will continue with other things as well. But it has, Oring, it has this ability to interconnect in a circular manner. But what I'm trying to say is that we have envisioned an vertical integration at this eastern cluster, and at the same time we're active anywhere we can use the interconnections through trading, meaning that there are some differences in terms of maturity, some similarities because of the regulatory framework, the EU, and all that ties into our own strategy to use this as a growth axis. Now, about the revised PPC business plan and what are the new directions. Can I ask the question? Well, it's difficult to answer that. Otherwise, it would have been announced already, but we are on plan. You know that we do have our own plan, which is, of course, always ready to be revised. Thank you very much. You've told us already a lot of things and what happened in the year that passed, and hopefully we will do the same next year. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, παρακαλώ τον κύριο Καβαδί.
Now, Mr. Kavadias, you can take the stand and we continue with our regular program. No time lost, Mr. Kavadias is here and we are still in the same session.
Καλημέρα σας. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Good morning and thank you very much for the invitation. Congratulations for this exceptional organization and for your excellent guests. My name is Kostas Kavadias. I work at Ricardo. Ricardo is a member of the WSP group for the past since 2 weeks now. Maybe you know that for a year now we are offering the electricity market outlook in the Greek market. And through that, we'd like to convey some of the insights that arise in relation to storage. First, let's see where we are. It's always useful. It's good to have the right context for everything. We know where we want to go. We know that we are going towards climate neutrality. We have a system that needs to be decarbonized, and the electric system is the one that's going to be the first to do that. We're talking about more than 70% of renewables by 2030 and moving towards a 95% target. This is known from the literature and from international situations, requires a degree of flexibility. We know that. We also know that there are some challenges, so we have to highlight them and quantify them through our models. The first thing we note, and it's already being discussed today, the complementarity of storage means and PV plants. There is a degree of complementarity, but there appears to be a degree of competitiveness as competition between them as well, because we know where we want to go, but the way we're going to go there is important. Batteries and PVs need to go hand in hand. If one lags and the other moves faster, we have this mismatch that causes certain imbalances or deviations to the results that we expect. And this is not a bug by the market. The market does what it needs to do. It gives the right investment signals. It says that at some point the quality of the energy that is being produced at the time it is produced is not valuable, and that is good. We have two major models here. One that notes this factor that by design is proper and optimized, and the other is the current trends, how we now are moving, are progressing in our transition, which is not always the best for many different ways. What we see is that when storage goes faster, which of course we don't see it now, then the revenue drops, but the PV revenue increases, benefits from that. because the value in high noon goes up. But when we have the other way around, then we have negative values and curtailing. This is what the market needs to do, give the right signals. The point is what the investors and the government needs to do and to deal with that. Now, this particularity with storage means is that, okay, we can talk about the different spreads, but the point is there is no first mover advantage, because from the point that they enter in the market, yes, they take advantage from them, but there is no cost of new entry. So as soon as anyone enters the market, this revenue is going to decline. So we have this paradox in economics that's been discussed a lot. We try to quantify it with different scenarios. Any new, again, talking about wholesale markets, any new gigawatt of storage that goes into the market reduces the revenue for everyone. So we know that depending on how the renewables are, how storage is, there's always a boundary of sustainability that we try to map, depending on the year, depending on the situation, depending on the storage that we have already. To go a little bit deeper to the revenue streams and the uncertainties of storage. The first one is arbitrage. There's a facility by storage where they charge when the prices are low and discharge when the prices are high, the spread. Now, the uncertainty for each one is very high, even the price where they need to charge. This depends from the PV, total number of PV, total storage, and what is happening in neighboring countries, how fast they are progressing as well. The uncertainty and the factors at play for discharge are also the gas price. What is the price of gas at any time? What is the ATS? What happens with the demand response? And of course, what happens in neighboring countries. So each investor entering in a scheme has a lot of uncertainties, needs to work with many scenarios. And we, as is something that we do as a service, and indeed we see that with our realistic estimations, not just guesses or guesstimates, the way that each of these factors develops, we have a very different spread between 20 or 120 euro for the same year. And that, of course, makes any business plan quite scary. And this is what the banks see as well, and that's why they require more guarantees and try to understand a little bit better how they can harness this, tame this uncertainty. The second revenue stream are ancillary services. As we heard before, energy alone cannot give enough revenue for the batteries to survive, and ancillary services is a good place to start because they give quality services that you cannot get from other resources in the system. We know that the demand for ancillary services is going to increase as renewables increase. But for the time being, this is not rewarded at the right price level, as we see in other markets. That causes the missing market problem, as it is called. We've seen it with renewables. There is a market there, but the revenue is low. The missing market problem is that there is no market for this specific service. Of course, this should be considered by the institutions on a European level. In 2026, we will need to restructure the balancing market, look at the conditions for the different mechanisms for the markets, for money, Picasso, bidding levels, all that. That's something that is expected to be improved in the future. But Greece needs to act fast here and integrate all these efforts. So all that leads to sort of a vicious cycle. There's a mismatch, which, of course, there cannot to be absolute synchronicity here. there's always going to be a mismatch, and that causes imbalance at the revenues and uncertainties that leads to investment uncertainty for funding as well, and delays in those decisions. I will not reinvent the wheel here. In order to break this vicious cycle, we need de-risking of those money flows. We have the tools, EPAs, CFDs, even with financial derivatives, option markets, that could give the tools to tame this volatility, something that is happening in the financing world for years. The problem is a similar one, and it can be addressed if the right tools are there. So, to conclude, I think I'm on time here, it seems that the mismatch is here, and it's going to be here, and we have to accept it because we can never have an absolutely perfectly timed investment plan that reduces efficiency, system efficiency. It creates instabilities in revenues, uncertainties for investors and financing mechanisms. Cash flows and revenue streams have to be more diversified. So aside from the two things that I mentioned, the two tools, we could talk about capacity markets of other tools, but the markets need to be there. The solutions need to be there for the whole thing to progress. And usually investment decisions have to be accompanied by, at least that's what we always claim. We have 20 years of experience. And these decisions need to be accompanied by simulations and modeling, and all the uncertainties need to be quantified. The things that I mentioned and much more are part of the electricity market outlook services that will be also provided shortly on a European level. And any questions you have or anything you want to discuss, I will be here to do that. Thank you. Let's continue with our agenda. You can find it online as well. And we can welcome Mr. Victor Papakonstantinou, the CEO of 7th Renewable Energy. More. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Papakonstantinou. We are always the session, what I mentioned at the start, the core of all the subjects, all our issues, curtailment, sustainability, and battery, energy storage, need for storage, and potential solutions that can be adopted. Now, with that very general introduction, Mr. Papakonstantinou, I would please ask from the side of one of the largest investors in the field to tell us how you see this frame, those challenges that are being created, and which are those challenges? Well, thank you for inviting me here this year as well. I've learned my lesson. I have a very open mind. I wasn't expecting anything concrete in the discussion. I heard very interesting things today, and I think our discussion is going to be around all those things. So I will talk as an investor right now from our point of view to describe the situation as we see it. Maybe disagree with some of the previous speakers. That's why we're having this discussion, to be able to have these arguments as well. So we've arrived at the point where we were expecting to arrive. Competition always arrives at a point. Supply, pressure on pricing, and a degree of stress whether or not your product offering will match demand. It's the same as in any economic activity. Curtailment, the negative pricing, the low capture rate, all of these things are to be expected. As an investor, I am obligated to manage this risk. And for us, the challenge is that this risk has to be managed in any market where you participate. Of course, there is the world of government support, government aid. The administration, public administration, set some targets about decarbonization, energy autonomy, whatever they are. And if they want to accomplish those objectives, they can support the market in the way that they can do, they know how, for select targets. For example, we had the tender for batteries a few years ago, one of the best tenders on the side of the government, because it concluded to very low prices and very high demand. So the government knows how to accomplish that. But before they get to that point, from my view, they have to let the market work. And to do that, you have to let it form first. Our concern is that money is there, investments are progressing, but the competition here, the field for competition is still not formed. We talked about all the delays today. I'm not going to repeat the things that were already mentioned, but as an example, the tender for the batteries, for the second tender, auction, we got 92 megawatts. We had very clear time constraints to do that. We started the first work on field, on site, was in May, and today we're sending at ADMIA the statements that we are ready to operate. However, the PEV has not issued the right documentation. We cannot be measured. We cannot go in the energy exchange because we are missing those things. And now we are sitting on this project and waiting for the market to be created. So the market needs to be created, meaning on a regulatory level, because the market is there in the sense that the investment interest was there and things progressed. I don't know if when you say today, you mean today that you are ready. Well, maybe on Friday, let's say. So yeah, essentially today. Yes, the interest is there. The need is there. The market wants it. The need to have the benefit of renewables passed on to the consumers goes through batteries. We discussed this today. Everyone needs to do their part. We need to do our part. We need to be accountable if we delay. The public administration, the operators, they all need to do their part. That is my concern right now. The market is under pressure right now. The financial for investment are under pressure, even for us who are vertically integrated. This is the reality. This is how markets operate. In terms of storage, going back to that, you worked on it, you experienced it, and you are researching, of course, having the concern about the level where this investment is going to be have a profit. What is it that you see, the concerns and fears that are being expressed, that with the increase of capacity, more storage capacity, is going to be a cannibalization effect and therefore decline of revenue? Do you expect that at levels that can be concerning for you? I heard today the discussion and I was wondering which other field would provide the room for so many technical discussions about uncertainties and bidding strategy and all that. Isn't it the same in any field? Doesn't competition always create pressure and stress for investors? Since we have chosen to invest, it means that our analysis and our models show that there is a chance for us to make money. There's also no possibility of failure, of course. But I understand those who say that, yes, if you fail, don't come back to the ministry and ask for us to save you. I've been saying that for many years. Let us fail. We are in this market. We believe that we can make money. There are risks. There are important risks. This is why anyone who is part of it needs to be able to handle it. But let's look at the big picture here. Today, the cost of energy, because of oversupply, especially during some times during the day, is reducing. There is a risk that it will be so low that investors will not be, it won't be profitable for them to continue. So we are offering this batteries, this storage system to be able to have this load shifting and use this difference. So any battery that enters the market reduces this. If that results in energy being too cheap, that means that there's going to be demand that for this cheap energy because it is cheap. This is how markets work. Let's not forget that. We've been discussing a few years back within the organization, and now it's obviously talking. So if you have so much cheap electricity, do desalination. Create a new product that uses this electricity, cheap electricity. Markets are not islands. They have a continuity. There's a continuation. Anyone who participates takes a risk, but they need to do the job. But now that with the price of a kilowatt hour, there's an important parameter here. It is a different thing to reduce the price on a structural level, and a different thing for what consumers use, household consumers or special consumers. There's no direct analogy here. The pressure that sometime during the day the energy price experiences, it is does not always passes in a smooth way to consumers. Well, there's a lot to say on this thing. First of all, the simple things, smart meters. Any non-household consumer should be having a net metering system. Now, here's an important delay, the orange tariffs, etc., that we were talking about. Like I said, everyone has a job to do. There's a different tariff depending on the operation of the operator, the loss of the system. There are many different things that need to be addressed one by one. Wholesale price has dropped. We are now at a point where we have the lowest price in our area. We monitor this situation. We are exporting energy 9 days out of 10 today, and that is proof that we are cheaper. We have accomplished that. Now we need to accomplish the same improvement on some other things that are increasing the final price for consumers. If you are asking where we need to start from, I would say, and be a little bit unconventional here, 3 things. First, we need to enhance RAE, the regulatory authority, and I will continue to say that as often as I have. The regulator needs to be controlled. Without proper regulation, proper supervision, the market cannot operate. We are afraid of the markets because we don't have this regulation. And as a result, the ministry is always adopting new laws to control those markets. They take different laws with lower level for the prices in the balancing market. They are trying to negotiate risks and are over-regulating the market with all these laws, and this is not helpful. The regulator, RAE, needs to be properly structured, needs to do its job fearlessly, and then the markets can operate. So we need to enhance the role of the regulator and the regulator itself. Yes, they need people. We've been poaching executives from RAE for years now. RAE cannot pay its personnel, and we are able to poach them. So we need to enhance the role of the regulator. We need to enhance the operators. I will talk about ADMIE because we work with ADMIE. ADMIE has a very important investment work. Strengthening the grid is not going to resolve the problem between supply and demand. Having more ports and more roads does not mean that if you produce more goods, you will be able to sell them if there's no demand. So in order to balance demand and supply, the grids have to operate properly. The networks have to be there. The economies, the markets are growing, are deregulated, and have bloomed when products were able to move from one area to the other. When we had first roads, then trains, whatever. Interconnection is what makes the markets. So ADMIE needs to also be enhanced. I was glad to hear a couple of weeks ago that finally the government decided to proceed to increase the capital increase for ADMIE in order to be able to do all this investment work ahead of them. Well, this has not been announced yet. It's an intention, though. It is an intention. We hope to see it soon because things are progressing fast and we need that. And thirdly, again, 3.5 things. As operators, as we heard before, they have a huge part to play in how markets work. They have to be operating in the best possible manner. They have to have their objectives, their goals. The way that they work affects the final cost for consumers as well. The way that curtailing is done, the way that dispatching is done, how all those charges for consumers develop depends on how the operators work. Operators need to have goals, need to have KPIs, need to be aware of what they are, their objectives are. This again affects RAI and the way it operates. And the other thing, all of us, producers and consumers, are used to not wanting to manage the risks that we undertake. A lot of time we expect from the state to manage those risks for us, but that's not the job of the government, and they cannot actually do it. I also want to have fixed tariffs, that's a good thing, but I don't, and I have to live with that. Consumers have to deal with high electricity prices. Maybe industrial consumers can do the things they need to do in order to manage this risk. Risk management has a cost for us and for the off-taker as well. And we need to get used to paying that cost so we can reduce the cost and do our job. As long as we wait for the government to resolve all products, the market will continue to function below expectations. Well, thank you. I think you've talked to us as a representative of the market without adding the second part that you expect from the state to cover anything that you are not making from the market. Thank you.
Ναι. Λοιπόν, καλό μεσημέρι, λοιπόν.
Good afternoon again. We are right away for the next panel for a fire chat. IPTO CEO, Mr. Manousakis. Let's start with something hot. The cable, Greece-Cyprus, which is a project that, if it is implemented, will help to smoothen and stabilize the electrical connectivity between the two countries. Where are we standing today, Mr. Manousakis? First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me in this conference, and congratulations, because it's so impressive that we have so many people here. It is very important. It means that you are very successful.
Ρωτάτε πού βρίσκεται η κατάσταση. Εγώ θα απαντήσω από τη σκοπιά εκείνων που παλεύουν για να συνεχιστεί το έργο. Άρα θα εστιάσω στα βήματα.
I'm going to focus on the various points that take place in the last few, the steps that are taking place in order to continue with the project. The situation is between the countries' governments, and we have the European Commission at a higher level now, because we have continuous meetings with the participation of the Commissioner for Energy. The last step taken, where IPTO participated, ADMIE, was last Friday. We were the regulator of Greece, the regulator of Cyprus, and the ministry from Greece, Mr. Tsafos. We had some positive outcome there. First, they promised that the contract will be implemented, concluded by the regulators. This is critical because only this way can we be paid for the functional costs that we have already paid. Also, the contract says that Cyprus is going to be a partner in the project. So the approval of this concession actually facilitates the way Cyprus becomes a partner. The second positive step was that we were promised, thanks to Mr. Tsafos for that, from the Cyprus regulator, that they will take a similar revenue decision with the Greek decision. This decreases the regulatory risk for ADMIE, for IPTO. Also, we have other things to be done, specifically the decision for the tariffs, so that the first 25 million will enter the market. It is not enough that the country wishes to proceed, but it is important to succeed. What Greece wants is that this project continues, because it's considered of us an important strategic significance. For this to happen, it is necessary to have zero risk in relation to the attitude of the other party, namely Cyprus. That's where we stand. It's necessary that we are united, and I believe that, as I see, we are going toward this direction. So essentially, as regards the financials, the installments, the first installment, and the attitude, we do not have a progress. Only in regulatory matters we have a progress, isn't that so? These might be very tiring for the audience, but I can say the following. The RAI decision, the regulatory, the Cyprus regulator has taken a decision with a different methodology. We say that we have a certain capex, and that's based on that capex, we calculate the revenues. In all European regulated projects, there was a different decision that put a risk for us. If this changes, it is important. Of course, we have further issues to solve, but this is going to be important. So this is positive, towards a positive direction. I asked you because there is active involvement of the Commission at the level of the Commissioner. There will be a second meeting, trilateral meeting in Brussels in November 12, and we've heard that this matter can even be higher at the level of presidents. So I just want to understand whether you hope that the Commission's involvement can lift the problem. I cannot foresee what will happen, but truly what I see is that we have continuously increasing level of European involvement. Also, I see that recently, when the President of the European Commission spoke, she said that this is the second more important project. So do you think that the other party, the constructor, is also waiting for the Commission's attitude? I believe that all stakeholders, and especially us and the constructor, because we've paid some monies in this project, we navigate based on the thinking on the lines of the various stakeholders, and we want to find ways to continue with the project. Even after the Commission's intervention, though, there were doubts as regards the willings of the various parties. I am saying that all stakeholders see the EU as a catalyst for developments. Is that so? I'm sure that the EU will play a positive role so that the project continues. It has committed the largest grant whatsoever for this project. The people believe in it. If they have invested a lot on this subject. Let me pass now to some other issues regarding the core concepts of the conference. Requests at the queue of ADMIE, of IPTO. Do you know how many applications you have? 50 gigawatt. That's the answer. 43.5 for PVs and 6.5 for wind energy. These are the applications, and I think that this is very obvious. The Deputy Minister spoke about that. Also, the Secretary General spoke about that. We need to be realistic as regards demand for electricity and the general demand, considering exports also, so as to see what will be plausible in business terms, rather in operational terms, for the infusion to the system. Of course, as we saw in the telecom sector in the past. Indeed, if via the competition and via the type of technology that will decrease the production cost, if we reach a cheaper product, energy product, then in the medium term, we are going to see a rise because electrification of the economy will be easier because the energy will be cheaper. Our role there will be to design the system's development in such a way so that it can cover the electrical space demanded. The main issue, though, is imbalance in between total demand and offer as it continues. In total, we have 33 gigawatts, which operate. We have to set, there has to be a limit somewhere, which is under discussion. We heard about the flexible connection terms. Already we have some recommendations about this. And these connection terms depend on whether there is a demand for this energy. It will be interesting to know, well, rather it will be interesting to act in a more fast way with storage in the core of the system. Because this way, we will have a part for the night flow, the peak during the night. But nevertheless, this 50 gigawatts is an indicative number. In May, after the Spanish blackout, you said that it's necessary that the aggregators do something for the system stability. Also, you said that if we have timely projects completed, we wouldn't have the risk of such a blackout as the Spaniards experienced. We mentioned Corinthos, Attica, Larimna, Saliveri, and Damasta, and Argyroupolis for Attica. And you said that this is the risk. Has something happened since then? There are positive developments. There is an alignment among us and aggregators to take further steps on a technical level so as all together, as partners, can guarantee the stability of the system. I believe that we have reached some progress, significant progress. We'll see the outcomes in the next months, as long as we see the alignment of some regulatory or legal changes so as to reach the conditions that we want for the aggregators. Secondly, we have indeed a very large social issue that is important. The need to have denser networks is high. There are pressures, and we want to see whether we can rationally group the issues to handle them in a more effective manner. For example, in the beginning, we had an overground line in our designs. Now we have an underground line. And now we have reactions both for the overground and the underground line, in Evia, for example. it is very important that the opinion makers even help us so that people are trained, are educated to understand why it is important for a country to have energy infrastructures. Without a grid, we will never reach clean energy, clean electricity. We need more structures than we have today. So we'll need to find how we can stand in between this balance. And of course, IPTO has to consider this, and we need to find a solution. We are a big organization, 2,000 people. If we want to create to build a line 20 to 30 kilometers, we can't have this type of reactions. Okay, thank you, Mr. Manusakis.
Ωραία. Καλημέρα και από μένα.
Good morning, everyone. Let's continue with session number 3, self-production, self-consumption from net metering to net billing and zero feed-in, the conditions for fast growth of the market. First of all, let's present the panelists. We have Mr. Tsalemis, the Network Customer Director at EDNO, Mr. Stelios Psomas, Energy Advisor at Helapco, Mr. Dionys Anargyros, Managing Director, Greenvolt Next Greece, Mr. Alexandros Yannis, President and CEO of ENG, and lastly, Mr. Kostas Tsirbas, Sales Director of Green Spark. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me ask everyone to stick to their allotted time and quite briefly, let's just first say that we heard a lot about self-consumption from the Vice Minister and from the General Secretary, and they always underline any open issues about the regulatory framework. They also, these are things that we see in the market with the difficulties that we heard from the participating companies, and of course, there is a question about what is coming. After this short introduction, I'm sure we're going to say a lot more in the next minutes. Let's start with you, Mr. Tsalemis. And specifically, maybe you can say a few things about Crete. There were things there about problems that have caused with the start of the program, with the way that it progressed until today, even though some things have moved forward. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. First of all, a good thing. Self-production of electricity has a strong presence in our country. Just to give you a few numbers, with installed power of 9 gigawatts in the grid, 1.5, meaning 16% of that, is for self-production. And that includes the rooftop modules, which of course is for self-production. More than 75,000 installations. Of course, the rooftops and net metering programs are dominating. These are the two schemes that we've been having since 10 years. But there's also a lot of interest for self-production through net billing. We have 4,800 new net billing requests that have been submitted on a first level past September 2024, which was the end of the net metering. And out of them, more than 2,000 are already contracted for connection and 200 are in operation. The total power of those new requests is more than 270 megawatts. But the previous net metering requests applications stood at 60%, those pending requests. There was a 60% of those wanted to convert to net billing. So that's 235 megawatts more. Net billing is a more rational scheme in relation to net metering because it reflects the price of energy when it is produced and consumed. Net metering was a scheme that was good to have when we started, when it was institutionalized, but it cannot address large part of the energy being produced in the country for the simple reason that it has costs that have to be paid by other market players and in the end are paid by the end user. So for me it was a good thing that we moved on to net billing. Of course there are some problems there. We heard the minister in the morning. These are issues that are more technical, not of a strategic nature. We are working with the ministry and we are going to resolve them. We have the virtual net billing issue, when the settlement issue, when we have different levels of voltage for production and consumption, the offsetting for non-connected islands, and also the dispatch to different operators. Now, I'm going to talk about grid since you asked, but first, a couple of things about the challenge of distributed production for the grid. There's a lot of need to control those plants, those installations. We saw that past spring. The operator of such a decentralized production system has to have full control of their facilities, the plants. The legislator understood that at the time where it was possible to avert more problems, and they have mandated to any producers with installed power of more than 400 kilowatts to install systems so that the operators can monitor and control those production plants. Hedno, has answered this request and already controls more 800 plants through the system with a total power more than 3,500 megawatts. This is a fact. Of course, there's a lot more to be done. But we also need the producers to respond to that. Just to say that the producers who have not actually responded, we have penalties being imposed already for stations, for plants over 1 megawatt that have not filed the conformity statement. We have sent a letter and then open the switches with those that do not respond. We will continue with other producers as well, despite those who don't respond to us. This is something, self-production is something that can play an important role in meeting demand. There are two things here, two tools that a self-producer can use for demand response and can get much more done. Now, for Crete. Well, it's Crete that's left. We were done with the Peloponnese. We had the saturated systems there, but Peloponnese is over. Crete is still underway. For the tender of the independent producers, the margin has been met with the offers that have been submitted. There are a few more, but I think we will conclude by the end of the year. For self-production, there were many bids, many offers, maybe more than 3,000. We get emails, we get complaints at the call centers that things are not progressing fast enough, but the numbers in total tell a different story. 3,000 offers and contracts for connections. There were problems, that is true. This is why we were delayed, and we knew how it would go. We knew it from the Peloponnese as well. But essentially, we started around Easter of last year to start to make some progress. There were many appeals, problems. The operators dealt with those, and now we have the connection offers, but there are new appeals for the Council of State, and we have to address those as well. There's a temporary restriction order saying that we need to keep some grid space, and the operator has to take that into account. So when they tell us hold a margin of grid space, it's not a simple thing. It's not a simple situation. There's a line of things that need to be done, and someone needs to be bypassed in order, or someone should be put to the side in order to accomplish that. So it's not an easy feat. But I think that we are going to proceed now. We know how to do it, and we will continue. Thank you, Mr. Tsalemis. Mr. Psomas, you have the floor now. I think you have a presentation. Good morning. Well, the numbers are usually very strict and they speak the truth, so I will stick to those. We see the evolution of self-consumption over time, the last 3 years, with the net metering, under the net metering regime, how self-consumption increased exponentially, and now self-consumption is more than 1 gigawatt. We could say that besides, aside from the problems of the past, this scheme produced positive results. These are the applications for net billing under the new regime. Hold on to two numbers, 5.5 thousand requests ever since the law was adopted for net billing. And as Dimitris Tsalemis mentioned, 4,500 applications since the ministerial decision was signed in September last year. Now, what's happening with connections? Until September, we had approximately 200 systems being connected, 220. 196 of those were household systems with, so we had 1.5 megawatt connected under net billing, and for commercial projects about 5 megawatts. These figures for us, for a market that is, the total market for PV is going to be about the same as last year, 2.6, maybe even 3 gigawatt. So the percentage of self-consumption is in the margin of statistical error. So the net metering market is going to be approximately 250, 300 megawatts. But this is old news. Unfortunately, the bridge towards the new scheme, the new regime, that we knew is going to lead to a reduction. Always when you adopt a new scheme, there's a reduction that happens everywhere in the world. But we simply expected sort of a larger bridge, and now, rather, we expected a shorter bridge. Because now it's 13 months that nothing has happened. Now, net metering. The time that was expected to process the information for net metering is from 2023 to 2025. From the point there was an application for connection was 7 days. Then the contract was signed. For a commercial system, the average time was 135 days because before signing the contract, they had to have the connection terms. I remind you that at that time, any system above 50 kilowatt required connection terms. What is happening now with net billing? The average from the time when someone applies, they need a household user to need 60 days to submit the application, and for commercial connections, 120. It's a little bit smaller, the number, because in the meantime, the law changed, and now we have systems up to 100 kilowatts. Below that, the connection goes through directly without connection terms. Now, what acceleration means? Last May, the PV Association had a discussion with ADMIE because those times are too long. So after that meeting, and ADMIE promising that they will take some action, meaning they promised that in the past there was a very fast response because there was personnel working on that specifically. Now the personnel working on self-consumption is a smaller in number. So ADMIE promised they are going to accelerate, and indeed, they did. So the response time dropped to 24 days and 51 days, respectively. But is that enough? What does the law say? The law says that for those kilowatt up to 100 kilowatts, the operator must send the connection contract within 15 days. So there's more to be done. That in terms of the operators. Self-consumption, of course, involves other stakeholders as well. We have RES and GO, we have the aggregators, and we have, of course, ADMIE. RES and GO operators started receiving applications in April, where the decision was taken in September. And for the aggregators and the FOSADEC, there are just one or two that have signed under the new regime. Of course, they are right in that the ministerial decision needs to be improved. No argument there. I understand the problems for the aggregators. For example, the financial object here is very small, and the aggregators have at the same time to establish a system to support storage. So, of course, that becomes the priority instead of self-consumption. But there are ways to overcome these problems, and that's where we come in with our proposals. Aside from the technical things that we believe are going to be resolved, of course, we've been hearing that for quite some time now. Let's hope that it will be a reality. There are new needs, though, arising, and we have seen the problems in action. Net billing, for example, what does it mean? It means that the self-consumer has to make his calculation, make the calculations based on the wholesale market, to be part of the process with tariffs for 20 years, to communicate with the providers and with the aggregator for 20 years. We're talking about small businesses that are entering difficult waters. So I believe it will be much more suitable, even if we hold on to the scheme, and this ministerial decision allows for that, instead of trying to calculate penny by penny the revenue of the self-consumer from the sale of energy. If we just say that that sale is, just to give you an example, a random number, 30 megawatt hour during the time of injection, the aggregator or the provider can just calculate and say what would be the average revenue that the self-consumer would get through the energy exchange, and maybe propose a lower fixed price, something that will automatically relieve the aggregator and the producers from a lot of work. At the same time, for the amendment of the ministerial decision, we need to include provisions for the directions 1711 of 2024. Two important things here: the common use of energy and distribution. Now, that is a very complex issue. Sharing of energy, complex issue. But the European directive provisions for a more flexible scheme here. And second, the ability for household users, and especially poor users, to have those PV modules on the terraces. They are not always on terraces, but that's how we call them, with a converter up to 800 watts. That is an outlet for poor households, because net billing, to be frank, is addressed to medium-sized, let's say, families or businesses. So our pressure now is towards the ministry, because they are the ones who are able to take action. But unfortunately, I do not feel that they understood the importance of the matter. We heard what Ms. Palianou said before, that everyone believes they are a priority. We're not asking for money. We're not asking for electrical grid. We have at least 2 gigawatts. The only thing we're asking for is a signature on a ministerial decision. And I think I was clear. Thank you for your presentation. Let's move on. Mr. Anargyros, you have the floor to tell us a couple of things about the potential of the Greek market with the self-consumption systems and commercial users.
Thank you very much for the invitation. This conference is always very interesting. As regards self-consumption, it is good to agree that self-consumption is the foundation of energy saving and independence. If we agree on that, then we can find a lot of solutions, because we will start from a common point. For a self-consumption system to function, to operate, we need 3 things: the legal framework, the grid, and the customer. At the moment, what is important, rather, is that customers are very, very much interested. This is the first step for an industry to start energy saving. and mitigate at a certain degree, of course, the risk of the market. However, if we do not have a clear framework as for what they can do and when they can do it, then things become a bit more difficult. So when we start thinking about the network, consider a business person who wishes to take a business decision. If they have to wait for 1 year, and after 1 year, if they have a different answer on behalf of the administration, then they will have problems, of course, as you understand. And of course, they need to understand that this is the truth. Many people say, don't care about this because you won't be able to find a solution. So we've seen that government needs to find patches instead of solutions sometimes, so that the cost of energy is not too high. But it should be the other way around. First, we need to have a decrease of the energy sector, and then to see what they can do. So it is indeed, there is indeed a lot of interest for net billing and self-consumption, but we need to have a lot of projects first. I heard about a 5-megawatt project. We've seen applications by many business persons, and only a few have taken their a license. The moderator says that we have to go to finish. Now let's go to Mr. Yannis. Since Mr. Nanargiros said that the people are interested in the markets are interested. What about the Vatopedi area? Do you know, you are expert on this area. And what are the prospects for the next day to come? Do they include batteries for businesses? What do you see? Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the invitation. It is very good that there is a forum where we have so interesting discussions by all parties. Now, as regards what you asked, it is not so easy to speak about technicalities. I would like to focus on the commercial dimension of the issue. Self-consumption has the privilege that it is a kind of technology which is horizontal. It can cover residential or industrial buildings. If we add this to the use of batteries, we have one more advantage. Because if we have this attitude expanding at a larger scale, then we can have a different behavior in the market, so different curtailments. We understand this, we speak about standalone systems. But what is important is that we have to know that we need to have a big participation in self-consumption so that the model can operate well. As regards the issues, the challenges, we believe that there is an understaffing issue also. There are multiple decisions on many levels. And if we combine these together, we see that the issues become more aggravated. So the bigger picture, rather we can see the bigger picture if these issues are small. But we have to see which is the demand at the level of customers. It's huge. We see applicants that hit on our door week after week, and they want to have the license. So the dynamics in the market are there, and what we want to do is to enhance, to support this market by providing a legal framework. Of course, the problems themselves imply their solutions. But if we go around the same wheel and we repeat the same mistakes of the past, we won't have any solution in the end. We've seen other countries like Poland, for example, with different history than ours, but we see that they have a very successful billing system. So I believe that we can add, rather we can learn from the examples of other countries. Thank you. Mr. Tsirbas. Let's speak about storage a bit more. Mr. Yannis mentioned some of the issues. What can you add? We can have PVs on the balconies. We can have batteries at home. So we can see how we can increase the residential part. I understand that you share the concerns of the other speakers. Indeed, of course, and I don't want to repeat them. I just want to introduce another dimension. For sure, storage is helpful. We have spoken about this a lot since this morning. We have started focusing on homes or small companies which need this kind of flexible solutions. And there we try to design some solutions where consumers can take advantage of the low prices in the system during the midday hours. Storage, of course, is a key to this kind of attitude. And we believe that the benefits will be very much extended. On the one hand, the consumers will have access to cheaper energy during the afternoon hours. Of course, we need large batteries and storage units, but the consumers themselves can help the whole picture. And of course, we'll try to do everything on a concerted manner. Regarding the balconies that you mentioned, certainly there is a major pool of consumers who do not have sunshine at their balconies. If they live at the upper floors or they are facing the south, they could have some PV panels at the balcony. But even then, there are restrictions. Of course, we might improve the situation to open the spectrum of options by providing them an option for cheap or even free energy during the afternoon hours. Thank you. Just one more question. We said what the Greek market has to have for the next day. But on the other hand, we see that the companies are understaffed, people retire. What do you think that is the key necessity for the Greek market to function in a better way tomorrow? Of course, everything that you mentioned are important, and that's why everyone speaks about them. But let me remind you of something else. We need to have smart meters and orange bills. These tools will help a lot towards this direction. Consumers can have access to clean energy and cheap energy. So in the list of demands and that the society has towards the ministry, we could add one more demand. Let's try to increase, support the solution of orange-colored bills and the smart meters. Thank you. Mr. Yannis. You mentioned a solution.
Θα ήθελα και από εσάς το σχολείο σας σχετικά με την επόμενη μέρα της αγοράς και πολύ περισσότερο εάν...
We mentioned before the residential consumers, and do you believe that the people have the education so that they could implement advanced solutions? Which is your opinion? First of all, I should say that our technology, in its DNA, has evolution, has it involving power, and it can develop day after day, actually. Now, as for the market and whether we can give technical solutions, better solutions, the technical solutions are here. We have them. As regards energy management, they are rather integrated. What we don't yet have is the capacity to implement them 100%. So that's the focus I think we should prioritize. Mr. Anargyros. You propose personalized solutions for the consumers. Based on the projects that have been implemented already. My question is, how can you answer to the net billing financing issue? Net billing seems to press on the pause button for the development of these types of consuming behavior. So what is your answer to that? Green World Next Greece has come to Greece, and the mandate is that it implements self-consumption projects for enterprises and industries. Net billing is well known from the European countries, European market. The framework net billing in Europe becomes more difficult to evolve in relation to net billing. Some industries in some industries, the amortization of that billing would be sooner or later. But in all cases, we need to have batteries as well, so this amortization period will become shorter. What we want to do is to accelerate the decision of the business person. We undertake the cost of investment. The company can have cost savings without investing for the solution. So what we need to do is to accelerate the periods for decision making. Mr. Psomas, let me ask you another question. Is it beneficial for home consumers to adopt a self-consumption system? What is your opinion, considering net billing, considering the conditions in the market? So is it beneficial for households? And are there any regulatory issues that are necessary to resolve in order to restart the market? What do you expect for the second semester of 2026? Let me start from the last question. It is clear that no matter what model we implement at this moment, the obstacle is a decision of the ministry. If we do not solve this, we cannot go forward, no matter the high demand we have. Now, whether this has been interesting or not, when we speak about self-consumption, we should not restrict ourselves in net billing, because we also have the 015, which for businesses is very close to net billing in terms of yields and outcomes. So considering commercial systems, net billing has lower yields than net metering, we know that, but it is still attractive. So if we want 3 or 4 years without any financial support to amortize your system, and then to start saving for the next 20 years, I believe that this is satisfactory. Regarding households, things are more difficult because there is VAT there, value-added tax. Also, we don't have the economies of scale, so we cannot reach very cheap prices. But we can have tax exemptions, meaning that a household, through this new legal framework, they can amortize their system in 5 or 6 years. But of course, this tax exemption goes only to those who pay taxes. If the household is of low income and they don't have tax exemption, so they can amortize their investment in 10 years. For those for the low revenue households, they don't apply for net billing or even net metering. So actually, realistically, we have 2 million households. This is the pool of customers. So we cannot cover all Greece. But let's be able to cover these 2 millions, and then we'll see for the remaining 8. With a balcony PV, a household can drop its energy costs up to 25%. Self-consumption is not something to make money. No, it's something to save us money. Mr. Tsalemi, we have a few minutes left. So please tell us what is your opinion about what you heard about the HEDNO, the DA? Let me first start with a general comment regarding what my colleague said. HEDNO has a dynamic approach to the urban environment as well, because the substations there are insatiable. We have capacity for the connection of new systems. So we're going to support this. But of course, we need to focus on applications. Collective consumption is important. This could be a scheme to implement in the urban areas. Let me remind you that we use the concept of virtual billing. We have incorporated this concept of the off-site regeneration, which is this virtual dimension. It is also included in the directive, in the European directive, just because we want to capture the capacity of the urban area. All people live in the cities. The emissions from the urban metropolitan areas are 70% of the total emissions on the planet. So we can regulate and smoothen the situation there. And the inhabitants of urban areas can contribute to the solution. I'm not speaking about the financials or the investments part, etc. Just I'm doing the maths. As Mr. Psomas said, in the previous months, we had a program for photovoltaics on roofs. So some family buildings proceeded to see how they could support such a solution. So the market is dynamic. The players are there. The regulator is flexible, as they have proved that they are flexible. So we'll see how we can cover the demands of the market. What about photovoltaics on the balconies? Yes, this solution has to be implemented only after notification to the regulator. So the regulator has to know beforehand. We have seen some examples of PVs on balconies without the regulator knowing, on a standalone man. So, as Mr. Psoma said, the regulator will respond within 15 days. So we need to see the capacity of the grid, and we just answer in 15 days. If we have applications from saturated areas, then the regulator has to carry out an extended risk study in order to reply to the application, because they have to measure loads, levelings. So they have to see all the options, all the cases, and from all the cases, we can see whether we can fund this and accept this particular application or not, approve it or not. So we understand that if we have over-concentration of stations, we have congestion, so we cannot take a decision easily. I would like to thank you, everyone. We don't have any further time. Actually, you repeated what we said in the morning. The ministerial decision is still pending. The market can make suggestions. We are not expecting decisions in the next few weeks. But nevertheless, both the commercial and the residential sectors say that there are interesting solutions. Of course, as long as we can solve the regulatory and technical details. If there are any differences from last year or previous years, then we understand that this is due to the fact that, especially in the commercial part, we have seen the grouping of some good solutions. We didn't have them before, so self-consumption is grouping itself and is organizing itself so that it can operate in a better way. Thank you so much.
Λοιπόν, συνεχίζουμε με μια
We will continue with a very interesting presentation. We're going to hear from Ms. Nektaria Karakatsani, one of the very important ladies in the field of energy with a lot of experience. We know her very well, and we see that when Ms. Nektaria Karakatsani is writing something at the energy press, it's always excellent and always highlights the topic she discusses in a very good way. Now she will talk to us about issues related to the networks, interconnections, and what the EU needs to do. Thank you, Ms. Karakatsani. Thank you very much. Hello, and my congratulations to Energy Press and Mr. Panagoulis for yet another very successful event that showcases the issues and I believe helps towards its resolution. A few thoughts related to the challenges that the European networks and grids are facing and the new opportunities that are emerging through new financing tools and also the changes on the European institutional framework. If I could summarize in a phrase my main message, that would be that Europe needs to support in a decisive manner those networks so they are not the pain point of the green transition, but Achilles' shield. And we say that because we understand now that grids are strategic infrastructure with many important dimensions, including security and European sovereignty. So I believe that literally and figuratively, the grids are the pillar of green transition. Those networks, they contribute towards innovation through new technologies. They interconnect markets and therefore contribute to European integration. Europe today is facing a paradox, and I'd say that we see that, and it's been treated in an awkward manner. On the one hand, they have paid approximately 1 trillion euro of additional costs due to over the years of the energy crisis, due to its strong dependence on fossil fuel. And on the other side, we've seen curtailing of green energy increasing. Even for wind farms in countries like Spain, they go over 12%. So are the networks the weak link? Or do they need to be supported so that they can actually show the potential of renewables? So a difficult parameter here is the fact that European demand is still at low levels. Europe has not managed to accomplish the goal of 32% for electrification through the whole range of its activity, whereas China has reached this goal. It's a goal that it has posed for 2030, and as long as it is not met, we have many side effects. The operators are called to design the networks with demand levels that have decreased even by 8% in some countries over the last 10 years. So they are called, but they are at the same time called to make investments, expecting an exponential rise in demand, depending on how data centers and AI progress. Operators and governments in Europe are called to offset sometimes counter targets, targets that are opposite to one another. Of course, we want to have affordable prices for consumers, but on the other side, investors want good returns. So the investment in networks is very high, but on the other side, European funding is limited. We also expect from operators to work as investors of low risk, safe investments, but on the other side, we expect a transformation from them into essentially startups or scale-up companies that will have a very strong growth. We are all familiar with the financing funding sources in our country. A lot operators have been supported through the NSRF, through the RRF, and the new funds are important, such as the Decarbonization Fund. I remember in 2021 when we presented at the European Commission the draft for the Decarbonization Islands Fund. The networks were our first pillar, and I'm happy that 4 years later this plan has matured and they have kept the position that they are meant for. But what is important and difficult here, I believe we have heard it we have seen it in an analysis, recent analysis, where if we analyze the largest operators in Europe, the 15 largest, and see the capex they have for the next decade, and compared to the revenue that they expect to have, we see a huge gap. This financing gap is more than 250 billion, and already over the last year, those operators were called to increase their investments by 50%. That in itself caused a lot of pressure on their balance sheets. So how can we respond to this? We see that operators are spreading the range of the choices for investors of all asset classes, institutional investors, even banks, and investors that up to a few years ago they wouldn't consider. I believe that a snapshot from the future is what has happened a few weeks ago. I was in the UK and it was #1 in the news. The Scottish Power operator, a subsidiary of a Spanish group, was able to secure funding of 1.35 billion to upgrade their networks. And they accomplished that, first of all, with a similar corresponding super fund that invested 600 million. And then there were huge banks from all over the world that put together this call-ending facility. I believe that this is something we're going to see more frequently in the future. Operators, especially of the transmission systems, will be the entities that are going to have to be transformed in their corporate structure, in their shareholders' portfolio, and generally reinvent their whole activities portfolio. We also see operators in Europe to issue green bonds. The Italian operator, Terna, is now the first one that is fully compliant to the European standard. But let's see if Europe is taking decisive action. We've heard about this European Competitive Fund, the ESF. We've heard the announcements that it will mobilize investments, that networks will be at the forefront. But if we do the calculations, out of the $500 million that was initially mentioned for this fund, and focus on on the green transition, it's only 26 billion that's new money on the table, and that is for 7 years, whereas the investments required each year for decarbonization stand close to 460 billion. So this is a huge gap. So on November 25, all of us expect this green package, this package that is going to finalize some critical provisions for the support of the networks, and already the new framework for supporting government investments, the CSAF, has created some conditions for the networks to attract investors through the use of de-risking tools and flexible SPVs in order to implement the projects on time. In terms of the TCIs, which is a topic relevant for our country as well, we see that the budget is 5 times more for the funding tool, the Connecting Europe facility. But let's note that during the last cycle, only 4 projects related to digitization of networks were included. And it's worth looking at the example from France, that is investing hugely in its networks, but also creates added value for the country. We have the grid operator here that has contracted 3.6 billion of electrical equipment, and EDIS, but 67% of that is manufactured in France. So this is green equipment and an opportunity to actually support the economy and create new jobs that are well paid. Also, let's note that defense is an important factor here. For defense, the competitiveness fund has a very high amount, and we can include there other critical infrastructure in those 131 billion, especially with some amendments in specific articles. It is important for countries to showcase, to highlight this relevance between the grids and national defense in a time when threats can become hybrid and geopolitical fluidity is very strong. We've also seen the European Investment Bank to revise the ceiling for funding on an annual basis. Now it stands at 100 billion, 11 of those are directed to grids. So this is a very important signal. To conclude, what we see as the main pillars for the response over the next months. First of all, a lot of emphasis on improving performance. The technologies that will improve the performance of the grid are at the focus of the European Commission and the European package. Also, flexibility. AI gives us new opportunities. In the US, they expect 10 to 12% of the US peak to be covered by VPPs. That's where household consumers and PVs play an important part here. We also need the simplification of the procedures, especially things that are coming soon. Another dimension here, in many countries, we've seen a lot of rise in charges and prices, especially in the Netherlands. The consumers have seen an increase of €10 per month already since 2023. And this trend continues because the grid there is saturated. Every transformer, every grid line. In Germany, the discussion has started, a discussion that is concerning for batteries as well. They want to introduce charges for batteries as of 2029, and that more or less overturns investment plans. And also a very important statement made in the UK Parliament, where the CEOs of the large companies were seated, and someone said that 2030, despite the 100 billion we're going to invest, even if the cost of wholesale electricity is zero, the bills will be still high because the pressures exerted on other charges are high due to the required investments. So in this complex framework, the regulatory framework must develop as well. We see a shift on a European level, a lot of emphasis on benchmarking. We have OPEX plus CAPEX, this TOTEX, so that money can be funneled for investments that are innovative. Maybe today they are not justified by the figures in the market, but they have to face the challenges of tomorrow as well. Another important element here is a mechanism that started in the UK, specifically because they realized that operators need to have liquidity so they can go to the supply chain and sign contracts. So it gave them direct access to funding by 4 billion. Shortly, the framework that governs PCIs is going to change. There's going to be a lot of detail that also concerns us because we have this Gregel project that is mature. So with a third country outside of the European Union, we have this connection. So that's going to define some tools that will help certain users to have long-term rights for connections and ensure capacity in the long term. These are very important simplifications. You can see them here. For example, today, it can take up to 27 months to have a series of decisions from a number of institutions. And in the end, the result is minimized when you finally get it. All of that is going to be simplified through the new European framework. You see, over the next months, the European developments are going to be huge. I believe there's a lot of analysis to be made here. And essentially, we need to adapt fast so that our assets are not devalued in our efforts for sustainable growth and social cohesion. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Karakadzani. As again, like I told you, these are very detailed and well-documented presentations. Well, now it's time for our lunch break, but we will be back at 3 o'clock with our afternoon session. 3 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch.
In life, there are many paths to cross. Many lines you can take. The path of the creator. The one who strives every day for a new idea. The path of the scientist and the path of the artist. For the one is incomplete without the other. The striding path, where the longest steps will take you there. Everywhere. The path of responsibility, leading to the common good. And the humble path that illuminates the past and embraces the future. Most of all, the always evolving path, the one that knows no stop and can only take you forward. Many paths, many lines, but if you can unite all these to one and make it something bigger and make it your path, your road, then you can really make a difference. Then you are Metlin. Forging a better, safer, and more resilient world by powering economies, creating opportunities, and investing in critical raw materials. Always ahead of the global trends, leading the global energy transition. Transforming industries in more than 40 countries across the 5 continents with a commitment that goes beyond business, driving progress, shaping tomorrow. Always made of metal and full of energy. Metlin, energy and metals.
Έλα, μπαμπά.
Έλα, αγάπη μου. Τι αποφάσισες τελικά?
Βρήκα ήδη δουλειά. Εδώ στο Παρίσι.
Το μέλλον σου δεν το σκέφτεσαι.
Τι να σκεφτώ δηλαδή?
Να σκεφτείς υποτροφία. Μάστερ στα καλύτερα πανεπιστήμια του κόσμου. Και εξασφαλισμένη δουλειά στην Ελλάδα για 5 χρόνια. Μιλάμε για μεγάλο όνομα. 3 χρόνια τώρα ανεβαίνει διαρκώς. Έργα, νούμερα. Κύκλος εργασιών 1,3 δις. Ανεκτέλεστο 4,3 δις. Και έπειτα 150 εκατομμύρια.
Για την άκτορ λες.
Σπίρτο μου εσύ, που να πάρεις και την υποτροφία.
Εντάξει, μπαμπά, θα κάνω αίτηση.
Άλλαξα γνώμη στην κόρη μας.
Ναι, αλλά ποιος βρήκε την υποτροφία? Θα σέβεσαι.
Την άκτορ εννοείς.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. Θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow.
I send my regard to you, love. The seas that we sailed across were rough, 'cause those winds and those rains and those holes and those cannons we fought were too much for you in the end, too much you thought. I'm like a sycamore seed turning as I fall, as I see you walking to me down the hall. And I'll be trying to pretend that I was fine, and every day I hadn't missed you at all. I'm like a sycamore seed turning as I fall, as I see you walking to me down the hall. And I'll be trying to pretend that I was fine, and every day I hadn't missed you at all.
Η ενέργεια είναι στην καρδιά των πάντων. Γι' αυτό και η ΔΕΠΑ είναι σήμερα παντού. Από το φυσικό αέριο μέχρι όλη την αλυσίδα της ενέργειας. Από τα μεγάλα έργα και τις στρατηγικές υποδομές μέχρι την επιχείρηση και το σπίτι. Με εξωστρέφεια και διεθνείς συνεργασίες εγγυάται την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια της χώρας. Συμμετέχοντας σε νέες, σύγχρονες μονάδες παραγωγής ενέργειας, διασφαλίζει την σταθερότητα του συστήματος και ενισχύει τον ανταγωνισμό, με επενδύσεις στην καθαρή ενέργεια. Τα ανανεώσιμα καύσιμα και τις νέες τεχνολογίες δημιουργεί σήμερα ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Και επειδή στην καρδιά της βιώσιμης στρατηγικής είναι ο άνθρωπος, είμαστε δίπλα στον καταναλωτή, στους εργαζόμενους μας και στις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Με εθνική ευθύνη, περιφερειακή ισχύ και το βλέμμα στραμμένο στο μέλλον, Όμιλος ΔΕΠΑ. Στην καρδιά της ενέργειας.
ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται. Με έξυπνα δίκτυα. Με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα. Με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση. Με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες. Με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες. Με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον. Για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση. Για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας. Για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας. Για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο. Για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
In every era, there exists a lighthouse that breaks through darkness and leads technology forward. Today, a new lighthouse is being cast with light, illuminating the boundaries of intelligent manufacturing, leading the world forward. We are in the low-carbon era, creating a new technology lighthouse, moving towards a sustainable undertaking and pursuing glory. Reshaping the industrial body with advanced intelligence, unleashing brand new digital momentum, allowing high efficiency and low carbon transform the producing technology, leading toward brand new directions by improving quality and efficiency, enabling agile manufacturing in the photovoltaic industry, accumulating energy, surging momentum, and making a new leap forward. Breaking down the barriers between large-scale production and personalized demand, adapting according to changes. 30-plus digital use cases, breaking through 7 industry automation challenges. The direction of light depicts green mountains and rivers in every inch. Technology as tower and wisdom as lamp. LONGE Intelligent Manufacturing, leading forward.
αρχίσουμε θα μπουν μέσα. Λοιπόν, όπως...
Well, as we committed ourselves to stick to the plan, we start off with the afternoon session. And we start with a topic that, as discussed with colleagues, is at the front line of the agenda and of the energy issues, and seemingly does not have the same dynamic from the standpoint of the state. And we are talking about offshore wind farms. We'll look into how this scheme will evolve in the panel moderated by my colleague Yorgos Findikakis. He will be discussing with Flora Karathanasi, offshore wind development consultant of EDEIEP, and Takis Chaviaropoulos, who is the person in charge with the Hellenic Wind Energy Association. Mr. Findikakis, together with your guests, you have the floor.
Παρακαλούμε να περάσουν μέσα όσοι είναι τώρα στον διάδρομο και στο φουαγέ. Παρακαλώ περάστε μέσα.
If you can please take your seats, we have already started.
Καλησπέρα λοιπόν και από μένα.
So, good afternoon, everyone. The topic of this panel, as I say, is painful for everyone in the sense that 2 years ago, on 31st October 2023, we heard the announcement about the national plan. 2 years later, the plan is missing, but what's most important is that there's no more enthusiasm for it, and it seems to be a second priority when offshore wind farms, that is, for many reasons. But I have two experts with me right now, Ms. Flora Karathanasi, the head of the offshore program of HEREMA, and Mr. Takis Chaviaropoulos, a partner of iWind Renewables and a partner at HWEA. Ms. Karathanasi, just a comment on where we stand right now. I hear more and more recently that the foreign players, and Greek names as well, that had put Greece on the map. Well, rather, they had put Greece in their crosshairs, but their interest seems to be waning. And there are many reasons for that. Reasons that connect to international momentum on both sides of the Atlantic. If you can give us the outline of the situation today. Well, thank you for the question and thank you for the invitation. This is the situation indeed, Mr. Findikakis, right now, at least for a year, I'd say. There's a lot of pressure either from inflation or for the geopolitical conditions that do not allow the acceleration of those projects. If I may talk about Greece specifically, as you said, 2 years ago we've announced the national plan for offshore wind farms and some proposed areas for those developments, but we've gone through all the required procedures according to laws, such as the public consultation, the strategic study for environmental impact. And once all those things were completed, we've updated the plan as we had to, so we can adhere to the environmental terms that came with the environmental permit. And then it left our hands. It's at the hands of the government, where they can proceed with the required approvals and get the ministerial decision. So keeping that in mind, in our case, the situation, of course, and always considering what is happening on a European or a global level, this is something that is troubling us. Indeed, we see that the market is kind of frozen, but we are here to support the effort to the extent possible, of course. Okay. Now, a question that is not so technical, but then I would like to hear from you, Mr. Javieropoulos, as well. There is a scenario that in an effort to proceed to move forward, it's been discussed for the country to take advantage of this international pause and mobilize this special purpose vehicle by the IP, this SPV, in order to conclude the required surveys, geological studies, etc., so that once we are able to proceed, the investors will have something in their hands. Of course, that means that we know what are the proposed areas. So first, we need the plan to be issued and know these areas. Well, that is true to a degree. Of course, we as from our side, as HEREPA, we know which are these areas, but this SPV is not yet formed. We've made all the legwork so that once we get the right permits, we are able to proceed immediately. And what I mean by that is that throughout this time, we've carried out a number of surveys on a desktop level to better understand the conditions in the areas of interest. More specifically, we completed the strategy for collecting wind data and geology data to understand the needs of each area and understand what is the technology that should be implemented in each area in order to collect that data. So this strategy is now being certified by an accreditation, by a certification body, so that we know that the strategy we issue will be sustainable or will lead to a sustainable project. And we've also completed a database with geological information where they have introduced data in a geological database so that we know what the geology of morphology of the bottom of the sea is. And we're going to do a similar study for geophysical studies, and the environmental studies are also being prepared. These are the main three levels of surveys that need to be completed. Mr. Javieropoulos, what do you see happening with offshore wind farms? Well, let me thank you for the invitation as well, even though it's not good to take the stand right after lunch, but anyway. What we have to say as the HWEA is that it is something that we cannot understand right now, why the law is not progressing with the steps that should have been made already, why we don't have the joint ministerial decision yet, and why some other steps have not been taken, not only in relation to the tenders that we should be seeing, but also in relation to the pilot projects. Let me just clarify for anyone who is not really familiar with the subject. You say that you don't understand why the law and the framework is not here so that the interested parties will know what are the potential areas for such projects, without that saying that right on the next day we will have a tender for that. Exactly. We need to know what are those areas for the intervention. We have so many maps in our country, but and I cannot really answer why this is not happening. We have maps for the seabed space. We have maps for fossils. We don't understand why there's no progress within our territory. This is something that I cannot understand. So what we need to do is the law has to be enforced. The law that is that was passed by the government that is still right now in office, and we need to take the right steps. Define the organized development areas. Take all the steps that are necessary to proceed. Ms. Garathanasi, do you think we have missed this train already? I mean, Italy, a neighboring country that could be considered an alternative here. Someone could use an Italian port. Italy, if I recall, in July announced that they start the preparation works and defined as offshore supply chain ports, Augusta, and another one that I don't recall, meaning this is the preparation that is required. Similar actions are taken on this level of supply chain from Turkey, and I think more generally in the area, despite the bad momentum right now in the international market. But here, nothing is happening as far as I know. Do you think that we have lost this, missed this train? Quite the opposite, if I may. I believe that given the conditions right now in the general area, it is a time for regrouping for us as well on our side, because we said from the start that we are going to support this matter of the supply chain. It's something that lowers costs. So we have developed a strategic study that about the weaknesses, the gaps, and the opportunities in the supply chain, both for services and for ports. And what I mean is that right now we have ideal conditions, the ideal conditions either to upgrade some areas or find the weaknesses where they are so that we can accomplish our targets. So with the right design, and this study is going to give us the direction about our next steps. We're going to know what type of work is required. There are many different parameters that need to be considered. A question on this. If there's an investor where the market opens in Greece, if they find, for example, an assembly board for an offshore park, let's say near Crete, if they can find this port in Turkey, why? What would be the incentive for the investment community of Greece to do this when the competitors have already done it? There are many factors that will lead to a decision. Well, the example of Turkey was a random one. Anyway, if there is a specific European framework, there might be specific limitations as well in terms with potential ports that someone can use or geographical restrictions. Not everything is feasible, but in any event, it's something that we need to look at after having all the information and for specific projects. Otherwise, we're just hypothesizing here. What is your opinion? The truth is that when the offshore wind farms started in Greece, the supply chain was mobilized. There was a lot of mobilization from the investors as well. We had done a lot of events to propose some ideas, but this has sort of collapsed lately, and having the supply chain mobilized is very important because the ports and the infrastructure require preparation. And if this is not done on time, it's very difficult to get them afterwards. Now, the distances. Now, another interruption. This question of the supply chain is something that concerns the energy market in general, not only for the offshore parks. It's something that we're going to have to deal with when for those that are involved in upstream as well. I would say that the distance to get the floaters from Turkey or from Italy are not the problem here. It's not that they are going to increase the cost so much. So the more we delay, the more time we take, I think that will take us back in relation to the added value that we could have here. So despite this sort of peculiar situation with the offshore industry, I'd say that some things are being done. For example, in Germany, where up to recently we had the negative bidding model for the tenders, when they saw in action that the tender did not have a result for 2 areas, they are now changing this model and using the CFD model, which if we have tenders sometime in Greece, that's something that we are going to follow. Meaning that even though we hear and read that some investments are being cancelled and there's a degree of stagnancy, at the same time, either on a legal framework, regulatory framework, things are somewhat changing. What do you say, Ms. Gathasi? And what does that tell us? Maybe this market is going to get going again. That's the only thing that makes sense right now. That is what is happening with these markets anyway. So from our side, we're trying to be prepared when the time is right and we get the green light. We can say that we are ready to then move very fast. For us right now, the SPV process and the process of collecting data on a central basis, it's going to be the catalyst that perhaps is going to help us regain the enthusiasm that we had at the start for developing offshore wind farms. Do you think that the time to get the green light is close now? There are discussions being made, but we're still waiting. I also wanted to ask, the first communication of the potential investors is with you. So what do you hear from them? Are they disappointed, or are they sort of adopting a wait-and-see stance? Right now, I would say that they are being cautious. They're waiting to see what's going to happen. So yes, it's a wait-and-see situation right now. Mr. Javiaropoulos, to answer your previous question about the tenders, those who think that we are going to have projects offshore with merchant prices in the market, they are sadly mistaken. The capex is 3 times more or even more. The OPEX is at least 1.5 times more. So it would be extremely optimistic to say that you can build offshore with 60 euro per megawatt hour. This is why the Germans are following different models right now. Things are even more different if we talk about floating offshores, where the uncertainty there is even higher. First, because the technology is not yet finalized with specific mature designs. There are many different types of floaters available, and those who've tried to do it saw that their cost was much higher than what they had budgeted for. So there is a lot of uncertainty, and I agree with Flora in this regard. Floating offshores will be much later, will come in the mix, and maybe the fact that we're not going to have the first floating offshore wind farms in 2030, maybe that's not as bad. The pilot project in Alexandroupoli, the only project that is actually at a process where some stages are maturing. What is the situation there? Right now, we are, as HEREMA are now doing the environmental study. There were 2 permits given to the 2 companies that were eligible for them. And as far as we know, they are doing some preliminary surveys on site. And as they understand the area better, they're going to proceed with more specialized surveys. So what you say is true. The pilot projects could probably proceed faster than the other projects, and that's what is happening. Now, one last comment, Mr. Javieropoulos. As I said in the beginning, what is critical right now is for the laws that have passed to be enforced so that things can progress without any special costs. Just to know exactly what can happen where. Yes, because that is a precondition even for forming the SPV and for having the tenders. We need to have the national plan. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for giving us your time.
Προχωρούμε τώρα σε...
Moving on with another session where we have a presentation by Mrs. Zacharia from Optimum Energy and Mr. Jaap Meyerhofer. This panel will be moderated by Michalis Mastorakis, and then we are going to have Mr. Statharas for a presentation. Actually, now we're going to speak about how we can optimize the operation of RES stations so that they are sustainable under the new circumstances. Here, we will revisit energy management, of course, and of course, we're going to speak about support, financing, and other tools. Mrs. Stella Zachariadi from Optimum Energy and Mr. Meyerhofer from Aspired. They're going to present to us the solution that they have worked on for the Greek market. Thank you. You have 18 minutes.
Ακούγομαι? Καλησπέρα. Εγώ θα μιλήσω στα ελληνικά, μιας και είμαστε...
I'm going to speak in Greek, and I would like to thank Mr. Panagoulis, Energy Press, the conference, which is with us every year, and I understand that we are pioneers in many sectors. Also, let me welcome Jürgen Meyerhofer, my friend and collaborate. And let me start with a short introduction as to where we stand today. Thousands of variables, milliseconds to decide. Turning market fluctuations into optimized control. How can we control our assets so as to have the best gain? You know us as Optimus Energy. We are
Under Yekterna Group, we manage 6 terawatt hours, almost 7. We're reaching 7 this year, 4.5 gigawatts in RES, more than 3,800 stations, and our market share is in between 48-51% every month. It is important to say that we are not the bigger aggregator, private aggregator, but we are the bigger participant in intraday and next day, day ahead market. We have 15% of the overall management of electrical production in the country. Until 2030, we believe that this will double. Since we were founded, we wanted to become one of the major players in the Greek market in a modern energy system for the future, with many renewables, flexibility, with modern tools, with auxiliary services, and recently we started our participation in the balancing market with demand response. So we are before a new era. We have tried to react in the best way to the newcomers in the field, which are the batteries. As you see, all the pieces can be connected to each other in a puzzle of the energy sector. This puzzle includes our effort to decrease balancing failures with meteorological models, trading tools, automations, and other models. Also, our efforts to grow our portfolio in a quality manner, using various tools in order to serve the high numbers of our customers, be able to have digital tools for the new market, because we have an important digital transformation share in the company, both in-house and with associates. And also we want to operate real time, so that we can orchestrate in the best way, so that we remain flexible. Before I give the floor to Jürgen, let me say that let me share with you why we selected Inspired. We have an idea 2 years ago. We went to international conferences. We tried to collect all the information that we could from markets that already have storage stations, understanding how the European area operates, and Inspired was one of the first in the lists. We also liked something more when we met them, that we think in a similar way. We have a similar vision, similar prospects. And of course, they were so transparent that we were convinced that we wanted to cooperate with them. They have data, they show the data. They have information, they disclose the information. So we had the opportunity to see that they do what they promise. These were the basic reasons why we cooperated. And I'm very happy because at this time, at this moment, we are ready for the first battery stations.
Thank you, Stella. So actually that is not a surprise. We work since more than a year, right, on your own batteries. Hi, I'm Jürgen. I'm the CEO and co-founder since more than 20 years in the energy industry. I'm part of the EPEX Exchange Council, so biggest power exchange on the continent, I would say. Married, 5 kids, all that stuff. So actually our journey goes back from 2014. For the ones who are not so familiar with energy trading, this was the first point in Europe where EPEX moved from trading screens that you may know to an API. What does API mean? You can automate activities that at the moment humans do, right? So in Europe, this practice of algorithmic trading or automating trading activities has only like 11 to 12 years of history, right? And we've been there from the beginning. So our track record is first mover, going the hard way, right? You know it. It's harder to build the first battery storage than the 10th one. It's harder to have negotiations with stakeholders, be it regulators, TSOs, as the first one, and not 2 years later. And this is what we like. And we always look for partners with a similar mindset, right? And we found that with Optimus, of being really pushy and going down the hard way, right? And also shaping a new market. So beyond the technology, right, where I could tell you now 5 hours what we have done, there is one leverage that we see in the cooperation and in our offering, which is there is a lot of knowledge that can be used from other markets, right? So we have 5 gigawatts. We're in general optimizing flexibility. So we have pump storages, thermal plants, demand side. We also have renewables. We have co-located assets. But we have 1.3 gigawatts of grid-scale battery storage in, I think, 8 countries, signed and in construction, right? So it's not typically, this is my pipeline. And we're on the continent, the player with the most operational assets, right? In all sizes, shapes, and forms that you can imagine, from 2-hour storages, 1-hour storages, 4-hour configuration, 3.5, you name it, all different suppliers, right? And what we create together is we use Optimus market knowledge, network experience, their own asset, mix in our experiences in choosing suppliers, looking at performance warranties, right? All things that impact your future revenues, right? Because for batteries, it's unlike for renewables that you close your PPA and you just remain with the technical or the volume risk, right? For a battery, commissioning is not the end, it's the start, right? This is where you have proof after 2-3 years of work that you're able to generate the revenues that you promised to your lender, that you promised to your shareholders, etc. So there is a lot of influencing factors in battery storage that are very new to the industry, right? And that's what we bring in. Also, when it comes, let's call it regulation, balancing markets, etc., right? With assets in France, with variable grid fees, where there is a different dispatch in France than in other countries. We have assets that have grid constraints, right? Ramps, ancillary services limitations. And our job is always to tell you as future asset owners, what's the impact of that, right? What if a TSO says you get a 15-minute ramp, a 30-minute ramp? What if a performance warranty asks you for a resting period? A very famous question that I had several times today. Out of a small spoiler, out of our 1.3 gigawatts, we have no resting periods at all. There is ways to negotiate it out, find other ways, because they could cost you like 10 to 12%. My colleague will present more details about it tomorrow. So future markets, also here. So we see Greece as an extremely promising market. Our strategy is still to leverage other countries. For example, we got access to the Japanese power exchange some 2 months ago. So we try to really grow the knowledge that we bring into also this cooperation. What's very important and what we see in all countries is that there is a lot of players running around claiming to optimize batteries or being capable of doing it, right? So our approach is different. We're Austrians, or I cannot say Austrians. We have 27 nationalities out of our 100 people, right? But we have an Austrian DNA, so we only talk about stuff that we know about and that we can prove. So these are parts of our operational assets. It's the biggest asset on the continent, live since May. It's EcoStore Bollingstedt, 103.5 megawatts, 230. So there is only one operator in Germany who has a 2-hour storage, believe it or not. Live in operation since months, so we have several of those assets. We even publish the revenues, believe it or not, certified by KPMG. So if you ever go to our website, you will see historical revenues certified by a third-party auditor no simulation, no backtesting, no promises, just the numbers that the clients do. Of course, it's aggregated and anonymous, but it's a good indicator for you and an additional data point. We have Opton has a large pipeline, 2-hour storages that are in operation. We have 4-hour storages in the Netherlands, so we have a lot of trusted partner. We work with Bampu and Sumitomo in the Japanese market. So there's a lot that we bring in terms of credibility and de-risking your project, right? For us, it's credibility. For you, is optimization a risk, right, as asset owners? Are these guys, in this case Optimus and Inspired, delivered what they are promising or not? Because you will stand in front of your board and then argue why it's 15% less that you had in your investment case. So we bring that to the table, and how we shape it is that we leverage the local expertise of Optimus in terms of how do you read a regulation, right? For you, that's maybe daily business, but if we, as not a Greek company, look into regulation, we cannot derive what's really going on in the market, right? That's not only in Greece, that's in a lot of markets. So we use that local knowledge, we use the data, and what we bring in is transparency. So our customers get real-time dashboards, so they can look on their iPhone or wherever and see how much is bid into A4R, what's the wholesale's position, how much money do I make today, is that good or bad, right? So we bring the transparency, and how that works is maybe also important for you to know is that it works for every single asset, right? Every single battery storage will be different that you have. It has different performance warranties, it has different degradation profiles, it has slightly different dimensioning in terms of power in relation to capacity. You may have different suppliers, right? So everything we do is training an algorithm on your specific asset and trading it as a separate asset, right? It's not getting lost in a portfolio like you may be used to by other players. So we're kind of your extended workbench, right? We work for you, and that allows us to give you full transparency. Let's see if we can aim for certified revenues. That was quite a hassle in Germany, to be honest. It took us like 9 months to convince an auditor, right, that usually looks at balance sheets to give us a stamp. That's not that easy. They don't mess around with their stamp. And we can leverage all on-site technology from Optimus, like being the dispatch, being it the control, integration in the VPP. We can talk about co-location, right? We've co-located assets in several countries, green storage, gray storage, so with or without consumption, right? And we try to just fast track in our cooperation what we learned and implemented in other countries, right? So you can be sure if you hand over your precious first asset into our hands, we will not start from zero. We will work first on Optimus internal assets, and we've proven it in other countries, right? There is also no special solution for the Greek market. We leverage what we've built for other markets, right? That's part of our strategy. So where is the complexity now, right? You could say, and we heard that a lot over the last years, is a battery just charges when it's cheap, right? And it discharges when it's expensive. What's the deal actually? Why do you need all the technology? And the reality is you have to take a decision the day before, look at all markets, look at weather, look at demand, and the complexity of decision is 10 to the power of 100, right? For all non-mathematicians, it's a 1 with 100 zeros. It's more than we have stars in the universe, right? Of course, we as optimizers don't explore all of them, so we just try to look in the right direction and then pick the right star for you. But it's a really complex mathematical problem, right? You have to assume how volatile will it be tomorrow? Will it be called in A4R on a 4-second basis? What will the frequency look like, right? There is some stuff that you can just not predict, but you have to model it in a stochastic way, right? And that has a lot of effects. One effect is we've shown, for example, in a study with the French TSO RTE, that by using all revenue streams, we can reduce overall balancing volumes and overall balancing costs, right? Because, for example, if you use the wholesale markets on NX for managing the state of charge, you can plan ahead. right? In the old world, something happens and you react to it, which again creates imbalances, right? So there is a lot of positive things also in terms of renewables integration. There is a good reason why everybody talks about co-location, right? Actually, it doesn't matter from a balancing perspective in most markets with BRP systems if it's co-located or not. And finally, of course, we have to make the business case, right? We're not here only to make the energy system better and more stable, but we need to make money so that investments are redirected from conventional plants, from other sources into the energy transition, right? So we cannot deny that the IRR of a battery project is important, and we see in some countries double-digit IRRs, right? So really attractive investment opportunities that attracts investors from abroad, etc., and just gives the country a push on the energy transition. So this is our job. Finally, this is how it looks like. I will not go through it, I promise, right? If you ever want to know it, reach out and we explain, but this is what all our customers get for every single asset. So you get full transparency, and this is what you will find on our website. So KPMG certified, that's numbers for Germany, 1 hour storages. Last mention I have is the difference between best and worst performing asset in this case is performance warranties. If that sticks out of my speech, look at performance warranties, and if you're not sure, please ask us what's the impact. So maybe, Stella, what are we heading for in the Greek market?
A final remark, a final note from me. I'm switching to Greek now. Αυτό είναι το γράφημα που ελπίζουμε.
This is the graph that we are hoping to see next year. A graph with actual elements from actual batteries. But however, we do have an enemy. Overregulation, delays, lack of transparency, regulatory failures. These are problems. And unfortunately, every day we have to deal with this kind of challenges. So for those of you who asked me whether we will be able to represent you, yes, we will be able to represent you. And we are here in order to offer the best service with the best transparency so as to promote competition and create the best outcomes for our stations. Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on to session number 6, energy management, financing abilities, support tools, participation in the energy exchange. We have 6 panelists and little time for everyone to speak, but let me just present the panelists. Mr. Manolis Kalaitzakis, the Director of Strategy and Business Development from the Energy Exchange, who's going to talk to us about the PPA platform. Mr. Diamandis Liparos, Associate Director, Energy Project Finance, Structured Financing from the National Bank. Mr. Giorgos Zazias, Long-Term Optimization and Aggregation Director from Metlen. Mr. Yannis Roumeliotis, Key Account Manager, EPC and RES of Protasis. Mr. Alexandros Parlavadzas, Senior Expert Renewable Energy, TUV Nord Hellas. And Mr. Theodoros Kiakidis, the founding partner of New Energy Partners. Good afternoon, everyone. A short and brief introduction. Energy management really gains a lot of ground. If you look at all the negative tariffs, you can understand why energy management is important, the need for flexibility, and in fact, how you can turn a problem into an opportunity. Financing is now moving to a next level. The challenges are more significant. The renewables are expanding, but we see a turn towards batteries. At the same time, banks are hesitant to finance those projects. And similarly, we have a lot of discussion for the support tools, of course. PPAs, EFTs, and other tools are important, given the end of the competition between the renewables, the tariffs, etc. So a need for a new formula for the development of new renewable projects, with merchants now gaining the lead. And the question is how and if they can be sustainable in the long term. These are the questions for our discussion. Hopefully we will get some answers. Let's start with Mr. Kalaitzakis. He has a presentation on the PPA platform, but please stick to your allotted time. We have to be very strict here. Good afternoon, everyone. I will try to be brief. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Μέχρι να δούμε την παρουσίαση, απλώς να πω ότι σε περίπου ένα μήνα...
Now, before we start the presentation, just let me mention that in about a month we will have the one-year anniversary of the PPA platform. Today I will just mention some very important things about them, the basics, and give you an idea about the numbers and how they evolved over time, and some things about the offers and the entire transaction activity, the trading on the platform.
Θες, προχώρα, ναι.
Ωραία, κάνουμε μία μικρή αλλαγή.
Okay. Technical problem here, so let's proceed and give some time for the presentation to be ready. Let's start the discussion with financing. The number one topic right now, if we focus on batteries, and different things being said here. There's a hesitation on the side of the banks as well. And on the other hand, we have the need for financing for the projects in order to be able to proceed. So what's changed right now, given the conditions of the market? What are the challenges, and what is the approach of the banks in terms of financing new projects? Well, like you said, most everyone is aware of, the situation has changed. In recent years, we've moved from simple evaluation of low-risk investments that had pretty much fixed flows and were stable for both investors and banks. Now the market has grown into the evaluating businesses that have fluctuating revenues. But these projects are of strategic importance for the country and need to be executed. So the banks need to play an active role and take up some of that risk. I believe we've already mentioned the risks right now in the market: negative tariffs, curtailment. These are the features of the PPAs where you might have issues with the contracting parties. We don't have so many parties in the corporate PPAs in Greece. We see new technologies. We used to finance PVs and wind farms. It was like we call it plain vanilla, not something that we needed to evaluate. But now we see the storage systems, for example, that have many different revenue sources. All that increases risk. And it is our job to find a way to meet the financing needs of the investors. In this context, at least the National Bank has evaluated the needs, has the know-how, and has developed certain tools that help us complete the financing of such projects. We have some examples. The energy baseload app, for example, a way for partially meeting the demands in the market in a combination with PPA. Now, beyond that, we need to assess risk for the market risk. There are certain assumptions to be made. Normally, we use the scenarios given by the market consultants. We use the most conservative scenario to do the sensitivity analysis. And the good thing about it is that some of these investments are of strategic importance. So we know that if something goes wrong, it will not be completely wrong, and there is a way to fix it. There are more specific tools that we are also using, financing tools. To give you an example, how we do debt sizing, maybe the KPIs are a little higher to have a margin if the estimates are proven to be more optimistic. We have some cash sweep mechanisms with loan prepayments, and we also have deposit accounts, reserve accounts to meet any deficits. This is the situation. This is what is happening abroad as well. We have financed investments abroad as well, and this is the way that these issues are handled there as well. It's not just a local issue for us. So the Greek market is not unique in this regard. That's a similar situation in the Balkans and elsewhere in the world. Yes, that's what we've seen. Thank you. We will come back to these issues. Moving on to Mr. Zazias. and ask, what are the problems facing a company now that is managing a battery system in the market? You have some experience as Medlen with a project in Italy that it's in operation for a year now. So what were the conclusions that you derived from this activity? Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation, and congratulations for this forum. It's an institution now in the Greek market, the energy market. Up to now, we heard about what we are going to do, meaning how, when it comes to storage systems, how they're going to participate in the market, how they can have a revenue. I want to give you a different spin, what is happening already. I can talk about what we're doing now and what we did in the past. As Medlen, we are managing a storage system in Italy with the COD within 2024. And it's now more than a year where we are commercially using the battery and learned a lot from it. I'm going to share some of the things we learned. It's an 8 megawatt battery, 6 megawatt rather, with 8 megawatt hours. It's in Sardinia. It has faster reserve tender that so it has a revenue that is guaranteed by the Italian operator, and it has to be operated by Terna for 1,000 hours a year. So it is a complex scheme. The rest of the hours, we are managing this system. This specific battery has, even though it's a small asset has shown us all the problems that managing a battery system might have. One might think that you build a battery system, it offers you flexibility, it gives you value, so it's a good investment. But in order to accomplish all that, starting from financial models, from consultants, the revenue estimates, there are some conditions to be met. Those conditions are to have a perfect coordination between the asset management teams and the energy management teams so that you can get the best uptime for the battery. There are no communication gaps between the optimizer and the battery itself, which means that during the commissioning period, it was a difficult problem for us to solve, but we managed to do it. So it's not a guarantee, it's not something that is automatically there, it needs cooperation from all sides. Also, we've learned that monitoring the market and knowing the fundamentals of the market is key, meaning that you need deep understanding of the energy markets, the day ahead, the intraday, and the balancing markets so that you can achieve the highest revenues from all available sources. And lastly, this has helped us in understanding the risk sharing between the asset owner and the battery operator. All these are things that are still immature in Greece. We've seen it at work in a neighboring country, and we will be ready when the new wave of batteries comes into our country. We will be able to represent as many people as want to work with us. Thank you. These are very important observations. Mr. Roumeliotis, over to you. A similar topic here with energy management. Lately, we've seen a lot of interest for smart grids, energy management systems. Do you believe that the Greek market is ready to widely adopt such solutions? What do you think are the main obstacles for that today? Good afternoon. First of all, on behalf of Protasis, thank you for inviting us to this forum and this panel. It is a fact that in recent years, and especially after the tenders for the battery systems, we see an increasing mobilization, a lot of interest for energy management systems, for smart grids, the CMS systems. This is especially important for renewable plants and large industries where the need is even more pressing. It is true that the market appears more mature to take the next step, but there are some conditions to proceed there, meaning digitization, smart monitoring, and the existence of a comprehensive energy strategy. On the other hand, it is important to note that implementing solutions, EMS solutions, is not always easy. There are certain challenges that we need to overcome for that. One of them being the lack of a unified approach, single approach between production, storage, and consumption, and that is especially critical in large renewable plants and for the industry where measuring points are many. Also, in the market we have a degree of complexity and difficulty in integrating different systems and different manufacturers. Also, even when all the conditions are right, and available, tools available to the user, you don't have a full analysis, adequate analysis, and that means that this data cannot be converted into targeted actions that can improve the performance of a system. So that's where Protasis comes into the game with SCADA projects and energy measuring projects can offer comprehensive EMS solutions that meet the requirements of the RES projects and of any industrial facilities. These solutions allow real-time monitoring, predictive analysis of data, and can offer optimization of consumption and production through advanced algorithms. So essentially, Protasis, in cooperation with its clients, of course, can contribute to a transition towards a smart grid, interconnected and with high energy performance, thus allowing large industries and RES plants to reduce their operating costs, enhance their energy autonomy and performance, and be aligned with the European policies for sustainability and ESG criteria. Thank you. We are giving what you said, very important, real time. Mr. Parlavanzas, Mr. Liparos mentioned the problem of curtailment. It's something that concerns the bank, and I would like to hear from you in terms of how RES plants are being financed at times where curtailing increases. Hello, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you to the Energy Press. It is a fact that recently we're experiencing changes in energy. Because of the climate change and through the European directive, we were used to seeing RES projects as a priority. The compensation, the price, the compensation, fixed compensation per kilowatt hour was something that helped in this direction. It made the whole venture an attractive investment. But in the last 2 years, this has changed. We've seen this curtailment, and also the fixed compensation price is no longer a given. Curtailment is not something that happens here and there. It's an innate characteristic of the system and the market, and it has an impact on the sustainability of investments. Therefore, we need to consider, it's something that investors need to consider when they do their financial calculations and their models. The main question with financing is to have a degree of predictability for the revenue. Now, taking into account the change in the energy mix and then the possibilities offered by storage, we feel that next projects should have the storage capabilities, and it is important to be able to use this energy that is produced at times of low price in the market. That will help with the predictability of profit, and the projects would be more attractive for financing. Thank you. And our last speaker, Mr. Giakidis. We see in the market many small producers to sell their plants in response to the challenges that we've heard already that they face in the market. What is your view here, and are we in fact transitioning into a situation where for new portfolios and new projects, acquisitions will be more important than the development of new projects, as was the case in the past?
Ωραία, ευχαριστώ. Να ευχαριστήσω και εγώ με τη σειρά μου για
Thank you for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to be here, to see familiar faces. Now, to answer your question, I've put together a case study. Of course, the scenarios are innumerable. This is a PV plant of average size with a tariff that we've seen in recent years. 15-year loan term, and some other characteristics, assumptions, so that you can understand a little better the dynamics of how curtailment affects return. This is project acquisition with a loan-to-value of 75 and loan-to-value of 80. We started at 5, and I think we now stand at 10 and moving towards 15. And short-term, we are moving towards 2025 despite the storage, because Mr. Louvakis put it very well that each new megawatt requires 2 megawatts of storage. And we have approximately that into the system. So the figures are going to turn negative quite shortly, at least with these prices. 780 with 800 is now the current price. And you see, as the price drops, it becomes more interesting, but you can get an understanding about where we need to go. The future, of course, is not linear. This 20-25%, if we go through another energy crisis, might be completely different. But you need to be able to stay in the market in order to get there. So the prices might drop, and how much, that depends on other factors as well. So they will go down as far as the vertically integrated players can get in the market. But this is the prices that we buy right now. If we look at a similar situation, ready to build, of course, things are a little better. The numbers are a little better. The cost, again, includes EPC, terms of connection, and permit. Those who already have the permits might, of course, think of the opportunity cost. But let's say that someone has approximately 450 or 500. They have the permit and they have the connection terms. It's another cost. But you see that at 15% curtailment, they are more or less breaking even. So with the current conditions in the market, the ready-to-build are sort of at the limit, because you also have to sell your electricity. And the numbers that you need, you cannot get from the PPA. So I think that something needs to change in order for all this to make sense. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. χρήσιμη παρουσίαση.
Very useful presentation. Mr. Kalaidjakis, you have the floor. Okay, I think we can continue now. We have the presentation. The PPA platform, one of the four important offerings of the energy exchange, along with the derivatives market, the natural gas, and of course the electricity spot market. Very quickly, some key characteristics of the platform. The sellers and buyers can upload their bids. Potential parties can express interest. And there is a model template contract in the platform that can be used to facilitate negotiations between the parties. We started the operation in December, went live in December 2024. So this is the first renewable and storage forum where we can see some of figures about the operation of the platform. These are some things from the PPA market timeline, a pre-agreement and the post-agreement stage where our platform is involved, and an intermediate stage of negotiations and signing the final contract where the energy exchange is not involved. And last, we have the post-agreement stage. So recording the contract is optional. Now, who is eligible to participate? The participants is a wide range of participants that can go into the platform. We've talked about the most of the categories in the past. They are quite known, like RES producers, suppliers, traders. We added two new categories, the financial institutions and investment firms. So we can include them. So we can be very clear about our participants. Of course, you need to be in touch with the relevant department at the Energy Exchange and start a certain process, which is simple and short. It's not so difficult to get the authorization. Those of you who are already participating, I'm sure you have seen it. Now, the figures. We start with a number of participants and the evolution since the start of since the platform was launched. We started in December 2024, and now we have 25 participants. Participation is well distributed with the different capacities that users might have, producers, off-takers, traders, the vertically integrated companies, suppliers, the banks. This is the full list of participants. And we also have 4 companies that are in the admission process. Hopefully this list will get longer over the next years, but there's already good foundation. There are important energy companies from Greece and not only Greece. So we have a good basis to continue. And from the slide, you see that to date we had 34 offers through PPA. The total energy offered stood at 35.5 terawatt hours. Those offers resulted in 27 expressions of interest, out of which 22 were accepted. The feedback that we get from the market is that more than 55% of the PPA offers led to negotiations, something that was at stake for us. cannot intervene into whether a contract will be signed or not. We want to just get the two parties together so that the discussions can start. As you see on the chart, most of the offers, 23 out of the 34 have to do with renewables, and 11 are market offers. Now, in terms of the offers, these are not just for projects or consumption loads within Greece. Out of those 34, 12 are for plants in neighboring countries such as Romania or Bulgaria. And the feedback is that, especially for companies that come from abroad, this platform has helped them identify counterparties that they were not familiar with or they were not in contact with. Some of the preferences expressed by the participants through their offers, for example, for the market offers, 10 out of 11 were PPAs with a tenure of less than 5 years, so off-takers, as was to be expected, wanted a commitment that is shorter, whereas 17 out of 23 offers for sale were for PPA tenures between 6 and 16 years. That is also to be expected, since it's a condition so that financing you can get financing. PPA has to have a tenure of more than 6 or 7 years. Now, for the clearance of the PPA, the largest part expresses non-preference. It doesn't have a preference whether the clearance will be physical or virtual. They are open to both ways of doing the clearance. The physical PPAs have been requested only from buyers, from companies that have submitted offers to buy energy through PPAs. Now, for the new technologies, as was to be expected, most offers have to do with solar projects, either standalone or with the support of storage systems. Another 3 categories for the PPA preferences, what we learned from the offers. The first one is about the profile. The pay-as-produced profile has the biggest share of the pie here. It is the main method of operation for producers, from renewable producers. There are some customized schedules and some offers that had a specific form where they requested or gave energy, and we had some baseload offers as well that were also submitted only from the side of the energy off-taker. Now, for the pricing, the vast majority, the offers that we had, concerned fixed prices, and only 2 offers had a floating price with an interest either tied to the market or to the inflation, a very small number, both for buy and share and Shell. And for the sell offers, there are different categories, and we have projects with an installation license. On the other side, there's only one fully operational project, or was fully operational at the time when the offer was in the platform. And these are the next steps. I think this is what we need to be discussing today. Right now, we have some market analytics we will be using in our platform as well. And we are also processing some next steps to take us to the next version of the platform. Thank you.
Mr. Liparos Manolis also suggested that in terms of PPAs there is preference for short-term offers. Although you talked about financing instruments, I would like to touch upon how banks operate in an environment where primarily long-term commitments are favored in order to have visibility vis-à-vis the bankability of projects. Well, of course, this is a bottleneck, and I guess the one with the best leverage is the one to play their cards. Banks were used to feed in tariffs and premiums of 20 years. This is another market. We adapt ourselves. Nevertheless, when PPAs are of really short term, we have to enter into a new discussion because there is a risk in the market. Investors themselves and producers / investors are reluctant to take on such a risk. There are alternative tools. A PPA might be short-term PPA, but then there could be a medium-term PPA in terms of production, and this goes hand in hand with the duration of the loan. If the loan has a shorter tenor, then you have a shorter leverage, since the project will not be able to support refinancing and paying back debt. And then there is the alternative tool of hedge baseload swap that can reach up to 10 years, offered by the bank. This could be a way. Nevertheless, what is clear is that the risk at the producer is higher than before, and they have to take on that risk in order to go forward, because the bank might offer a formula. The question is whether it is attractive in order for the investor to take on such a loan. This is primarily the case. If the investor doesn't want to proceed with investment, why should the bank finance it? It is a negotiation, and of course all parties need to agree on that. It shouldn't be a win-lose situation. As to the risk that each party would like to take on, it depends on the profile. But now, in the past there were systemic risks. There was an off-taker, systemic off-taker with a deficit in the market. The investments were not there, financing was not there, because no one was sure about what would happen in the future. Risk is always there. It boils down to how you assess and mitigate that. Mr. Zazias, the balancing market scheme is currently in consultation. In your view, where should this discussion focus on? What's your take on that? Thank you for the question. Truth be told, the regulation published by ADMIE for consultation and sets many restrictions to the freedom of units to operate in the market. Nevertheless, we need to consider that as a market, we have to balance and offset two things. ADMIE, on the one hand, the transmission system operator that wants to balance and have a stability in the system and sets constraints in order to secure and ensure safety and energy security. And then it is a matter of sustainability of such investments. Thus, let me just stress that all business plans I have seen so far and forecasts I have witnessed in the market published from time to time. I'm talking about Metlin now. Part of the revenue stacking of storage units was expected to originate from the balancing market. This is not aligned with the text of the up for consultation. All business plans currently, therefore, have a major critical point, a pain point. All those investing need to take account of the fact that high inflated revenues that were expected in the beginning will not be there. I mean, revenues will not be zero in the balancing market, but they have to be replaced either through a stronger participation in the day-ahead market, in the intraday market, or through a different profile of using batteries. I'm talking about the reserves that each storage plant can offer. My proposal to everyone, to IPTO as well, is to take the comments expressed in the public consultation seriously, and investors, in turn, should revisit their investment plans. Mr. Roumeliotis, you as Protasis have an example to share, the Agios Evstratios example, the intelligent, the smart island. What are the key takeaways from this project? Indeed, the Agios Evstratios project is a living, iconic project as to where the energy transition heads in Greece. Currently, we are witnessing an island that is self-sufficient, combining renewable resources, solar, small wind park, a small storage facility, and the EMS system for smart energy management. The system is currently designed in order to cover more than 85% of the energy demand of the island, and it is not reliant on the traditional heating sources. The island can now run on 3 modes, a fully automatic mode, and then it is a traditional mode using oil, and a third solution, that is a third mode, that is a combined mode, hybrid mode. We had a very significant part in managing the system, and through the EMS system that we designed and developed, we're able to witness in real time what renewables generate, what the wind farm generates, how the storage facility responds, and how energy is distributed across the island. This enables us to have a smart offset between production, storage, and consumption, which is crucial in a self-sufficient insular system, and can also be projected in large industrial scale projects. And then you also have supervision of the medium voltage switchgear elements in order to ensure a correct and safe energy operation, which is also crucial. Thus, based on the Agios Evstratios project, we're able to showcase that the technology offered is not theoretical. It runs every day under real circumstances in a setting that is full of challenges. This in turn demonstrates that we are able to support hybrid complex systems such as those we come across in large industrial plants and in RES projects that want to increase their self-sufficiency and reduce their OPEX. Mr. Palavanzas, we touched on the concerns in terms of the bankability of storage systems. We know what the concerns are. What are the solutions in order for storage systems to be more attractive in terms of bankability? because it is a sure thing that it will be part of the green energy sector turnover, despite and regardless any deviations. This is the main direction we're heading at. Well, focusing on the technical characteristics of a storage system, we need to say that it is highly technically complex. Storage systems have strict requirements in terms of maintaining the characteristics of the network. They need to be responsive, immediately responsive to the demands of the grid. They need to keep the frequency at the certain level. And then there is also a safe operation requirement. All aspects involved in the use of a battery and all stakeholders need to ensure safe operation of the battery to protect this technology from environmental or social upheaval. And then operation simulation is multifaceted. It is linked to the seasonality of the energy, to the local balancing requirements, as well as linked to other aspects such as the natural gas price and the cannibalization aspects. Even the aspect of measuring performance is linked to challenges. Therefore, for a storage system to become more attractive for financing, we consider that aside from its safe operation, it should ensure a high IRR, which can be achieved through quality and through a qualitative design, qualitative selection of equipment and qualitative engineering. This can ensure that the system can run uninterruptedly and can perform, can deliver, and also reduce the technical risk and cater for an attractive solution in terms of bankability. And then there are predictable costs that are very important when we're talking about bank loans. You can use PPA instruments, tolling agreements, which I think we will be witnessing going forward. I mean, instruments that can ensure a safe environment, a safe economic and operational environment, and this will provide for the necessary comfort to the financial institutions that will provide loans. ETUV Greece, acknowledging the shift in the energy sector and owning the technical expertise to manage and deliver on those challenges, has models that enable to assess investment plans, support investors and funding and financial institutions. It can support the best system across its operation, from the factory acceptance tests in China or factory in China and throughout the world. And we also provide site acceptance test supervision services. Our body is also registered with IPTO in terms of the building of storage systems for the government. Thank you. Mr. Kikidis, let's stick to the storage issue. We have a tender on merchant batteries, and one key pain point to those bidding for that is the pre-approval of the banks. Bank executives ensure that this is not just a paper that is bare of content, but is not in alignment with the commitment to follow up with the granting of a loan. What are the obstacles that an investor needs to overcome? What will be the hurdles in the negotiation with a bank in order for loans to be secured and regards a storage project? Well, look, in our view, it's hard to tell what will happen with the bank. We're not a bank. We are an institution that actually invests its equity. And if you have a project and we can contribute equity, this is what we do. And for us, we have double the risk compared to a bank that is repaid first and has a smaller return. We are the second to be repaid, and therefore we look forward to higher returns on our equity. Based on the discussions I have had today and based on the business plans I've witnessed so far, everything is up for discussion. Everybody has models. There is no such thing that two countries can be alike. We heard that from Optimus and from other players as well. I mean, this is a shot in the dark as regards what will happen. Perhaps the very brave might have things to win here, have something to win. Perhaps nobody will gain a profit out of that. Nobody can tell whether cannibalization will happen. Nobody can tell what IRRs will be provided at the end of the day. What we witness is many traders selling their licenses, their permits. So, I mean, this is a Wild West type market, a market that is currently being shaped. So far, we don't see any visibility. Based on the figures and on the current experience, projects are hardly financed in our view. I mean, if there are stakeholders, if there is anyone that can tell us where we're heading at, then, well, here you are. I think this is the main question. What will happen at the end of the day? I think we are short of time. We need to wrap up this panel. There are many issues and questions that have been raised. There are questions, indeed. Risk assessment is at the forefront, as you, Mr. Liparis, suggested. There is risk, but there are also instruments that will not enable investors to do away with the risk, and then you have the aspect that the balancing market and the ancillary services can contribute even further to the final outcome. And then there is the need for investors, whether we're talking about aggregators or the producers themselves, to put more focus on the fundamentals of the market, to come back to the fundamentals of the market, understand how risks and opportunities evolve in the market in terms of the operation of the markets. And as a matter of fact, there are many solutions based on the smart grids currently in place, which places a focus on the requirements, on the demands to monitor real time. And this gives in turn rise to new instruments such as PPA, monitoring and management. And then there are also risks that are being acknowledged in the formulas, as Manolis said, that short-term PPAs are favored compared to long-term PPAs. And of course, there are also many issues linked to this process. Anyhow, what we have illustrated as a trend that projects are moving towards implementation. This is not a singularity in the Greek market. I think there are aspects that we see in other countries as well, in other markets as well. What remains to be answered is how this trend will evolve in terms of the, financing, implementation and operation of the project. Then, because none of this is a simple situation. Thank you.
Send my regards to you, love. The seas that we sailed across were rough. 'Cause those winds and those rains and those holes and those cannons we fought were too much for you in the end. Too much you thought. I'm like a sycamore seed turning as I fall, as I see you walking to me down the hall. And I'll be trying to pretend that I was fine, and every day I hadn't missed you at all. I'm like a sycamore seed turning as I fall, as I see you walking to me down the hall.
Λοιπόν, να έρθει ο κύριος Σταθάρας.
Let's have Mr. Statharas to the podium. He's head of energy market analysis at Kiefer. This will be the last presentation in this session, and we're going to hear about energy management as proposed by their system. Welcome, Mr. Statharas. Well, thank you for the invitation, and of course, congratulations for this very successful energy storage forum. I will continue to talk about energy trading 2.0. Essentially, this is the modernization of energy trading systems, whether this has to do with producers or suppliers, and how we did it at Kiefer. We created the Hyperion platform. I'm going to start with an introduction with the latest development in the energy market. Everything has one common element, the fact that we have data-intense needs. What that means is that recently we had this 15-minute resolution in the wholesale markets. We have again the negative prices at the balancing markets. We had the first negative prices in May, and then the new normal in periods of low demand, where the green production was more. And then, of course, curtailment, even with smaller parks. The first storage systems being introduced in the system. And lastly, the finalization of the regulatory framework for the dispatchable renewables and the storage systems. All that creates needs that have to do with data, need fast response, and the new use of those new technologies that have, and the new technology that has come to our lives, AI, and of course all the technologies supporting that, meaning the computational power that the last GPUs give. So, needs related to data that has to do with fast responses in energy in market changes, with the interoperability of the different platforms used by the traders, with automated data pipelines where we download it, where we store it, how we organize it, how we use it, and then the development and use of advanced statistics or forecasting models, moving past the simple statistics and starting to use complex neural networks, both for the production of meteor forecasting that helps. It's useful anywhere if you use the stochastic renewables and how this affects the markets, and also advanced simulations for the energy markets, for the energy systems, and forecasts for the conditions that we'll have, and also the closing of prices, the most profitable conditions to invest in order to maximize their revenues. All that ties around the decision-making sector that can be standardized and optimized with the help of mathematical models, either by minimizing risk or by maximizing revenues. Fortunately, technology is advancing. We have very powerful GPUs that can be used to do inference with models that can introduce disturbance and prediction, media prediction systems, and allow you to run tenths of scenarios for the outcome of the meteorological conditions to give you the best possible prediction and therefore change your position in the market. All that we were able to combine into a platform that is a solution that addresses all of these issues and leverages modern technology to automate the part of the aggregator and energy management as a proof of concept. So we integrated data from different platforms, meaning that we created a platform, we made the system platform agnostic. Different companies use different platforms for the inverters, for collecting live data, for correcting their production. We have telemetry platforms. For example, there's a different platform to participate in the HENEX. There's a different platform that gets information from IPTO to pay the parks, etc. So all of that we were able to combine into one solution and also responses, meaning we have a certain stress factor, could be a curtailment, could be a prediction for a curtailment that can be performed automatically without any human intervention, change in the position in the market, and in order to the remote control system to lower the natural delivery as well. And also another stress signal could be a potential prediction for very high prices in the balancing market or very low prices. That requires an automated, fast position change to reduce risk and minimize the imbalance cost. All that on the size of the trader. Of course, this platform can be used on a mobile phone and a laptop, so traders with one click can have an overview of what is happening in the markets and see their own position in the market. This is the full cycle of how you can automate and optimize the trade process, starting from the collection and management, the processing, organization of data, supervision and presentation with charts that are useful to traders from different markets together, because it is useful to monitor the other surrounding markets. You get more information. Very accurate predictions owing to the technology that we mentioned, and of course automated participation and repositioning under the stress factors that we mentioned, stress signals, and also the integration of strategies to minimize risk, depending on the case, or optimizing revenues. And the cycle is completed with the computational data. It is linked to the IPTO platforms. You get the week +1, week +7, so automatically you get a calculation for the amounts going to the park owners up to the point of creating a final record, JSON file, for example, that is sent to the banks in order for the investors to be paid. Yes, this is the last, concluding the presentation, this is the last ability of the Hyperion battery optimizer model that has all the technical characteristics that can be configured when it comes to batteries, and the risk appetite of the investor. If they want to burn out the asset faster, they can do so if the market allows it. So this model battery simulation model is linked to short-term forecasting models that we mentioned before, which predict both the conditions in the market and the conditions of the system, so the capacity can be better allocated to the different services offered and give a revenue stacking combination. And of course, in the end, for any repositioning, this model is running throughout the day in order to do that. And in the end, it produces results and forecasts about the future, about the cycles that are remaining, how fast the battery will fail, how quickly the investor will break even with a specific setup, etc. This is a very simplified example for a self-consumption battery. The previous example can be used for any type of battery. This is an example for self-consumption, very simple, how you can actually use it with a building. And then optimum management for self-consumption. So this Hyperion X will be available to any trader shortly. So you can, anyone interested can express their interest. There will be a link. We will have an energy press post. Thank you.
I send my regards to you, love. The seas that we sailed across were rough, 'cause those winds and those rains and those holes and those cannons we fought were too much for you in the end. Too much you thought. I'm like a sycamore seed turning as I fall, as I see you walking to me down the hall. And I'll be trying to pretend that I was fine, and every day I hadn't missed you at all. I'm like a sycamore seed turning as I fall, as I see you walking to me down the hall. And I'll be trying to pretend that I was fine, and every day I hadn't missed you at all.
Λοιπόν, φτάνουμε τώρα.
Okay, this is essentially our last session of the day. We have two panels, but it is one session. But we would say the concerns of the investors, some investors leaving the market, smaller investors that are facing problems or even impasses. And on the other side, we have on the side of the government all the obstacles that need to be surpassed so that the road for further renewables penetration will become more favorable, smoother. Now, two panels. We will have Mr. Christodoulos Javieras with us to moderate this first one, as Department of M&A and PwC, along with Mr. Liaoutakis, Mr. Sakelian, and Mr. Orfanos, Mr. Kitsikopoulos, and then we will have Mr. Haralabidis from ITO, Ms. Vasiliou from the PEP, Mr. Vasilikos, but we will also have the intervention of some comments from SMEF, from Helapco, from HWA. So that will definitely be a very interesting panel. Let's start with our discussion with Mr. Javieras here. Well, thank you, and thank you for the invitation. In this session, we're going to talk about investors' interest, domestic and from abroad, and relate that to special and spatial issues. And I can welcome four very excellent speakers, starting from the right. Mr. Aris Chliaudakis, the country head of Lightsource BP. Mr. Yannis Sakelion, country manager of Voltalia Greece. Mr. Vasilis Orfanos, the vice president on Envisionist, and Mr. Dimitris Kitsikopoulos, the president of the Energy Community Bundle Coalition. Now, let's start with those gentlemen who have prepared a presentation. We will hear from Mr. Vasilis Orfanos a presentation about Envisionist, and then continue with Mr. Kitsikopoulos. Thank you. Well, most of you are familiar with Envisionist. We know what we do. Just a few words. Maybe you don't know Envisionist. It's an IT company that started from wind farms, wind energy. We have the early bird system. We are the #1 company that solves one of the two main problems of wind energy, biodiversity. We have many people working on the systems, and of course, we have PPC as a strategic investor in our company. Just I will show you a short video.
Αυτό είναι το Envibird από τη...
So this is the early bird. We also make AI, produce AI systems, develop them. This is the structure of the company. You see the ESG, the early bird, and also
Θα τρέξω πολύ γρήγορα.
Just very fast, you know that the Envibird is about onshore, offshore systems as well. 302 systems all over the world, in Europe, in Japan even. And in fact, in Japan, from all of the country, Envibird systems that protect biodiversity. And the same system with new functionality for airports. The early fire detection system. Like I mentioned, we are an IT company that is working exclusively on AI systems. With the systems we've installed, we have 9 ISO certifications, so the quality is unmatchable. And of course, this last ISO that we get that certifies, we have ISO certification for AI. As of 21, we've been growing in the market, and we are considered #1 in this field, in the wind energy. We have distinctions and awards and participation in many exhibitions. The awards come from international organizations. We were the 3rd scale-up company in the world last year. This is an important slide because this is the King of Denmark holding our ENVI system. We are very proud of this because this gentleman was actually handling our own system. This is a slide that shows the work that we do on biodiversity and the protection of rare bird species. I'm not showing you all the information that the system shows. This is just the main things for you. From the 1st of January of 2025 until 10 October, we've detected, this is the number of, you are seeing the number of birds that were detected and recognized. Out of those, 104,680 birds had approached, went into the red zone, in the zone that you need to take action to actually remove them. And you see also the figure how many times we had to shut down the turbine. A very, very small percentage of shutdown, so just 2% among all the cases of birds approaching. And we are very, very happy because we have 3 patents already, and just yesterday I received another one from the US, because very important, because we fought hard to get it. It took us about a year, but just yesterday we received it. Also, we started wind energy in Greece and now have grown on an international level.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Να διορθώσω ένα λάθος, ο κ. Κιτσικόπουλος δεν έχει παρουσίαση.
Let's move on to the input of Mr. Chliautakis, an initial input on the subject we're discussing today. Hello, and thank you for having me here today. A discussion on the regulatory and legislative framework in Greece is of paramount importance. The NECP sets ambitious and correct targets: 80% of power generation from renewable energy sources by 2030, which means 13 gigawatts from new renewables and 4 gigawatts should be injected into the system, which in turn is a challenge and an opportunity for our country. There is an investment plan, and decisive steps have been taken there in a sector such as BSS, that is 45% increase in Europe, and we have the first rounds of tenders, which is in the right direction as a step, and then ministerial decisions that help underpin this process. All these steps showcase and demonstrate that once the state and the stakeholders are aligned, then the market can move forward. What should we do in order to keep this impetus going? We need continuity, clearance and clarity in terms of the rules of the game, as well as clarity in terms of the strategic outlook and strategic directions of our country. This is the only way to achieve the energy transition in our country. We heard about the basic challenges in terms of the regulatory framework on battery energy systems in Greece, as well as the update of the spatial planning, which I look forward to discussing with you later on. Our company started off in Greece in 2020. We have a solar and PV portfolio of 500 million, 560 megawatts, a project in central Greece, mainland Greece. We're present in 19 countries, strategically, responsibly and environmentally friendly. We promote projects in our country in order to have our fair share in the energy transition. In terms of social acceptance and local communities, no energy transition can make it without the support of the local community. A support and a trust that cannot be bought, cannot be purchased, but need to be won over. And I'm happy to discuss any solutions on that. And to sum up my initial input, I'd like to underpin that the regulatory clarity is necessary, simplified processes and social participation and social benefits. And last but not least, we need clean energy, stable rules and a trustful relationship to the local communities. And this is a paramount importance in order to have a economically sustainable Greek energy economy. Thank you. Thank you indeed. Mr. Sakelion, let me turn to you for your initial intervention. Well, thank you. I would like to thank Thodoris, Panagoulis and Energy Press for the invitation for yet another time. I guess that Aris Chlaotakis has already set the tone for all of us who are willing, have already have presence in Greece, want to invest in renewables here. Let me start off by saying that this afternoon I am less happy than I was in the morning, and I'm more skeptical. I won't say I'm a pessimist because I'm an optimist by nature. And the very reason for that is that we find ourselves at a crucial point as regards the further development of renewable energy sources in Greece. We find ourselves at a certain point where actions need to be taken, shifts and changes need to be put in place. We have to show adaptability. And this is not something that I'm seeing happening, and I'm not quite sure how when it's going to happen in the near future. And let me be certain about that. Reference was made today to the NECP, to the National Energy and Climate Plan. And NECP will be able to achieve, well, we have already achieved the targets of 2030. Is that sufficient? We see investor appetite to move further than that. Should we take any other steps in this direction? Is there anything else we should do? I'm not quite pleased with the intervention and the input of the Secretary General of the Ministry of Environment this morning, who said that there are many aspects we're faced with, there are many priorities, help us put these priorities in a list. I'm sorry, but these priorities should already be put from the ministry, and it's high time we acted upon them. Recently, we have been sticking to identifying problems. And I'm talking about all stakeholders, the ministry, the regulatory authority, the operators, and we ourselves, investors. We're just pointing to the problem without doing anything, then we won't get anywhere. Steps need to be taken, the landscape should be clear, and we also heard from IPTO, from the transmission system operator, that there are huge figures in terms of the connection terms and in terms of the backlog of applications sitting with IPTO right now. I mean, why don't we do anything about that in order to clear out the landscape? Why are there projects with final connection terms that are piling up and are not implemented? Perhaps they should make room for other projects or other solutions. that are favorable right now. I don't want to monkey around. I'm just sharing a concern and a message that we need to move away from identifying issues towards resolving the problems going forward. Thank you. We'll have the time to talk about regulatory gaps. Let's turn to Mr. Kitsikopoulos for a last input before we enter into the dialogue. Hello. I would like to thank Energy Press and the co-organizers for this invitation. Indeed, this event is becoming and has become a tradition. And as happens with traditions and institutions, they should be inclusive and cover the entire spectrum of the market. Let me now talk about the energy community coalitions. This is a recognized stakeholder. I didn't want to make a presentation because I listened very carefully to all presentations and wanted to shape my opinion based on the gap that I have identified today and might help us address questions later on. I have 3.5 questions prepared for myself. I will raise these questions to me, and perhaps we were able to understand what energy communities are and whether it is aligned with the spirit of the EU directives, the spirit of the Greek regulatory framework, and the principles of the NECP. Let me start off by saying that energy communities are legal persons, legal entities, 2018, based on Law 4513. They were established and there were later on amendments to this law. Energy communities are a recognized market entity. And energy communities, in essence, are cooperatives that are doing business in the energy sector. The target group and members of the energy communities are natural persons that are individuals, but also businesses, local businesses, and the municipalities. These are the key stakeholders of the energy communities based on the existing law. Are energy communities a market stakeholder at all? We didn't hear about them. I mean, they're everywhere. They can participate in all markets. And let me move beyond the energy production aspect, which is at the center of our discussion. Energy communities can also participate in other activities and other businesses in Greece as well. That is energy management, energy storage, demand response, both explicit and implicit, collective energy renovations and other aspects. And the last question is, what is the path they have taken so far? And let me introduce a distinction here. We have 1,700 energy communities in Greece, in Germany, in the Netherlands. This institution has already a decade. This is 1/3 of the energy communities of Greece. We're doing well. No, 95% of the energy communities, but they're not illegal, of course. They abide by the law, but not by the spirit of the regulatory framework and the European Union directives. The energy communities where we, and I'm talking as representative of the Energy Communities Coalition, that is an association, they're open type energy communities, self-sufficient communities that are doing business in self-production, 5,000 individuals and a handful few of municipalities are participating in those. The coalition was established in 2024. It has the standard members. We have the right to vote. And then there are honorable members such as WWF, other academia stakeholders from the University of Patras, from the National Technical University of Athens, etc. And last but not least, we should keep in mind that there are exceptional examples. There are showcases working together with other market stakeholders, with energy providers, with stakeholders from Crete, from Halki, Lesvos, Chios, Yanina, Karditsa, all over Greece. I mean, there are many cases of energy communities based on which we can discuss about energy community coalitions participation going forward. And that's all about it, because I wanted to set the frame of energy communities for everybody to understand that. Thank you, Mr. Kitsikopoulos. Let me go full circle, come back to the title of our panel. A lot of discussion is around the fact that the renewables market in Greece is becoming less friendly, less investment friendly. Many refer to transactions such as the de-investment of operating CDPR renewable PV or the ABO wind investment. But we should not forget that those that acquired the sold businesses are also foreign. Principia, for example, they are also foreign players. The huge buyout of Mazda from Terna gives impetus to the outlook of the renewables in Greece, and in my understanding, based on the meetings we have with foreign investors at PwC in terms of future investment, there is ambiguity, there is both interest in foreign players as well as with domestic players. Let me turn to you now and ask this question to the two investors sitting at this panel in the Greek market. Is there a specific gap? Is there a niche market within the regulatory framework in Greece? Is there a part of the regulation that puts hurdles to investors or actually impedes foreign investors? Let me start by asking this question to Mr. Chliaotakis. Indeed, the regulatory framework on batteries provides no predictability or safety. As a matter of fact, the interaction of the market mechanism should be clarified. In terms of rules and regulations, I could just say that investors take deadlines seriously. When the state sets a deadline, envisaging that a certain activity has to be established by that milestone, they go away. Greeks believe or know that extensions of time will be granted. Foreign investors are not relying on that. And then there is the spatial issue. The spatial plan issue is also important. You have RES projects being dragged to courts based on the claim that they are exploiting the 2024, the old spatial plan. It is high time this finished and misinterpretations by some in the sector should finish. Do you think it is a problem of existence or update? It is a problem, it is a matter of update. You have the 2008 spatial planning. There is experience from investors, from the state, from the regulatory authorities, and they have to look into these issues, misinterpreted by some, and resolve them. You have technical solutions in place that can be used, and there are many ways to resolve it during the building and the design phase.
Mr. Sekelian, you said that you are an optimistic man, but started rather pessimistically. The truth is that Voltalia is a large organization, and judging from the projects you already have in operation, maybe it is less active in Greece in relation to its size. So what is it, perhaps, that may be discouraging foreign investment in Greece right now? Well, like you said, and you were quite right, Other speakers mentioned it as well. There are certain conditions that all investors, whether domestic or foreign, look for when they try to invest in a market. One important element is stability, the stability of the framework when you are participating in a new market. What you want is to know, because we're talking about capital intense investments, so things should not be changing overnight. Things affect the sustainability of the project. At the same time, there's the matter of equality. The framework needs to be stable and it needs to be equal. Everyone should feel that they are being treated equally. I'm not going to expand on this. I'd like to ask you, if you could. Well, everyone knows that there were some amendments, interventions that changed things in terms of the law, at least the way we understand them. Voltalia is not new to the Greek market. We came into the Greek market in 2008. We placed our trust in the Greek market even through the difficult years of the recession and the difficulties in the energy sector as well. And right when we thought that things were looking better, we saw that was not the case. And this is an important issue. It is a problem more so for foreign investors in relation to domestic ones, because it is a lot easier for foreign investors, for our shareholders, to compare what is happening in the Greek market to other markets and to actually be aware of the other potential that they could have in funneling their funds. So, of course, it goes without saying that Greece has an interesting market. We have important wind potential. We have all the days of sun, the performance of the solar systems. And this is one of the main reasons that has attracted so many and so many large investments in our country. But there is a point here when you see this, that things are stagnating. There is no light in the end of the tunnel, and I'm not talking about the end of the year. 2 years, 5 years are within the investment plans of any company that we represent. So when that is the case, of course, it is a question of whether or not we want to be part of the Greek market, or we need to look for investment opportunities in other countries. Transparency, that is another important element. Not trying to guess what is happening around us. Access to information should be free for everyone, so that we know what the framework is and what steps we can take, because we do want to bring our know-how and our funds in the Greek market. Okay, let's look at investors by size. Let's say if we were to analyze the market in Greece, there is a tendency for larger and larger projects and larger players entering the market. We heard from Mr. Chliautakis about a utility scale project of the size of solar system, huge for the Greek market. Now, Mr. Kitsikopoulos, do you feel there is room for the smaller players in this market? And more importantly, having these active and growing energy communities, is this beneficial? Yes, we completed a survey recently in partnership with the European Federation of Energy Communities, where we tried, and the Heinrich Bell Institution, where we tried to see the impact of projects implemented through energy communities, what is the added value on a financial and environmental and social level. So we tried to record through 22 indicators this added value. The figures and the findings were very impressive, both the quantitative and the qualitative indicators. We saw that when the projects are being executed through energy communities, which, well, quite briefly, are just an innovation organization where they have a certain element of innovation, whether in financing or in organizing. So this is the new thing that we bring to the table. And we saw that the social acceptance of the renewables projects increases with energy communities, because citizens are not just benefiting from the project that is being implemented in their area. They are benefiting because a small or larger percentage, some percentage of the benefits from the turnover of the project goes directly to those communities or the municipalities. And if we were to take it one step further, and those citizens can become investors in that scheme, then, of course, since we believe that there are many benefits, we need to create the right conditions to profit from them. And of course, this is something that is happening in other places of the world. The Dutch government just recently introduced to the parliament a plan requiring energy communities to be part of the process. For example, they said that 50% of all the benefits should be directed to local communities through energy communities, ways to fight energy poverty, to do collective renovations, all these things. This is a more holistic approach that comes with this organizational model. So we have those this great potential, which is not being used and exploited in Greece. There's examples that we can use from abroad, but unfortunately, the market understands this to an extent, but we need to be, the ministry needs to be bolder in this regard. We need the political will to proceed. That is a problem. Thank you. Well, I want this panel to be to stick to our time, so let's move on to the spatial issue. From our experience with PwC, many trading processes, we saw that during the due diligence, there were environmental risks that were discovered, or we had issues with local communities that had a financial impact that was not negligible. In the end, there's a question about who is going to undertake this risk. So those local reactions, the resistance, is it because of the spatial issues or environmental issues? I mean, is it a matter of environmental risk or the lack of an updated spatial framework? More importantly, what can be done to address this problem? Let's start with Mr. Orfanos. The truth is that these reactions are there, and the main problems with expanding wind farms, the problems are to the environmental and the reactions of society. For the environmental issues, we have the technology solutions, and these systems that protect rare birds are our systems, the envisionist systems. So the solution is there, and it's proven. And it's not just us. There are 8 companies worldwide that produce similar systems. Nonetheless, technology has solved this. problem successfully. But another important problem is the spatial in Greece. The lack of an updated spatial plan creates tensions between local communities and the construction, the developer companies, and these problems are not successfully handled. We were used, we tried to mitigate those problems on a global level in discussion with other, when it comes to biodiversity, with the bird societies, etc. We try to intervene because, of course, we protect those bird species, but on the other side, we need technologies that are not hindering production and electricity production. So since this aspect has been more or less handled, we need to look at the spatial issue, because for me, this is where this friction comes from. And of course, the updated spatial plan is going to help resolve this. We need to understand that there are local communities where there are hotels, there are summer houses, there's tourism. It's not possible to install 10 huge wind turbines in those locations, because in the end, at the end of the day, Greece's added value is the sea, the sun, the beaches. So if we were able to conclude this matter of the spatial plan, then there wouldn't be this strong resistance from the communities. So the environmental aspect can be resolved. Yes, I showed you the slide that proves how well the systems function. It's not just our system. The other ones are comparable, but you saw that with 158,000 birds approaching, the wind turbine had to shut down only 3,000 times. This is the technology that gave solution to the problem, but technology cannot resolve the spatial issue, unfortunately. Mr. Chiautakis, you are one of the biggest developers, very active in Greece. I think that you have experienced firsthand the problems and reactions of local communities. What is your comment in terms of what is causing them and how can they be mitigated? Better communication is needed about the benefits of an ARIES investment for local communities. We need for the citizens, the local residents, to understand the practical benefit. We're talking about job positions. We're talking about the reduction of the energy cost. There's a framework for reciprocity, but things need to be simplified. And at the end of the day, the government and the investors need to join forces to better communicate this to the residents, local residents. As you say, there's reciprocity plans already, so from the result, the local communities should have been aware of the benefits. So is it truly a matter of a communication gap? Well, even though this frame has been institutionalized for years now, there is a communication gap, and the states, the authorities, the investors need to communicate this better. If we had that, things would have been different. Mr. Sekelian, what is your experience? Well, quite simply, Mr. Orfanos said something that is very clear and self-evident. The framework needs to be there, and that can be the foundation for any discussion with local communities and anyone opposing the implementation of a project in their area or any area. But another part here that falls under our responsibility, Mr. Chiautakis mentioned it at the beginning, has to do with the fact that projects start from the concept stage, and if you are able to communicate to a local community, explain what the project is going to be, what the benefits are going to be for them already from the construction stage and during the implementation and the operation, is equally important. Those of us who let those discussions to be a last-minute thing because we consider them a formality or something that just needs to be taken care of, it is certain that we're going to find the local communities standing against us. So the discussion needs to start early on. Our projects might be adapted when it is absolutely necessary, but it is also important, as I said in the beginning, to have a basis, a foundation for this discussion, and unfortunately, as Mr. Orfanos said, this is not available. I think that we are on time. That was my last question. Just to conclude with a more optimistic note here to say that from our side we see a lot of interest. There are, of course, the issues that you've raised, but our experience so far has proven that when a project or many projects are needed, and these projects are needed, whatever the problems are, they are somehow resolved and the projects are implemented. If there's a need for them, they are implemented. So thank you to all our panelists.
Λοιπόν, ολοκληρώνουμε τώρα με το τελευταίο
And now our last panel of the day, a very interesting one. The friend and colleague, very knowledgeable in all matters related to energy. Mr. Kostas Diligiannis is going to be the moderator of our panel. You can present our panelists. 35 minutes for this panel and 10 minutes for any interventions that we have planned. Any comments? Kostas, the floor is yours. Hello from me as well. This is the last panel of the first day of the forum for the regulatory framework, the permit framework, the institutional framework for the smooth development of renewables and storage. In the previous panels of the day, we heard there are two different views, two different aspects. Here we have the renewables with significant stock of projects that are under development or already in operation, I think 33 gigawatts as we mentioned. And on the other side, we have the system being prepared for the first battery storage systems. So the question here is whether or not the operation, the regulatory framework and everything can handle these two new things. Now, we are going to have a discussion with Mr. Giannis Haralambidis, the Director of Licensing and Registry of the Regulatory Authority of Energy, Mr. Konstantinos Petsinis, the Director of Market and Network Regulation of IPTO, Mr. Dilena Vassiliou, Director of Special Account Management, and Mr. Konstantinos Vasilikos, the President of the Hellenic Small Hydropower Association. Thank you for being with us, and just to let you know that at the end, after we finish up our discussion, that we're going to hear comments from SPEF and from POSPF. Now, in the case of renewables, there's an adequate stock of projects. Is there a view to changing the framework so that perhaps we can focus more on areas where the grid might have more capacity? And on the other side, given that we have the first storage systems coming up, the projects for that, do investors have enough visibility for that? Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having me as part of this forum. In relation to the permitting framework, you know that this was simplified in 2020, which essentially the permit became feasibility permit with some particularities that were created. As a result, many permits were given. I don't think that right now, when we have this multitude of projects, approximately 50 gigawatt, and we expect from IPTO and HEDNO more licenses, I don't think that we need more simplifications. There was a large number of projects that have now progressed for the permitting process. We have given some connection terms already, and right now they're mostly working not on new applications, but on finalizing the terms of those previous ones. Of course, the framework as it stands right now creates the conditions to revoke some of the permits. It's very strict, 2 years plus 2 for projects to get the environmental license. More than 20 permits have been revoked so far. In 2022, there was an amendment and improvement of the institutional framework, and an improvement, and also the institutional framework for the storage permits was created, and right now we have granted approximately 60 giga for capacitors, and also we have the batteries, and I think we are on time for our goals to be accomplished. And now, since the deadline expired is expiring as of October 31st, and there's no so much interest for new storage systems. These are the numbers that we have are not very high. So I think right now, as it stands, the framework is okay, meaning that the market has self-regulated essentially. Yes, indeed, over the last year there was a crisis because many foreign investors left. They saw that projects were not proceeding, so there is a degree of self-regulation. We had reached the point in 2021 to have approximately 110 megawatts of total permits for production. Right now, we have only 75 because of revoking some permits and because of the new technologies with 11B, the behind-the-meter projects. and the 11A, that are storage systems. Mr. Patsinis.
I would like to thank you for having me as well. Theoretically speaking, in terms of the renewable plants, the landscape has shifted considerably. It goes without saying that changes to the regulatory framework as well as to the behavior of the stations themselves need to take place. I'm saying this because participation of those stations is a passive participation. It's just a declaration to the market. It's not a mere declaration. It is also a difficult task. But then again, for power to reach consumers, off-takers, generating it is not sufficient. There are many services that follow on, balancing, voltage regulation, inertia, many aspects. And when we're heading for high penetration, if those services are not provided by RES stations, and other units have to be injected and fed in, which cuts the self-sufficiency of a station. This is very important. In many EU countries, there is an obligation to participate for RES. We had the first step with the negative prices in the balancing market, tries to incentivize participation. We're waiting to see what this will bring. We haven't seen any progress yet, but I think this is there is no alternative to that, and all the more in the balancing market as well as in the in cutting voltage when necessary. This will help IPTO in the downstream to avoid curtailments. What is also very important is voltage regulation provided by RES stations. I think we have all read the blackout findings report that happened in Spain. We're awaiting these changes. It's very important for RES stations to be active here. Well, as regards BESS and regulatory framework on the battery energy storage systems, let me just point out here that as early as 2021, the operating scheme was published by the project management team at the time, and IPTO was very active there. 2021, we had a 60-plus long paper as to how bids will be offered, and November 2024 we had the guidelines, and then 2025 the balancing market regulation. This means we had more than 4 years of consultation, and I guess that time was sufficient for that part. From the side of IPTO, of the transmission system operator, I see no other steps that need to be taken. And of course, in terms of storage, we are at the disposal and in constant consultation with the stakeholders of the market. We are at the beginning, but I guess we have a very good communication. We're doing well. And then you said that perhaps ancillary services will be necessary in order to achieve higher penetration. Is that so? Indeed. It will take time to talk about ancillary services for storage systems, but let me just say in a nutshell that experts have already published papers. The first storage systems do not need any ancillary services. They will make money and investments will be highly profitable. Participation in the DAM market, in terms of the balancing market now, you have sufficient returns, but primarily as far as merchant stations are regarded, you have flexibility mechanisms that are being designed, capacity, CRM mechanisms and capacity mechanisms are being designed. Inertia is also a point. The more rotating mass-based systems are taken off the grid, we need to keep the inertia in order to avoid blackouts. These services will certainly be provided by storage systems. They have to be grid forming. This is not an easy task to do, but cannot happen automatically, but it's not a difficult task to do. IPTO itself designs such frameworks, and obviously this will happen. This will occur. Without having said that, they are not compulsory in order to ensure the safety and stability of the system so far. Mr. Vasiliou. Well, thank you for the invitation and hello. Let me say that the RES operator and guarantees of origin experience has shown that the positive trend, the positive pathway of the RES account is very important for investors to invest in renewable energy sources. When you have surplus, then you get also more applications and implementation of projects. On the contrary, where deficits occur and the special RES account is faced with problems, you have lower investor interest. The market is very sensitive to and responsive to when there is not enough return on their investment. Currently, 10.3 gigawatt of projects are installed in Greece, which shows that the current regulatory framework, starting with Law 4414 of 2016, has bear fruit. Challenges are there as well in the pathway to the energy transition. You know, we think that ELAPE, the RES special account, is the manifestation of the energy transition in technical terms. And then you have the Energy Transition Fund. Its role is to ensure that the parts of the energy business are safe, that they're doing well. And the problem now is that for months, asymmetrical penetration of renewables in combination with load shape different terms in the market, which is manifested in the ELAPE account as well. You have high renewable energy source generation and low demand, which in terms leads to negative or zero prices. And as a result, ELAPE has to foot the largest part of the bill for compensations on contracts through revenue streams coming from other sources rather than from the market revenues. A solution to this problem, in our understanding, is not a radical reconception of the regulatory framework, but rather interventions that will enable to set the conditions, form the conditions for long-term sustainability of investments. And I mean, the load and demand curves will concur. And the first step, that is batteries and storage, which will help us shift demand towards the night hours and demand response systems, storage systems that are less associated with renewable risks. By saying that, I mean that the largest part doesn't need to be offset through the operating aid, and net billing or demand response mechanisms which aim at shifting load or having a concurrent demand and supply. This will be the starting point for reviving investor interest, and will also help address the ELAPE financial issues. We'll have less fluctuation in the market and in turn more revenues for the ELAPE account. This of course cannot happen overnight, and this shall not take place in order to resolve the ELAPE problem, but rather to manage in the long run to bring the energy cost down. This in turn will resolve the ELAPE issue. And this is a very good side effect, so to speak. Let me conclude by referring to regulatory backlogs. The standard contract for compensation will be ready going forward. We are working together with IPTO and the annex as to the data that we will be exchanging for the storage systems managed by the PEP. And by early January, we will have the first budgetary plan for state aid-backed batteries. I will also ask you in the next cycle of question as to the actions of the operator. I'll just keep what you said, that the LAPE deficit is actually a signal to the market. Namely, when the LAPE account is doing well, investments are doing well. Otherwise, investors are actually are not attracted by that.
Mr. Vasilikos, you represent the technology aside from wind farms of solar projects as well. Yes, thank you, and thank you for the invitation. I will try to answer your question in a more concrete manner because you talked about the need for changes in the regulatory framework. Just to put things in order, the permitting process and the institutional framework that governs it has 3 stages, let's say. The first one is the permit for production. Indeed, with the simplification in 2020, there was an investment boom and a great number of production permits were given. We, as a sector, were in complete opposition to the simplification because essentially there was a big number of investors that are just simply investors in name, and they don't really know where they were getting into. So moving past this, let's say that we created a great pool of production permits. Following that, we have the environmental terms. A great number of projects have gone through the environmental license as well. And then we have the connection terms. And all that together led us to the situation today. But today we need to consider how many projects are in operation. We have 15 gigawatts right now, 10 of which are solar, and the rest are mainly wind projects. But if we look at what the framework has done in the last 6 years, I would say that the wind projects increased by 9%, and all other technologies by 50 megawatt. And 2 was the increase for the wind farms and 9.5 for the solar. So the numbers speak for themselves, what we need to do right now. I heard before about the special account, the LAP account, another argument that I think we heard today. Some people talk about it. We need to be realistic here. Further penetration of PV projects needs to stop at least for the next 10 years. It needs to stop. We need no more connection terms should be given, and even those that are working the pipeline, and we have a pipeline of 3 gigawatt already. All these projects that are to be executed, to be implemented, need to have storage systems as well. That would create, that would resolve many problems, the term of the special account, the connections with the grid, and at some point we need to change the mix here, the energy mix. Even the wind farms work 24 hours a day. There are other hydroelectric, other projects that need to continue to move forward aside from the solar systems. Batteries, of course, are a must. That's a given. But so as not to be discussing with 2 elephants in the room next year, avoiding both of them, we need to stop today with the solar systems. So if you were to ask me what is the change needed, that is it. You said that 50 megawatts was the penetration of any other technology. Yes, 50. And one reason for that is the permitting framework that for other technologies takes years, whereas the licensing with permits for solar moved much faster. So today, there's no space for new and different projects. So we need to find the space. We need to change the mix. I understand that you are talking about technical differentiation here between the renewables. Yes, very clear. All renewables except solar systems, except PVs. Mr. Haralabidis, you mentioned before something, the permitting process and the maturing of new projects. What are the trends there in terms of storage? Yes, the figures. I love figures, so I will give you a few of those. Right now, 15.3 giga have connection terms. Out of this is information from April 2025. For IPTO, the PV is 10.3, and for HEDNO is 0.7. So 11 plus giga with connection terms, PV, solar systems. To be installed, more than 1.5 giga is going to be installed this year. So you realize many projects for PV projects in the next years. 3.1, 3.5 giga are old projects with many installation issues. So part of them may not be implemented in the end. Essentially, yes. So essentially, the large number of projects to be implemented are mainly solar. It's, as Mr. Vasilikos said, it's a very difficult decision to take to stop the installation of PV systems. You understand, this is a matter of politics as well. For the large hydro plants, we have a number of projects with connection terms, 600 kilowatts. But the simplification of the procedures created some distortions in the market. One of them is, as mentioned by Mr. Vasilikos, permits were given to people who were not very knowledgeable in the sector, especially for small PV projects. Rather, with wind farm projects that were the permitting procedures were more complicated. There were applications being made maybe for half megawatt, and they were just impossible to be completed. Hydropower especially is facing many problems in order to complete the permitting procedures. There is a great problem there. And it is important to note that these are not proceeding because no one wants to reserve the electrical, the grid space. And there are no new applications for this type of projects. This is it in terms of the distortions that we see. For storage, I don't think there are any significant problems with the institutional framework there. Of course, there's no regulation yet. That is an issue that we're working on. But because there was a lot of information for the evaluation process in the law, for the application process, for the storage permits, we were able to evaluate them. Thank you.
Πετσίνη, για τους ευέλικτους όρους σύνδεσης.
Mr. Petsinis, for the flexible connection terms, we heard from the Deputy Minister, we heard from Mr. Manousakis. Is that going to help the further promotion of RES? And what is the stage that we are right now? Yes, they will help. And of course, it's a prerequisite, given that the European directive needs to be transposed here and integrated. But of course, it's something that we need to do right now. There's sort of already flexibility with the contracts, with the existing law. In fact, we have dynamic restrictions standing at 100% right now, which is a problem for investors. And of course, these flexible contracts will give a solution to that problem. IPTO has submitted in July of 2025 a proposal in this regard. So this flexible contract is a contract that includes terms for curtailment or a limitation of injection or absorption without compensating the owner of the facility up to a limit that is provisioned in the contract. These are the limits that need to be defined. Practically speaking, this flexible contract will have at least one element that we call guaranteed power, meaning that one part of the power portion will be guaranteed and will not be curtailed, or if it's going to be curtailed, it's going to be compensated. We have this guaranteed capacity. And there's going to be a percentage of the annual energy that might be curtailed even with a flexible contract. The term of this contract can be also limited. It's possible for a flexible contract to be amended into a guaranteed capacity contract in case some projects for enhancing the capacity of the network of the grid are approved. So we are waiting for this framework to be approved because there are difficult or serious decisions to be taken from the regulatory authorities, from the operators, to define which are the areas that have either limited space or even no space at all for new contracts. And at the same time, we need to define in those areas, once we define which areas they are, we need to define the limits, how much they can take and how. And if we were to allow flexible contracts in those areas, what's going to be the percentage of the guaranteed capacity and what's going to be limited? So we have made some proposals in this regard and we'll wait to see how it's going to proceed so that we can have the secondary framework. There's a lot to be done yet, but it is an important step and necessary for the investors as well, for them to be able to formulate their business plans in a sustainable manner. Mrs. Vassiliou, what is the stage of preparing the model for the operating aid of those standalone battery systems, and what is the expected evolution of the ELAPE balance for the end of the year? Well, in terms of the first question and the compensation of RS projects in relation to the compensation for storage stations, we need to note the difference. At the preliminary stage, this relies on how our initial estimates converge with the actual results from the participation of the batteries in the electricity markets. So you understand the accuracy and reliability of our estimates is very important for the sustainability of the projects, for the liquidity of those investments. It is a difficult and complex task. We need to estimate the revenues from the intraday, the day ahead, and the balancing market. We need to estimate what the bids are going to be. And in order to accomplish a high degree of reliability, we are going to use factors such as the prices of natural gas and carbon dioxide, the penetration of RS and the penetration of storage systems, the technical characteristics of the batteries. We're going to do simulations of the electricity energy markets to document the environment where those new units are going to operate in. And there's going to be a financial assessment of the best method of participation and optimization. We have institutionalized the reserve account for the storage account for ELAPE. Sub-account is going to be one element to it. And in case of a deficit, we will have a charge for suppliers for overstorage. that's going to be, this clause is going to be activated. Now, in terms of the balance, it is certain that it is a complex environment, constantly changing, so our predictions, our estimates, the forecast for the balance of the account are difficult. One unexpected factor that we've experienced recently that actually defined the balance of the account are the conditions in the balancing market that exerted a lot of pressure on this account. We have forecasted the curtailment and the effect it would have on the account because it affects many different components of the account. But now we can be certain that the balancing market and the impact it had on the special account has been limited. It's not going to be a completely different situation than what you have seen published in our bulletins. You know that from the start of the year and the end of last year, our forecasts were not very optimistic, very positive. We have experienced this type of situation before. We know how to handle it. We have developed an in-house risk management system, and we are very active in monitoring the aid status and the account. We try to find our pain points or the weak points early on. Right now, we have the special price in the PV market, and which is not be too accurate in relation to the market. So I will try to be optimistic. We're going to have 110 million dispersed soon. Strong imbalances, high load, no curtailing, high natural gas prices. So there's a silver lining here. Mr. Vasilikos, a brief comment from you for small hydropower, biomass, biogas, and the effect it will have, that curtailment has on those projects. Listen, curtailment today are being managed by the operators in any way that they can. When they see that there are going to be remote operation systems required, things will be better. But right now, we should have some priorities for some typologies for technical and other reasons. These are projects for multiple purposes. Many of the small hydropower are part of the management of the hydro potential of the area. So we have many projects that satisfy irrigation or watering demand or the requirements of dams, and these cannot be curtailed because it means that the other uses are stopped. These are hydroelectric projects. You cannot just shut them down. There is an entire line there that is working, and by shutting them down, such a plant down, you can create security risks or flood risks. So, but the total of those hydropower plants is very small, the power in relation to the curtailment needs required, and I believe it's going to be resolved. Those small hydropower plants that are integrated in the grid and also have other uses should not be part of the curtailment process. Also, we need to have a comprehensive management system here when it comes to all water management. We saw what happened in Thessaly after the Daniel storm. They said that this problem would not have happened if we had 400 small dams to limit the flooding. We need to have a comprehensive plan for the entire country for flood protection and creating those dams that could be used for small hydro plants, hydropower. Thank you. Time is up, so I will keep this imbalances because of the different participation of solar and other types of RES systems. And essentially this tsunami of new projects that are going to come up soon. And let's now hear by the two institutions, SPEF and OCF. Thank you for giving us the floor again today. It's clear that we don't need any more PV systems, including self-production, until in matters of in terms of injection. Zero feed-in could be discussed, maybe. Second aspect, regulation. Mr. Haralabidis said so. We have a reduction in the number of applications, but Mr. Haralabidis, dear John, there are so many projects that have already received a permit where the problem is now imminent. These are getting into the market. There's no other way. There's no way to stop this, only negative pricing. So, Mr. Kostas Vasilikos, the small hydropower are going to stop by themselves, shut down, because no one wants to inject in the market with negative pricing. And you know that we know that already from DAM. Now, if we're talking about redistribution, dispatching, that's a different thing. Now, there's no other way than negative pricing in the balancing market, because when we didn't have those, there was a difficult situation there. And with negative pricing in the balancing market, there's a regulatory challenge for and we've all experienced what happened at the end of 2020. We need to make sure that this is not repeated. That manipulation was in favor of the thermal units. Now it shouldn't be in favor of the RES. And what I mean is that the large volume of the renewables projects, when the prices are negative, will not go into the market. No one who is not able to control whether or not they can be participating in the energy balance market, which is infinitely smaller, of course, are not going to proceed. And these are a very limited list of players that can do that. But there's also going to be a new category. And are those that include the aggregators, those that can have a situation where the estimated load with which the IEP is resolved is cleared, it's going to be a little bit higher than the actual one, so there is the need to buy balancing energy. And of course, that will be handled by those who have this information. They have the aggregator. So in the end, we had the vertical companies. One end was the levelized cost, and the other was the price that they got from the consumers. Now they will be able to get minus what they gave to DAM, plus what they get from the energy, from the balancing market, including the curtailment, and that is minus 5 plus 50 is 45. So there's going to be many players opening the market, and then they will have the certainty that they can survive it. Anything that the government does, that the state does, the only way is to see whether or not the demand can be more than the supply. Otherwise, as the balancing energy is being deregulated, the market is going to go lower and lower. And one last thing about the market, Ms. Dilena, LAP, the account, is the barometer for the transition. And I will give you an example. The way that temperature, when it reaches zero, because water turns to ice, and there's a stability there. But then when it becomes ice, then it drops significantly. you should keep in mind that because those gigawatts that will enter the market will be vertical with PPAs, that will have a very deep negative feed, a lot less than what we see now, where we have a cloud of bids by aggregators around zero. Once all of them understand that nothing can be done, market clearance will go deep in the negatives. So it's not a linear problem. The negative price will go down very, very fast. The figures will be very bad, and that will affect the account. You need to be alert and explain that this drop is going to be offset by other resources, because otherwise it's going to be passed on to the tariffs. We cannot do with intermediate solutions. If we need to, and therefore we need to explain to consumers that they need to look at the final figure that they pay and not the different components, because these high penetrations create a lack of linearity, non-linearity in the problem. The more penetration increases and this, what is left is minimized, the solutions are all curves. That's it. Thank you.
Next.
Hello, on my side as well. We, as POSPF, unluckily, and this is sad, that we didn't have the chance to discuss early in the morning. This is also addressed to the energy press. For me to ask any questions, the political leadership should be here, and be rest assured that if I was there on the panel, I would have raised the questions. I have been listening very carefully to all speakers with great interest and great concern at the same time. Many things have been heard that are associated to radical shifts in the sector. And Mr. Kapros, who is iconic in the market, said, and I listened carefully, if we knew how the model back in 2003 would evolve, if we go back in time, we would never have done what we did. And he also said, and I'm not well aware how many small producers are here today, if we want to be sustainable and go ahead at a sustainable pace to address what we're faced with today, perhaps we should go all the way up to renegotiating our contracts with VAPEP, which is incomprehensible in my understanding. We need no philosophy. You know what they say in my country, in my village, Kostas? If the wolf is standing in front of you, you do not look anywhere else. You look at the wolf. We should not look for alternatives. I mean, throughout the day, and reasonably, we have been discussing something that is an imperative. It's not just necessary, namely storage. And we all are aligned on that. We heard about how the installed capacity is allocated. At the same time, and since we're talking about the NECP objectives, we have 0 kilowatts of storage. I will talk about the small and medium-sized photovoltaic energy producers, which we are representing. This is not just bleeding, it is a genocide. You have small and medium investments escaping the country, leaving the country, a flight mode ahead of what is coming up. That is an investment, a disastrous investment that would be a daydream, a dream for many, but now has become a nightmare to many. Some steps have been taken in terms of the competition procedures for storage, and now I will be very blunt. I'll put it very blunt. Both of the gentlemen were here at the International Thessaloniki exhibition, where I said that competitions were manipulated by certain storage groups. The prices were manipulated, the market was manipulated, and by nature we led small producers at deadlock. We are subsidized. And prices in the storage market were actually selling for free, and we're requesting, and they're requesting extensions of time, and they get this extension of time, and this is ridiculous. If we were interested in striking a balance, and this is what I conveyed to Mr. Tsafos as well as to the Secretary General, we all should pull together all our efforts towards storage. Prioritization to standalone batteries, those already existing behind the meter, and I will talk about that as well. Behind the meter storage was the proposal we put forward 2 years ago. It was an instant solution for small and medium investors, namely behind the meter storage under a condition that was not up for discussion for Mr. Skylakakis, namely subsidies. When you subsidize such an investment, you subsidize the consumers themselves. We have to be very aware of that, because the end consumer, the end beneficiary of those subsidies is the end consumer. Much has been said. I just want to convey the agonizing struggle of investors. We have to advance with the second and storage step, that is oxygen to this asphyxia we are experiencing. And this is a message we need to convey to the political leadership. We need to establish the battery scheme now. Thank you. Thank you. We note the agony of the small investors. I would like to thank the participants to this panel, and we will resume tomorrow for the second day of our event. Thank you and good afternoon.
Λοιπόν, αγαπητές φίλες και αγαπητοί φίλοι, φτάσαμε στο τέλος της πρώτης ημέρας. Νομίζω ήταν πράγματι...
Dear friends, we've reached the end of the first day. That was rather productive, as we said in the morning. 180 people here and thousands more connected online, listening to the forums. With other forums, never see this type of numbers. And this is not just tooting our own horns, but just to understand that there's a lot of interest and concern from the people in the sector to understand where things are going and what's going to happen tomorrow. And on the other hand, there are many people involved in the energy field now. So that's it for today. We will resume tomorrow morning. We will start, as you know, exactly on schedule, exactly according to our agenda, starting at 9:30. Good evening, and thank you for being with us.